Football fans, the wait is finally over. Welcome into Chat Sports' live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. I am your host, Jack Sperry. That is Tom Downey. I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Tom is usually based in Cincinnati. We are here in Dallas. He's coming down to visit for this big event. And I have been looking forward to talking ball, breaking down every single pick. 3 days, 7 rounds today, 32 picks. I am so excited to get things going. Tom, how you doing?
Doing good. What was the line you used? Football Christmas before the show?
It's football Christmas, man.
Sums it up.
I mean, if you would give me the choice between regular Christmas as an adult versus football Christmas, I think I'm taking football Christmas because I don't have to spend any money on anybody, and I just get to receive today, which is what we're going to be doing.
Crazy encounter number one.
Very bonk right there, but I'm very excited to get things going, man. This is a day I've been waiting for a long time. I know you have as well. We have gone over the film. We have gone through the scouting reports. We are ready to give you guys the most extensive NFL draft content for free here on YouTube over these next 3 days. So get us going right now. Shout out your favorite NFL team down there in the chat. We're going to give some shout outs here. I see Tommy R. I see Timon the Buckeye. Go Steelers there, Timon. We got Shelly. We've got Big Dog
Why would you
Wolf.
antagonize him?
We got Kurgan. I mean, because I'm a Steelers fan, all right? I like to antagonize Browns fans, right? That's what I do. I see my man Kurgan Cold down there. I see Cassie Voth, my girlfriend, is here. We got Dylan Heck. We got Riley Bem. We've got Matthew. We got Jermaine. We got Riley. We got Guy. We've got Yo X. I love that name there, Tom. We got Liam McCoy. We've got Nicole. We got Edu. We got Lance. We got Riley again. We got Ernest. We got Andy. We got John. We got a bunch of people tuning in live right away to start today's stream. We got a bunch of great stuff coming your way, man. 2 hours until the Bears are officially on the clock with the number 1 overall pick. But I think we both know who's going to go number 1. It's going to be Caleb Williams. I mean, it's been pretty obvious for a while now that that's going to be the pick, Tom. But the big question is, who is going to go number 2? Now, we have an idea. It's Jayden Daniels, but the Commanders have not really let us know either way. So what are your thoughts on the number 2 pick?
There's been the occasional counter report of, Daniels or maybe McCarthy. Daniels or maybe Maye.
Yeah.
The trend has been Daniels there. I think it'd be a pretty good, rare surprise if the Commanders didn't pick Jayden Daniels.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which would be a fun surprise because it's entertaining when that stuff tends to happen from that perspective. So I would anticipate it being Jayden Daniels. Not necessarily who I would take, but it's not like it's a terrible, horrible pick. And there's plenty of things to like about Jayden Daniels as well. And we do know this has to be a quarterback. It can't go in a different direction at all.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm the host of the Commanders Report here at Chat Sports as well, and I keep getting, let's take Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 2 and then take a quarterback later. And I'm just like, you can't do that. If you don't have a quarterback in this league, you can only go so far. And you just don't get this many opportunities here to take a really, really good quarterback prospect like a Drake Maye or like a Jayden Daniels. When you have that opportunity, you got to take it. And I'm very excited about whoever they take at number 2.
All right, today's show is made possible by Game Time. If you are a bit anxious about who your team's picking, you don't have to feel that way when it comes to buying tickets to your next big event. Download the Game Time app and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase over at GameTime.co. That's code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS for $20 off.
And then we got Mando here, which is whole body deodorant. I absolutely love using Mando products every single day. And by the way, guys, it's safe for your entire body. So you guys can go right now to shopmando.com and use code CHAT. Again, that's SHOPMANDO.com. A big thanks to Mando for sponsoring today's live stream and keeping us fresh here at Chat Sports.
Come day 3, that might be a little bit important.
Yeah, yes, it will. And, I like to say this during our Mando reads here, Tom. Mando's big, a big benefit to my life here is not with my odor control, because I've always controlled it. It's the other people here in the office here at Chat Sports that needed that little boost. So big shout out to Mando for sponsoring today's live stream. We already got some super chats rolling in here. First one from Poppy Chulo Sits. And he says, celebrating the draft with my dad today. We'll party with y'all tomorrow. All good, my friend. It's thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Guess we'll see you tomorrow. And then my man, Kurgan Cold, Steelers fan here, $6 super chat. And, you know, Tom, you're going to like this one. He likes to go 6, and then he likes to go 9. So spam those.
Love it.
So spam those nices down there in the comments section. We got one from the Lunatic here. I'm taking he's a Cowboys fan. He says,
what
"Go."
Gave it away?
Exactly. Was it the Go Cowboys or was it the big star on his profile picture? It says, "Go Cowboys. F the haters. DC for life." What's DC for life?
Dallas Cowboys for life.
I feel dumb for saying that.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
it's
maybe a
Dallas
little bit.
Cowboys for life. Okay. So here's our super chat menu today. We got some fun little things that you guys can purchase today with your super chats. 500 likes. Every 500 likes that we get on today's stream is going to be a Bean Boozled jelly bean. Tom and I each have a cup of these beans. And let me just tell you, man, as somebody that has done this a ton of on Steelers, I'm not looking forward to this. You got flavors like Booger and Old Band-Aid and like dirty socks and just barf.
You could get peach or barf. You could get pomegranate or old bandage. You could get toasted marshmallow or stink bug. And then the worst one by far is butter popcorn does not taste good.
Butter, yeah.
Or it's rotten egg. So
that's kind of like
not many great options there.
Butter popcorn is actually like the worst regular flavor of jelly bean for Jelly Belly. Like no one ever like picks out the butter popcorn and is like, oh yeah, I can't wait to eat this. But then $10 super chats. We'll talk about your team. So if you're a Steelers fan, we can talk about the Steelers. If you're a Bears fan, we can talk about Caleb Williams. Whatever you want, we can talk about it for a $10 super chat. $20, you get to enter the raffle today. We'll go over that here in just a second. $50, you can choose either me or Tom to get slapped with a tortilla. We've got the tortillas lined up, ready to go. So if you want us to get slapped, $50 super chat is the price, all right?
Sam was anxiously awaiting him to slap one of us.
Producer Sam has been waiting for this all day. All the work that he's been putting in for us here on our NFL draft all year. It all comes down to this, Sam. I hope you're ready for some slaps. And then the highest super chat / Venmo is going to be today's MVP. And today, what we're going to be giving away, the raffle item is going to be a draft swag pack. So you get a bottle opener, you get some nice sunglasses. We got some good stuff for you with the raffle item.
NFL draft hat and T-shirt too.
Yeah, an NFL draft. Yeah, exactly.
For your team, obviously.
For your team, yes. And then the rookie jersey for day 1 MVP. So whatever rookie your team takes, you're going to win a jersey for that rookie for your favorite team. And what did I tell you, Tom? I told you Kurgan was going to come in with the 9, and there it is, a good old 69 from my man, Kurgan Cold. That's number 2 on the bonk counter right there for you, Tom. And then we got the CEO of Chat Sports coming in here with $10 super chat. James Yoder says, I'll wager $10,000 with me, Sperry, that JJ has a better rookie year than his hero, Michael Penix Jr. Why is Michael Penix Jr. my hero?
I don't know. He's your hero. You tell me.
I don't get this. I have Penix slightly higher than McCarthy on my ranking.
That's why. There you go.
That doesn't make him my hero. I mean,
you already lost the narrative battle, bud. And by the super chat.
Okay. All right. So here's JJ McCarthy, guys. And Tom, this is your scouting report, so I will let you break it down.
I think when it comes to McCarthy, there is a little bit more unknown and more projection involved with some of the other quarterbacks this year, in large part because he wasn't asked to do a ton of things at Michigan. But when he was asked to do things, especially on third down before he kind of got a bit nicked up this year, there were a lot of big plays he made. He has the arm strength. He has the general accuracy. He has the mobility. I'm not surprised that he rose in this pre-draft process because the everything about him in terms of intangibles, coaches eat up.
Yeah, absolutely.
That whole like ESPN, like, look how mature he is, the meditation stuff, I found a little annoying in the coverage. But coaches love that.
Yes,
that thing's like, oh, look at this kid. He's 21. He just turned 22 in January. Look how grounded he is. He was recruiting guys saying, don't come party to Michigan. Let's go win some games.
Yeah.
Tough kid, too, by the way.
Yeah, very tough.
My biggest issue with him, again, there's a little smaller sample size from that perspective, little thin on the frame as well. Like most quarterbacks, processing is, you assume will get better, but has work to do there.
Yep.
Does tend to struggle throwing left and downfield.
Yep.
Tends to be a missed part for him. I think he's a little bit of an overstrider.
Yes,
already seen some video. He's been working on that. I think he'll be just fine.
Yeah, man, I definitely think he's going to be loved by the Shanahan-McVay guys. He throws over the middle of the field. He throws with toughness. And then on third down, he's a really good playmaker. So we got another Steelers fan here, Anthony Fuller. King Yinzer himself. We are not worthy, my friend. $10 super chat from Mr. Fuller. Thank you so much for tuning in today.
Who's the Steelers pick? Go.
Fotano. I'm hoping it's Fotano from Washington. All right, so this one, who do the Bengals pick in your opinion, Tom? I'll let you answer that one.
Byron Murphy if he's there, or Amari Smith?
Yeah, I my latest mock draft, I have them taking Quinion Mitchell, which would be an amazing pick for them. I don't know if he makes it that far. And there's the official 69. There it goes. Kurgan Cold. Everyone spam those nices in the chat. We got the Steel City Rocks going. Kurgan Cold. It's one of our Black Diamonds on Steelers Talk. What's that? He is our MVP right now. So Kurgan Cold, whoever the Steelers take in the first round today, right now, you would get the jersey of the rookie that they take. Hopefully, Troy Fotano. I guess we'll have to see in that regard.
He also should say who he wants to get slapped as well.
And I don't think it's going to be me. Did he say?
He hasn't said.
So Kurgan, let us know who you want to get slapped. Brian Ruiz says, we came for you, Jack Sperry. Well, thank you so much, Brian.
Phrasing number 3.
Yeah, very much phrasing right there. That's the number 3 on the bonk counter. We're not even 15 minutes into the stream. All right, so we got the tortillas here. And Cassie got these tortillas. And Tom, these are the best slapping tortillas on the planet. They're extra large, and they're like whole grain, so they stay together.
Okay, I like that.
So they actually hurt.
They don't fall apart and make a mess, so we have to clean up afterwards.
Exactly. So they stay together, and they actually hurt when it connects. So Sam was slapping me, I think 2 weeks ago with these things. Doesn't feel very good. That's bonk counter number 4, by the way. All right,
I would let that one slide, honestly, but that's fine.
So help us be the number 1 live stream for the NFL Draft on YouTube right now. All these things are free to do. Click that thumbs up icon. Takes a half second of your time. Share this video with other people out there in your life that you think will enjoy this type of content. Click that subscribe button for extensive, in-depth NFL coverage here from Chat Sports for free every single day. And then make sure you guys blow up the comments section here all night long. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. Tom, what will happen to them if they don't click that thumbs up icon?
A, you'll make me sad. Also, it helps us not be number 1.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's free, it's simple, it's easy.
And also, less Bean Boozled jelly beans.
That's true, because every 500 likes on today's show, one of us will do the nasty Bean Boozled jelly bean. There's an option to spin the wheel, which I'm not going to do because we don't have all of them in there, and we don't have it. So, it could be pomegranate or Old Bandage, which also runs the risk of catching something.
When was the last time you had one of these things?
Last draft.
Last draft?
Yeah.
Dude, I've had Old Band-Aid so many times on Steelers, and every single time, it's I don't know, it permeates for hours. It's you can't get rid of the taste. It's just so
I remember the first year we did it, Harrison had 4 nasty ones in a row, so it was hilarious. He almost puked twice.
So again, today's prizes, raffle item here. So $20, you get into the raffle to win the draft swag pack and then the rookie jersey for the MVP today. So whoever puts in the most in super chats will get the rookie jersey of the rookie that their favorite team selects in the first round today. So we got some super chats here. $10 super chat from, how do you say this? Gruntag?
OG Runtag is how I always pronounce it.
That's what I'll go with. OG Runtag says, I got wings and beer in front of me and the best draft coverage on, period. Today is a good day. Go Cowboys. Yeah, sure. Go Cowboys.
Yeah,
right?
Most teams will try to fill their needs via free agency, allowing them to go best player available. Dallas was like, what if we don't sign anybody and then still just go best player available because we have all the needs in the world?
And then Jerry Jones goes in front of everybody. He's like, what's everyone talking about?
We're all in.
We're all in. We're doing everything we can. It's come on, dude.
As you can tell, I am in a very good mental health space about my Dallas Cowboys.
$10 super chat here from Richard. It says 49ers fan, so I seen something saying that we could either trade Debo or Brandon, talking about Brandon Ayuk, for a team that's picking in the top 10. Do you guys think that's going to happen, or do you think we'll draft and who? I'll let you answer that first time.
I think they end up holding Ayuk. There's definitely at least conversations going on behind the scenes there. I don't think Debo has the trade value to fully get up into the top 10 necessarily. And this was the report, by the way, from Diana Rossini. I think that if they're going to top 10, I would assume they're going to go get a receiver.
Yeah.
Like Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, whatever, in the same way that we saw them flip DeForest Buckner for a first round pick became Javon Kinlaw. So I wouldn't rule it out altogether. I just wonder, Ayuk's going to get you a lot higher than Deebo Samuel would.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. If you're going to go in the top 10, it's going to be Brandon Ayuk. $10 super chat from Yo X. I love that name, my friend. Says, what do you think is the best 2 moves the Bears do in the draft to be in playoff contention this year? Move up or trade down? What do you think about fans taking offensive line or defensive line over receiver at 9? Tom, thoughts?
I'll go reverse order. If Romer, or I guess Neighbors technically too, is there, 9, that would make more sense to me than O-line or D-line, just from a value perspective. If you want the best move to make the playoffs this year, it's take Caleb Williams at 1 and then trade up for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, I
don't know how realistic that is, but that's the best play for it.
Yeah, if Minnesota is trying to stay put, like let's say Minnesota wants to go get Drake Maye at 3, and if they don't get him, they're going to stand pat at 11. Then, like, if Chicago's like, we'll give you our first rounder this year and our first rounder next year to move up to get Marv, then I think that's something that Los Angeles might consider. But I do not expect them to move up that high, at least going into the night. What's that? It's the same one.
The same one. Yes, Sam, you want to slap Jack? He's excited for it. What a plot twist.
Kurgan, I am your host. I am your guy.
This. And also, since you're stepping off first on Maine, you get to do the first Bean Boozled once we get to 500 likes.
All right, so
we're over halfway there.
We're at 270 likes right now. Once we get to 500 likes, I'm going to do one of these Bean Boozled jelly beans. Here comes Sam with the tortillas.
I'll answer CJ's. Look at the height difference here. I know, but it's hilarious. Let's go full screen for this one. This is great.
I mean, what can I say, man?
It barely covers the clock.
You're gonna have to reach up a little bit here.
I love it.
All right, here we go.
You can always trust Sam to lay the lumber here. Everyone spam slap in the comments section. Oh! Sperry, they don't tear as the tortilla tears and snaps off where he makes.
Well, hey, man, when you got Sam Brown doing the slapping, I mean, wow.
Grade the slap, A, B, C, D, or F.
Half of my face is just numb. And not numb, but it's like tingling. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe
Bump
phrasing
counter
too,
number 5 right there. $2 super chat from CJ DeYoung says, Tom, are you live on the Cowboys channel today?
Yes, we will begin our simulcast on the Cowboys Report at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That will run until closer into the Cowboys pick when I'll step off here, go over to the Cowboys channel. Maybe around pick 18, 19. Depends on what chaos happens today.
All right, so now make sure you guys shout out your city down there in the comments section. Let me know where you're watching the show from. We're going to be doing some shout-outs here. I see Timon the Buckeye is down there. Donald Lear is here. Saints for Life is here. Timon's from Ohio. We got Mike from Wake Forest. Richard Lee is from Dallas. Hey, you could come visit the office. We got Justin Croft from Ohio. We got Junior Estrada from Mexico. We got Eric Bird from Dallas. We got Dylan Heck from the 937. Do you know where the 937 is, Tom?
I'm not good with area codes. I'm not raining with that.
Me neither.
Give me player colleges and we can ride.
Christian is from El Paso, Texas. Raymond is from New England. We got Shane from Yuma, Arizona. Enrico's from, how do you say that, Comarade? Is that Mexico as well? I have no idea. We got Desmond from Philadelphia. We got Peyton from Nebraska. We've got Eli Aaron from Van, Texas. We've got Tom Dolan from Redwood City.
You almost said Tom Downey, didn't you?
I mean, it's pretty close, man. We got Tim Hughes from Birmingham. Tom Pease from Germany. I don't even know. Does anybody know the time in Germany? I don't know why anyone would.
I barely know what time it is on any given day, let alone in a different country.
We got John from Houston. Big Mike from Cleburne, Texas. We've got Lucas from Miami. James Ingram Jr. from Minnesota. We got Just Webb's World. What's up, my friend? He's from Miami. Cassie Voth, my girlfriend's from Dallas, Texas. She would have killed me if I wouldn't have mentioned her right there, Tom Downey. We got Reality Cowboy from the Bahamas. Douglas is from the Dominican Republic. And Shane is from Illinois. So thank you guys so much for all of your support. And now we got our lead Chat Sports NFL draft analyst, Tom Downey, breaking down his best available.
I will make note, if you want to see the full board, chatsports.com/board will redirect you to the article, and it's got Google Sheets versions that are public as well. I actually went receivers back-to-back. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors 1 and 2. Harrison is, even without the testing stuff and whatever little combine skipping he did, pretty clean prospect for me. Like, he moves a way you don't see big guys move, and he doesn't drop many passes. He's not like the freaky yak guy. Like, I think AJ Green, but maybe better is
That's
actually,
Neighbors.
Yeah, Neighbors is the yak
Neighbors
guy.
is the yak
and I get why people love him, because if one guy's going to take a slant 10 yards to 90 yards, it's going to be Neighbors.
Yeah.
Harrison, for me, though, is the number one prospect, and I feel very confident in that. In the limited time I've been doing this, I think the only guy I'd rank above him, or maybe same level, whatever, is Quentin Nelson, who I loved him coming out. Like, I had like 3 negative notes in my draft notes at that time. I'm like, didn't play perfect against Miami, and that was kind of it. Like, he was a guard. He was just less valuable from a position standpoint.
Exactly. He's a tactician as a route runner. You just don't see guys with his ability to route run at that size, like, ever. So that ability to be an elite route runner out of the box reminds me a lot of Devontae Adams. I think he's going to be great.
I got Caleb Williams at 3. I think there's the things he can do, especially out of structure, you just don't find that. The rest of it, I think, will be able to come along there. Joe Alt is a tackle, giant guy who moves well. Like, typically, you take those players and good things tend to result.
Some of the strongest hands I've ever seen. If he gets his hands on you, you're done.
Roma Dunze's at 5 for me because I love this receiver class. Spoiler alert, if you go to chatsports.com/board, you can see all the grades. I have 19 receivers in my top 100 picks this year, which I've never even been close to that, but it's just like, oh, that's what happened, so great. I still believe in Drake Maye as quarterback, too. There are times he drifts, which I don't like, kind of creates his own pressure, but mobility, arm strength, the occasional bozo gene moment, it's fine, it happens. In many ways, there's like Herbert, but a little bit more aggression for me. And let's not revise history. People didn't like Herbert coming out of the NFL draft either. He was not nearly as highly rated.
Or Josh Allen, or Patrick Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson.
I did not. I like Lamar. I always could say he had the same grade on Sam Darnold. He was never a receiver for me. Not high on Allen. That was a big whiff. Wasn't nearly high enough on Mahomes either. I actually liked Herbert. I was higher than consensus on him. So I'll ride with Maye for whatever team ends up taking him there. Brock Bowers, he's just a big slot, and that's still super, super valuable. A little surprised over the Olu Fashanu kind of mini slide, because I like my pass protectors at tackle to be pass protectors.
Yeah, and that's what he does at an elite level.
Of note, Dallas Turner is my first defensive player at 10, which I think kind of sums up what this class is. There's a real chance we get a record-setting amount of offensive players taken in the first round. Turner is not nearly as like polished as Will Anderson is. Probably a better athlete, though, in terms of what he's able to do off the snap. I think he goes probably around pick 10. Maybe it's 8, maybe it's 9, 12 at the latest, probably.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a pick your flavor kind of with these edge rushers. I think if you want the guy that's ready to kind of dominate now, Leatu Latu out of UCLA is probably going to be your flavor.
If the medical checks out.
If the medical checks out. Of course, he had to medically retire for a period there, but then he came back and he just dominated college football these past 2 years, has mastered the cross-chop move, and only like 8 guys on the planet have a dominant cross-chop move, and the guys that do it, Bosa, Watt, like all those guys, they're the best in the world, so there's definitely reason to like Latu as well. All right, so now let's beat the chat rate record here at Chat Sports right now. So last year, our chat rate got up to 1,359. Let's beat that right now by spamming win as many times as you can down there in the comments section right now. Let's get it going right now. Type win in all caps. I see Wyatt in there. I see Jeraine. I see Dylan. I see MJ. I see Peyton. Come on, folks. We got to beat it. We got to beat it. Come on.
I've got this lovely Red Bull right here, which I have not cracked open yet. If and when we set the chat rate mark, I will beer bong it.
Come on. Beer bong,
so
Red Bull.
It's by my desk and on top of my backpack.
I see Jeff H. I see William. I see David. I see Barrett. I see David. I see Just. I see Duran. I see David. I see Noel. Come on now. Beat the record. I see Gary Reynolds in the chat, Steelers fan. What's good, Gary? Justin.
The way the math works here kind of goes over like a minute time frame. Now, it tends to lag a little bit, so there's about 2,000 people watching. It means you got to get to everyone comment at least once here. That's the goal there.
I haven't seen 1,000 yet. We got to get going, folks. We got to beat the record right now. Get this show started on the right foot here. We got about 90 minutes until the Chicago Bears are on the pick, #1 overall. There in Detroit. Come on now. I see a deer in there. I see Kevin. I see Brinson. I see David. I see Ethan. I see Jeff. I see Eli. Come on, folks. Let's beat the record. Come on.
Still waiting on that first peak here, which is it normally runs a little bit behind. First peak is in 5:03. So good start. That's normally not the end peak from that perspective, but I am excited to see how that plays off. As more comments come in here, Sperry, we'll see what the next peak is. Tell us about today's sponsor.
So today's live stream is sponsored by Game Time, which is the fastest and easiest way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, comedy, and theater in your area. Guys, I'm somebody that doesn't like to plan things in advance. I'm very much a in-the-now kind of moment kind of dude. And Game Time is perfect for me because all I have to do when I want to go to a concert or a sporting event or go to like a comedy show or whatever, all I got to do is pull out my Game Time app. And they got the lowest price guarantee, so I don't have to shop around on all these different ticketing apps. We know how monotonous and boring and time-consuming that can be. So you got the lowest price to any ticket to any event. Plus, they've got flash deals right before your event, so you get even lower prices the longer that you wait. Game Time actually rewards you for procrastinating, which is absolutely fantastic. Game Time is the fastest-growing ticketing app in the United States today, and it is the only ticketing app on the market that gives you complete peace of mind with your purchase. See the view from your seat before you buy so you know exactly what to expect when you get to the arena or the venue, and tickets are sent directly to your phone. Another great feature, instead of your email, nobody wants to go to that email to get your tickets. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps. It's right down there in the bottom of your screen for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. That's one word, all caps, for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
We did not get there.
We did not get there, unfortunately.
5:42 was the top peak.
But you know what?
What more chances?
We're going to get there. I think once we get more people in here closer to the draft, I think we're going to beat it before we get to the first pick there with Chicago. Brandon Nicholson, Steelers fan here, says, hoping for Mims, kind of like the idea of the two-tackle fork Georgia Sperry. What you think? Also, shout out Tom, the original host. I started watching it. For those of you that don't know, I am the host of Steelers Talk, and Tom used to be the host of Steelers Talk.
I'll build them up and pass them off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would love it. I would love Mims. I think, he's green, Tom, because he just hasn't played a lot. 7 college starts, but the reps that he has on film are legitimately great. Great physical profile.
He's not raw. He's just inexperienced.
He's green. Like, that's what it is. Like, and, people say, oh, how can you possibly want to get a guy to start right away? Because the Steelers need a day one starter. Like, he's only started 7 games in college.
I'm just going to start him. I don't even care.
Yeah, me too.
I'm throwing him out there.
He's got great arm length. Like, he moves extremely well. The lateral agility is fantastic. Like, he's got super strong hands. Like, I don't get what's not to like. The only knock on him, in my opinion, is, he just hasn't played that much. But it's like, well, he played in 2 college football playoff games against the best competition in the country and shut down some of the best edge rushers in college football. Like, I don't really see the issue with him. Then we got one from Kawhi AF, who says, my friend Josh got me into football in general. I'll always choose Chat Sports for my 3 favorite teams, Broncos, Seahawks, and Ravens. That's kind of a weird trio right there, Mr. Tom.
Animal teams. That's what I got. Animal teams.
Oh, we got a 20 from Kawhi as well. It says, to be honest, I'm glad with whatever my friend Josh says is best. I barely know anything about the draft, but we appreciate. Well, that's why you come to Chat Sports and listen to Tom Downey, because he's the best in the business. We got another 20 from Dylan Heck here, and he says, Bengals bounce back this year. Also, T. Higgins trade tonight. I don't think Higgins is going to go tonight, Tom. It doesn't seem like the Bengals want to.
I would be very surprised if they did that. Everything about their moves and just general planning is they are going to keep him, and I think Higgins knows that too. It's kind of a Jesse Bates scenario. They want to win games now, and they are trying to make a run in this window. It's a very small sample size from last year, but when Higgins and Chase and Burrow were all healthy, they had the most productive offense in the NFL.
Absolutely, man. And you're getting Joe Burrow back healthy this next year. Hopefully he's back to being Joe Burrow. But Trey Hendrickson, another guy that has requested a trade, maybe, do you think he's more likely to be dealt tonight?
I think it's the exact same boat. He's even got 2 years left on his deal.
Exactly.
Also, when your agent says, yes, we want a new contract, you go to the Bengals, we want to get paid. If not, we'd like to be traded. Also, my client might retire. It's like, okay, you're just throwing everything all at once. You have no real power.
Throwing
there.
everything at the wall all at once.
Random BS, go! It's just like, come on.
$50 super chat. Guess whose turn it is to get slapped, Tom
Ready,
Downey?
Sam? Come on up.
Come on. Kurgan Cold with a $50 super chat. Sam Brown, come on down. Let's go. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun,
Are you sure he's the
dun-dun-dun. Come on now.
I'm using the same one because my first slap was so pure.
Everybody spam slap in the chat. Spam slap in the chat. Come on. It hurts. Boom. See, I told you.
That stings a little
Tom,
bit.
I'm telling you, these
Those are
things, it
good.
makes you tingle a little bit. Bonk count number 6.
There you go. I like it.
Kurgan Cold, man. Save a little bit for the Steelers stream tonight, man. Come on now.
Yeah, big MVP lead now.
Kurgan Cold has a big lead for the MVP. So whoever the Steelers take today, Kurgan, you're in the lead to get a jersey. $5 super chat from another Steelers fan, man. The Steelers people are just representing today. You gotta love it. My dad wants a senior chant. I'm manned.
I think he meant named after him. Named after him.
What do you mean named after him?
He wants a chant for his dad.
Oh, it's Gary.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Gary.
Or he wants like senior, senior, senior. Either way, I think that works. Thanks,
Gary, we appreciate you, my friend. So today's prizes, in case you guys are just joining us here, raffle item today, $20 super chat enters you into the raffle here for round 1, which is a draft swag pack. So you get a draft t-shirt, a draft hat for your favorite team, you get some sunglasses, you get a bottle opener, and then the MVP today, the person that puts in the most in super chats, so that's Kurgan Cold by quite a bit right now, gets the rookie jersey of the player that their favorite team selects. Did I get that, Tom?
Yep.
Or did I kind of fumble it a little bit?
No, you're good.
So,
rookie jersey, swag pack for your team, of course.
So, Mr. Kurgan Cold, you are in the lead to get a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey of the rookie that this Omar Khan takes today. So now make sure you guys smash the thumbs up icon right now, because right now we're at 456 likes. As Matthew McConaughey would say in The Wolf of Wall Street, those are rookie numbers in this business, in this racket. Come on now, we got to get up to $1,000 here. All right, so let's go right now. We got 2,000 people watching. We need to get the 50% of our audience to click that thumbs up icon right now. If it happens,
we both do a bamboozle for 1,000. Because we each get there. You are first up. We're 8 away. You're going to have to do one here in like two
I tell you what.
seconds.
Tell you what. If we get there in the next 3 minutes, all right, if we get there in the next 3 minutes, I'll let Sam slap me again. How about that? All right, free tortilla slap if we get to 1,000 likes right now.
So recap, that's a free tortilla slap, and we would each end up doing a bean boozled as well. We are at 500, Sperry. So pick your bean boozled and tell me what color it is, and then I'll indicate what options we have here.
Okay, I've got.
Close your eyes and do it. Don't do any of that random. I'm peeking down there and trying to pick the right one.
I've got orange.
Orange. So that is either strawberry banana smoothie, dead fish, or because the peach and barf look pretty similar.
Oh my God.
So we got peach or strawberry banana smoothie, dead fish or barf. You can get your predictions in the comments.
I hate these so much.
Look,
dude.
I'm not going to be mean, but man up and do it. Let's see. He doesn't like it. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Oh. By the way, there are no trash cans in here, so he has to eat the whole thing. Shut up, Sam. What flavor is it? Barf or dead fish?
It's barf. It's barf.
It's barf. He's got his power right there. Oh, yes. And that's one that lingers, by the way, as well. By the way, everyone putting the barf emoji is
whose idea?
They are killing me in the comments.
Whose idea was this? Whose idea was? God, that's
the American people's idea. That's who it was.
Goodness.
American ingenuity at its finest.
Keep clicking that thumbs up icon because Tom needs to do one now.
1,000 likes, I'll do it.
We need Tom to do it. Bonk count number 7 right there. By the way, come on,
Things you
get
love
it
to
up
see.
there. We're 400 away. If you haven't clicked that thumbs up icon, do it right now. All right, Tom, upcoming picks here and your thoughts on the teams drafting.
Caleb Williams, quarterback, wide receiver in that order for the first 4 there. Trade down for the Chargers?
I think that's what they want.
I think that would make the most sense there. Quarterback or wide receiver for the Giants?
Yep.
I would assume Joe Alt if something weird doesn't happen. Otherwise, receiver for Tennessee. Trade for Atlanta. There's your first defensive player taken. Some whispers and rumors of the Rams jumping up in that top 10 range.
Jacksonville.
If a receiver slides
Yeah.
to 8, I could see a team getting aggressive there because I think a lot of people have Rome and maybe even Brock Bowers in their top 5s.
Yeah.
So I think you have a lot of trades in this scenario. Bears could either go receiver, go defense, trade down. Feels like Jets or Bowers or offensive line.
Yeah, or receiver if Adunze falls to them, that's a perfect fit.
We'll see if Minnesota stays at 11. Kind of think that they can't.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the, we can ride with Darnold. We like Bo Nix. We like Michael Penix was, it's a little obvious what we're doing here. We got to send some misinformation out.
Don't jump us.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Very curious about Denver. I don't know what they're going to do.
I think they want to trade down because they don't have a second-round pick this year. They'd probably like to add a draft pick and maybe take a Bo Nix later in the first round because I think he's a good fit schematically, but 12 is probably a reach for him.
I think they like McCarthy quite a bit.
Yeah, I could see that too because, he's good with his first read, high intangibles, intelligent kid. I could see that as well. Yeah, but Raiders, Michael Penix. I love that fit, Tom. I love that fit.
I'm not as high on Penix.
I know you're not, but just imagine, okay?
Look, any fit where it's just like, go Bomb Adams, like it tends to work out pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that he is the personality where Antonio Pierce wants that true locker room leader. I think Penix is that guy.
Agreed. Saints feel like tight end or offensive line. Colts go playmaker, receiver. Seattle could be a trade down.
Seattle could be a trade down. Jacksonville, corner or receiver.
Yeah, but they all might be gone for them, so it's also kind of like wild card to an extent.
I think if Jacksonville can trade up for the top 3 receivers, they're going to do it, and they'd be willing to give up their first rounder next year to get it done.
Possible. Bengals are going trench player. Or maybe if a corner slides, I could see
like
corner.
they've taken corner in the second round for 2 straight years in Cam Taylor-Britt and DJ Turner, so they like those guys. And then Mike Hilton is still one of the best slot corners in football. So it'd have to be like a really good corner for them to take him, like a Quinion Mitchell, for example. But yeah, probably trench player there.
Yeah. Dolphins. Dolphins, I feel like our defense, maybe offensive line get mixed in there. Philadelphia could be a trade-up team. I think there's a real chance when we get to the upcoming picks. It's 23 Minnesota different team via Minnesota, Houston, and Cleveland. It could be traded like 3 times. Wouldn't be shocking to me. Everyone and their brother knows the Cowboys want offensive line, which is a problem when everyone knows that.
Interior offensive line.
They would love a tackle. I don't think a tackle is going to be there for them. Does Faltanu or Barton slide? We'll see.
Faltanu did get flagged for that knee thing earlier this week, so he could fall a little bit. But I think the Steelers love him as well, so I have a hard time thinking he gets past 20.
Plus Seattle maybe with his old OC and O-line coach there.
Good point there.
O-line, maybe DB for Green Bay.
Oh, by the way, I have a great fit here. Nate Wiggins to the Cardinals. I like that. My pro comp for Wiggins is skinnier Darius Slay, and we know Slay had a great season under Gannon there in Philly, and he's a perfect scheme fit for that off-coverage Fangio style system that they run.
I think I put Bradbury in there. No, I didn't. Oh, I put my concerns of getting burned again because I like these. I tend to like these skinny corners who are fast and make good plays, and then they end up being Kyrie Elam
or Caleb Farley, or
that wasn't his fault. That was all medical. He would have been great if he could have stayed healthy.
I actually agree with that. Lions, interesting pick to me. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry is a great fit for them. Undersized, but really good in man coverage.
Darius Robinson?
I like Darius Robinson. I actually like Darius Robinson to the 49ers.
Okay.
Good run defender, probably the best run-defending edge rusher in this class. Plus, he has a little bit of versatility to play inside because they just lost, of course, Armstead, so they might need some help on third downs. So I like that quite a bit. And then Chiefs, left tackle. I know people want to take receiver. They need a left tackle. They do not have one. So if Jordan Morgan or even Patrick Paul is there, I think they would reach on a tackle to make sure they get one.
Great.
$10 super chat from another Steelers fan. They're just infesting this comment section right now. Omar's Burner says, great to see Steelers representing. Possibly saw rumors of the GOAT Khan making some cap moves and now trading up. So for those of you that don't know, the Steelers restructured Alex Highsmith's contract to save an additional $7 million for their cap in 2024. You don't make that kind of move unless you're planning on adding a kind of a bigger contract here, Tom Downey. So I think whether it's Brandon Ayuk, whether it's Cortland Sutton, whether it's somebody else, I think we're going to see a big move from the Steelers.
You could do something wild, and Denver trades down and put Sutton in that deal.
Yeah, what would that deal look like? Because it would be
first
12 and Sutton for like 20 and 98?
It'd be more than that because if you're moving down from 20.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably your second and third, maybe a future draft capital.
Yeah, it's certainly possible.
It'd be kind of weird and wild.
Yeah, Steelers are trying to win right now. Wes, how do you say this? Savulum? I don't know. Biggest surprise tonight.
I just say Wes. That's
okay, Wes. Biggest surprise tonight, I think Knicks in the first. So I'm not sure if that'd be a huge surprise.
I wouldn't like it.
Yeah.
I'm not as high on
how about this for a surprise, Tom Downey? J.C. Latham first tackle off the board to Jim Harbaugh.
Well, if the Chargers can't find a trade partner, wouldn't that make sense?
Yes, I mean, it's Greg Roman and it's Jim Harbaugh, two guys that just love these massive, mauling run blockers.
Establish it.
Now, I actually think, Tom, and I think you might disagree, I think Latham is a guard. I don't know if he has the lateral ability to really match speed rushers on the edge, and that concerns me. However, huge frame, so maybe that doesn't matter as much, and he's got super strong hands.
Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty well. That is my concern. Does he have the athletic quickness, the foot quickness to stay outside, which that's why he didn't test.
Yeah,
he didn't test well. It's fine.
Exactly. So here's our Super Chat menu. Every 500 likes. So right now we're at 700 likes. The next 300 likes that we get, Tom has to eat one of these disgusting Bean Boozled jelly beans.
We're so close.
I got a barf one right out of the gate.
Yeah.
What is that about,
How
guys?
you feeling?
Not great. I need like a piece of pizza or a mint or something over here, man. I got to tell you. $10 Super Chat. We'll talk about your team, whether that's the Steelers, whether that's the Cowboys, Commanders, Bears, whatever you guys want. We'll talk about it here on the show. $20, you enter into the raffle, which is a swag pack. You get an official draft shirt and hat of your favorite team, plus a couple of little extra goodies from us here at Chat Sports. $50 Super Chats are tortilla slaps, all right? So if you want to see me or Tom get slapped, $50 Super Chat is the price. And then the highest Super Chat / Venmo amount is going to be our MVP, who is going to get the jersey of the rookie of their favorite team that's selected tonight. So I'm really excited. Looks like we got another slap here, Tom Downey. C.J. DeYoung the third.
No, that's not what he wants.
Says, get him back, Tom. Cowboys in the
He
house.
clearly wants you, Sam. Come on up here, buddy. He clearly wants you to get slapped. He wants revenge. He wants revenge here. All right, we'll go full screen for this one.
So wait a minute. Wait. So he says, get him back.
Yeah,
Tom.
I said he wants me to slap Sam. Because Sam slapped me.
Oh, okay.
That's what he wants.
Okay.
That's what he wants.
I was just saying.
That's what he wants.
I thought he wanted Sam to slap me.
Can you move that Red Bull for me?
Slap him.
Because he doesn't want to take him out.
Everybody
right,
spam slap. Boom.
That's all that's left.
Andy
ate it later.
Andy ate it. That just hit his face. What?
No, this part I was holding. The rest of it that went flying.
Okay, fair enough. So CJ, thank you so much for your $50 Super Chat. And right now, Tom Downey's going to tell us about today's sponsor, at Mando Whole Body Deodorant.
And today's show is made possible by Mando. I won't lie to you guys, with all the bright lights and everything in a crowded office, it can get a little bit funky at times, at least it used to. Spring into the season with a deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances, Mando stops odor at the source, stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Created by a doctor, Mando Whole Body Deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but also gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to put Mando on your family jewels, put it that way, without any fear. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. Plus, you guys get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code, that is CHAT, over at shopmando.com. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack by using code CHAT, that's C-H-A-T, at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. That link and, of course, the code will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's shopmando.com with promo code chat. We appreciate them sponsoring us our draft coverage here at Chat Sports.
And by the way, guys, I just want to shout out the whole the body wash that they have here at Mando. It smells amazing. Bourbon leather is my favorite one. I've been using it for about the last 2 months or so. It's just fantastic, man. Like, it smells incredible, and it keeps you smelling fresh all day long, and really all of their products smell this way. So whether you're a bar soap guy, whether you're a body wash kind of guy, whatever the case may be, Mando's going to have you covered. So big shout out to Mando for sponsoring today's live stream.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So we got Jeremy Fowler here. He says, after asking around, pretty clear much of the top 10 is at least moderately open for business on a potential trade back. So I would say probably most likely trade back team is the Chargers.
Yeah, and that's why it's 7-11 open. It's the most open.
It's the most open.
And I think, to a certain extent, like, A, we kind of all knew this.
Yeah.
B, there are very few teams that aren't open to at least hear calls.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why it's number one, number two, because they're going quarterback.
Yeah, and most of these teams, they just don't know, like, who's going to be available on the board when they're picking. So they'd be stupid to be like, we're not listening at this point in time. Like, that's just stupid at this point. Now, according to Fowler, the Patriots are still open for business. I think they probably want the Megalodon 4 first-round trade package that Minnesota can offer them.
And then they want to move back up.
And then they want to move back up after that, kind of similar to what the Cardinals did last year when they moved back and then they took Paris Johnson Jr. Cardinals are apparently still open for business. Really,
Same thing there.
Really don't think they're going to be moving, though. I think they're probably going to stick and pick.
I don't think the offers are going to be strong enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
They want
maybe at 3.
Reportedly, they want 3 first-rounders, and really the only team that can really give them that is Minnesota, and I'm just not sure if that's going to happen. Chargers, 7-11 open, so that's really, really open. They really don't want to pick at 5, which tells me that it's probably J.C. Latham because they know that nobody else has them that high. Titans willing to listen at this point, but I think we all know it's probably going to be Joe
It's just a baseline. Like, it's like if Alton and Neighbors are gone and they don't love Aduzia or flip one of those around in whatever order.
Exactly. And then you get the Falcons and Bears that are both open right now. No surprises there. The Bears have pretty much no picks outside of the first round this year. They'd like to add a couple more than the Falcons. They might not have a first-round pick next year, and they might try to get some insurance there.
I think that's a little bit overblown, but it is something that they have to consider their future potential draft capital being impacted.
And, if you still have your first-round pick next year and you acquire one this year, you have 2 first-round draft picks next year.
I always believe in team trade down.
And they're a team that needs edge rusher. You can trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars, for example, and still get a pretty good edge rusher. You could probably still get Jared Verse at 17 or even Latu if he falls. Really think that would be good. And then the Jets are soft open, which tells me they're probably going to take a player at 10. I think that probably the 3 guys they're targeting, Tom, Roma Dunze, probably Brock Bowers, and then probably an offensive tackle if neither of those guys are there.
I got the vibe that they liked Fuaga or Fuanga, however we are going to pronounce his name. he said different things, so it's all kind of dicey there. But they also added Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith, so who knows?
So make sure, get down there right now. Shout out your favorite team down there in the chat. So Tom, what I want you to do is they're going to get their team names in there. I want you to pick one team, first one that you see, and we'll talk about them for a little bit.
I'll give it a 30
Give it a good 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Spam your favorite team down there right now, and Tom's going to pick a team to talk about right now.
Because there's that natural delay between the latency and YouTube and when you're at. Also, reminder, always make sure you've clicked live. If you leave for whatever reason, YouTube will put you back where you started and not where we currently are, which I think is a bad decision for live, but so be it. So
I'm seeing Broncos, I'm seeing Lions, I'm seeing Buccaneers, I'm seeing Chiefs, I'm seeing Jets, I'm seeing Vikings, I'm seeing Raiders. Tom, pick a team. Who are we talking about?
Jets.
Okay.
Thomas Maher. Okay, his name's gone now, so I can't pause it, but I saw Jets first.
Okay, so the Jets are an enigma to me because you just, plain simply, when you take an entire year off of football, if you're a quarterback, things don't go your way. Just ask Deshaun Watson, who is still not back to form ever since his suspension, right? So Aaron Rodgers
in the first place.
coming up. Yeah, exactly.
Who said that?
And Aaron Rodgers he's 40 years old, and he just came off of a major Achilles injury.
Whole team's built on his back. And
exactly.
Because otherwise they're all going to get fired. So they have to go win games now.
Because on one hand, I love the roster. The defense is awesome. Jeff Ulbrich is an awesome defensive coach. Quinnen Williams is unbelievable. So is Sauce Gardner. You got good weapons. You might be adding another one tonight. But like we said earlier in the show, if you don't have a quarterback, there's only so far you can go. As evidenced by their team last year was Zach Wilson.
It's also I think it was the Tom House line of, it asked, why don't you practice more without Peyton? And his response was, if Peyton Manning goes down, we're effed and we don't practice effed. Aaron Rodgers goes down, they're effed, and they're not going to bother practicing and worrying about the effed.
But wait a minute, Tom. They got Tyrod Taylor this time.
Who's a fine backup.
Maybe
good enough to not get everyone fired, but they're still effed.
8 wins with Tyrod?
Maybe.
If the same thing happens?
So I think they're pretty high on Rome Odunze, as teams should be. There's been a lot of linking them to Brock Bowers, and then that kind of died off in the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
Historically, Rodgers doesn't love going with young first-year players as playmakers. So Joe Douglas loves offensive line, but they need playmakers.
But what I'll say here, Tom, is that he has a knack for getting the most out of tight ends. Bob Tunyon had 14 touchdowns or something no, it wasn't 14. It was 10 with him in Green Bay one year, which is just unbelievable for Bob Tunyon. Just imagine what he could do with a Brock Bowers roaming the middle of the field there in New York. I think that's kind of the guy that they would really like to get, but I also think Rome Odunze's ability with the back shoulder balls and being a ball hawk on the perimeter would also fit well with his skill set.
All right. Same thing this time you're going to pick the team.
All right, let's go 20 seconds here. Spam those team names, and I will pick a team here. And I promise it won't be the Steelers, because it'd be like The Office when Jim won the Employee of the Year award or the Month award, whatever they did that one episode.
That's funny.
It's just I can't pick Steelers because it'd just be. We would get the rigged comments, and nobody needs that. Okay. I saw Colts first.
Okay.
Colts are interesting to me. I have a player that I really like as a fit, but you let me know what you think.
I think that the ideal scenario is Brock Bowers for them.
Sure.
I don't know how likely that ends up being if he gets down there. I think Brian Thomas Jr. could be a fun fit. That's typically what Chris Ballard likes. He likes the taller, athletic, vertical threat wide receivers. And I think either Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, there's a chance that both those guys are there. If the run on offensive linemen and receivers and quarterbacks happens the way we think it's going to, both those guys might be there. Fills one of their biggest needs that they were involved, maybe kind of, sort of, some conflicting info there, in the L'Jarius Sneed talks. So I think one of those guys will be there. I think that would fit very well for them. They have plenty of picks as far as I'm concerned. I think that Thomas Bowers, insert corner.
Yeah, the fit that I love, Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. I just love that fit there. They love these freak-type athletes. I mean, they took Anthony Richardson last year. Obviously, Steichen and Ballard love these freak athletes. He's huge. He runs super fast. Great deep threat. Really good 50-50 ball winner down the field, too. So I just feel like you got Pittman, who's more of your true route runner type, not the best deep threat, and then Josh Downs is your true slot. Go out and get your deep threat there if you're the Colts. That's who I think they're taking at 15 today. Make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon, like the video. Let's get to 50% of our live audience getting to that like rate. And by the way, my offer still stands. All right, I'm about to sign off.
Sign off, yeah.
But if we can get to 1350 in the next 2 minutes, all right, I will get slapped before I leave.
All right, so 104 on the timer. Then.
All right, so we got 104.
Let's still work with your timing there, Sam. Okay, got the thumbs up. We are set there.
All right. You guys won't do it, all right? It's 500 likes. There's no way we're going to get to 350 before I have to leave, okay?
Well, 1350.
Well, 1350 is the new 50%.
And I get the 1,000 likes. Once we do that, I have to do the Bean Boozled.
So let's get to 1350 so that Tom can eat a barf jelly bean. And by the way, I want it to be barf. I don't want you to do the blind test here.
F you in particular, he says.
And I don't want you to get toothpaste.
I hope I get toothpaste.
Which is just like a mint jelly bean.
Berry Blue is the other one.
That is not what I want you to have. I want you to have either Old Band-Aid or barf, and I want to watch you eat it.
I think over the years I've had every single one of these.
We're 300 away. So how much on the timer here?
It's 104 on the timer.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So you got 1 minute.
All right. So we got a minute left.
60 likes away, too.
It looks like we're going to get to the 1,000.
I don't know.
Come on now.
There's a minute timer here.
Come on. We need 60 more likes to make Tom eat that jelly bean. Come on.
Leroy says, man up and eat a handful of them. I don't even know what would that taste like. Jackson, you might go to the hospital.
I don't know if they're designed to eat them in bulk.
I don't think does it all just like blend together and you get like a burst of berry and then toothpaste and then barf and then
you know what it'd be? It'd be like if you took the contents of your garbage and you put it in a blender, mixed it up, and then turned
Garbage
it
smoothie,
and then turned it into a jelly
1,000
bean.
likes. There we go.
There we go. Time to pay the piper, Downey.
Let me put
Come
it on
on.
screen. Put it on screen so you guys know I'm not rigging it here. Uh-oh.
Oh, is it orange?
It's one of the orange
It's
ones.
orange. It's orange.
So it's either
Let's go.
strawberry banana smoothie, dead fish, peach, or barf. Oh boy, let's see how this goes.
Yes. 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 I can't. I feel like he'd be having a more.
I don't know.
I feel like you would know.
I feel like I would know that it doesn't taste like strawberry or banana. It doesn't taste like peach. It doesn't taste like barf.
It just.
I feel like the dead fish isn't that bad because it's not good. It's not a good taste.
So it's probably the bad one.
I think it's dead fish. That's my guess.
I can tell you right now, if it was barf, you would know it. All right, man. Well, I'm going to sign off here.
Yeah, the lingering's not very good, but yeah. I'm going to sign off.
Well, Tom, it was great. I'll be back later in the show. You guys have fun. I'm going to go on Commanders. See you guys later.
New co-host coming on here momentarily, but first, the latest from Diana Rossini with the 49ers in particular. She reports the Niners have conversations with teams, including one in the top 10, about trading either of their prized wide receivers, Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, in an effort to move up in the first round per sources. This is not the first time there's been the Brandon Ayuk whispers, rumors out there, or even the Deebo Samuel ones either. I think there are two very differing trade values for both of those players at this time. Ayuk carries more value. He's younger. He's been very impactful, and he's been healthier. Deebo hasn't stayed all that healthy as of late, and I think the value for Deebo's a little bit lower, and I would assume if you're trading one of those star playmakers, the dynamic chess pieces that they are, you're jumping up to take another dynamic, younger, cheaper playmaker as well. That could be maybe one of Malik Neighbors' Rome Odunze slides. That's probably the Ayuk scenario, by the way. You're flipping him to Falcons or whatever team wants him, or want to get really wild, the Bears, why not? Insert whatever other team you have in mind there. Jets, maybe. Vikings if they don't trade 11, but that also would be kind of weird. So actually, cross with Vikings, that's stupid. That would be for one of those big-time playmakers. They could also look to move a little bit up from the back end of the first round to maybe like the middle part of round one and get a Brian Thomas, maybe a Xavier Worthy somewhere in that category. And that would then allow them to keep Ayuk and trade Deebo in the process. So will the 49ers trade Brandon Ayuk? T for trade or K for keep? Go ahead and sound off for me in the comment section of today's video. And I'll give some shout-outs here as well. The T's coming in here from Robert Williams, Ray Durs, Gas, Ramsey Prods, Peyton Koopman, or Kottman, however you pronounce it, Peyton. Sorry, my friend. Loso, Austin, Dalton, all typing in their T's. William Kinney, Aiden, Bethany Dix, Casey Pittman, Mitchell Grady, William Kinney says K, Aiden says T, Patrick says T, CJ DeYoung says keep. Again, this is what will happen, not what you would do. So if you're a team like the Jags, maybe, who really would like to get Brandon Ayuk, what you think will happen, not what you hope happens. Lance Dunbar's burner says 69. Bethany says K. The Glitch says T. Spencer says K. CJ says K. David Soto says K. TJ the Goat says T. LFG says T. Ramsey Prods says T as well. Ghosts says K. Brian says trade to the Cowboys. Don't think you're going to have that one happen. That is a very un-Cowboys type of move. I wouldn't presume to see that one go down there. Christian said he's already been traded to the Jags. I could certainly see kind of like a, depending on who's there, maybe they've got some stuff prepped in advance. Jags, I think, makes sense. If they're open to doing a non-round one pick, I think a team like the Patriots or even the Giants, if the Giants get a quarterback, make a ton of sense there in the second round. Ramsey says T. The King says T. IK Dom says K. So a lot of good differences in terms of the votes from that perspective. Now, if you also want a shout out on today's show, we would like you guys to pin or retweet, I should say, our pinned tweet here at Chat Sports. That link will be in the comments of today's live show. Also, it's also just, at Chat Sports. So go ahead and go retweet that right now. We will check back in on the retweet side because it takes a couple seconds and even longer than that to pull up the tweet, retweet it, come back, and then actually hear your name shouted out there. So we will revisit that throughout today's live show. Help us get to different sets of eyeballs. People on Twitter aren't always the same people here on the YouTube side of things. So help us out by retweeting our pinned comment that is up over at Chat Sports as we welcome in Jace Andrews, who will help co-pilot today's draft.
Yeah, I'm excited here, Tom. I've heard there's a party getting started. I heard the slaps going. I had to jump in. There you go. I'm getting ready to slap somebody. I'm ready for it. So I need something going.
So you are in for the slaps as well?
Let's do it.
I guess with Sperry and I didn't go with anybody else. So glad you're being a team player. I like it.
I'm ready for it.
I like it. $50 for that, and you get to pick who ends up getting slapped too.
Hey, why don't we go straight into the big board once again as we review Tom Downey's best available, and kind of as we inch closer and closer to those bells ringing and Roger Goodell announcing the #1 overall pick, we can start looking at the best available. Right now, as we sit, obviously everybody on the board, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, 1 and 2, above Caleb Williams. Obviously, lots of hype around Caleb, and then Joe Alt being number 4. That's an interesting place to put him.
I try not to fall for the positional value trap, in which case, the Bears, they will say Williams was their #1 player, and that very well might be true, but, they need the quarterback, right? Joe Alt I was very impressed by the steps he took this year in terms of from 2022 to 2023. He's a young player, which I do value because in theory you've got better projection ahead of you. He's just turned 21 in February. He wasn't only an offensive lineman growing up, despite his dad being the former Chiefs first-round pick and all-pro offensive tackle. 6'8", almost 6'9", 321, and his athletic testing, regardless of size, was incredible. Once you add the athletic size, it's kind of insanity. You don't find human beings who move this well. There's nothing wrong with if your draft theory of approach is, let's just draft the guys that are built different. That tends to go pretty well more often than not, especially for early round guys. I don't think there's an elite power to his game. There's a little bit of finesseness that I don't always love, but I'm going to take the 6'6" guy or 6'8" guy that's 321 and moves like he's 220 pounds. That's pretty easy.
Do you have any concern given his height being at a tackle position is just not something you normally see?
Yeah, there are some leverage issues that could come into play, but he's not a waist bender. Which the waist bending is where you get into trouble. The knee bending is what you want there. There will be times a little bit too tall for his own good, and they can kind of get underneath him or whatever. But I think there's so much to like about his game and overall. This was a pretty easy top 5 grade for me overall.
Continuing on here from 5 to 12, Rome Odunze, the third wide receiver we see on the board. Drake Maye at number 6, Brock Bowers at number 7. He's been an interesting topic just because originally you could see him going maybe 5, 6. Now with Bowers, I honestly see him potentially maybe being out of the top 10. I mean, right now, where do you think you see Brock Bowers ending up tonight?
I could see a team jumping up into the top 10 to snag him. I think that beyond that, barring trades, I think that the Jets could still make some sense. I know they kind of poo-pooed that idea a little bit earlier. Yeah. I think that the Colts make a lot of sense. I don't see him getting past the Bengals at 18. I'd be pretty blown away by that. I don't even see him getting past the Colts at 15 either. I wouldn't rule out Denver if the trade down options aren't great and they're not going to go quarterback. I think picking Brock Bowers and being happy and having your version of Jimmy Graham, they're very different players, but I think that's a good thing. My player comp for him is I think, a supercharged Evan Ingram without the drops. And that's really good football player.
Solid.
There are not very many tight ends who get handoffs, get jet sweeps, and it works. Like, he averaged over 10 yards a carry on those. Like, I know he didn't test, and that is a valid concern, but he's a really good athlete.
Wherever he goes, he's going to be a playmaker pretty much right away. And wide receiver, tight end type guy.
Just don't be dumb and try to be like, we're going to make him block a lot. Like, that's not utilizing his talents right.
Now, who should block? Olufashanu, who had a first-round draft grade last year, now coming back, and now will we see him be a top 10 pick? Will he fall outside of it? I know Alt is the main offensive tackle, but obviously J.C. Latham's still in there, and then your number 9 guy, Talisi Fuaga, is also there. These offensive tackles up high, kind of where do you see them all being ranked in terms of how they get drafted?
Well, great question. I think it comes a little bit because it's such a good class. You kind of get into the flavor of ice cream thing, where do you want I think the better pass protector in Fashanu? Do you want the more mauling run blocker in a Fuaga or even a Latham? Do you want some more position flex in a Graham Barton or Troy Valtano? There's a lot of really good offensive linemen in a very offensive lineman top-heavy class in a loaded offensive class. So I think there's a real chance we can get the double-digit offensive lineman taken today, and that is a massive figure, and you could see some movement for teams going up to try to get their guy, whether that is early on or even later on this year.
Lots of offensive players, like you mentioned. Number 10 and number 11, both defensive players. Dallas Turner and Keon Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo. Really like what I've seen from him. And then Troy Fatanu there, the offensive guard at number 12. All right, if you're not subscribed, what are you doing here? We are over 371,000 strong, and we are one of the only places you can find coverage for every single pick. And my guy Tom has analysis for every single one of them. Pretty sure you want that. So if you're not already subscribed, let's get that number to 372,000 by the end of, let's say, the hour. I mean, we can do that now. 170?
Should be.
I think we can do that. 50 minutes, that's easy right there. So, hey, hit subscribe, and why don't you type me as soon as you're subscribed as well, that we know who is already joining the chat, Sportsbow, because we got coverage every single pick. Let's talk about some super chats. Get those rolling back in here. John R., a $2 super chat saying, hands doing a fist bump. Let's freaking go. A little super sticker.
Yeah, the stickers. I love how the stickers are just the description.
Those descriptions are sometimes a little hard. But hey, sends in another $1. John R., you are absolutely a legend. We appreciate you hanging out with you all night tonight. Just Webb's World saying it's barf. I'm assuming that's relating back to your Bean Boozled.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I think it was dead fish, but I'm not really sure. That happened to be like last year too. I'm like, I don't know what flavor this is, but it's not good.
Sometimes I feel like they flavor the bad ones wrong just a tad, so you don't know what it is.
Maybe.
Jotman saying over-under on the Bengals moving one of their unhappy players. So Trey Hendrickson and T. Higgins.
I'm going to go under.
Under?
This is not a team that makes a lot of trades, period, and they've kind of made it pretty clear that they don't want to listen to calls right now.
Yeah, especially...
Or if they do, it's a ridiculously high.
Well, considering T has been, requested a trade for a couple months now, and still nothing happening. If you want to get on the show, you can super chat. We also got a bunch of amazing deals for you. 500 likes. We're doing Bean Boozled. I guess I'm new, so I'm new on the show here, so I'm assuming I take the first one as soon as we get there.
I just did one, so once we get to 1,500 likes, it's Jace's turn. There should be a couple over there for you.
Oh, I've been looking.
Just a bunch of nasty flavors. There's some good ones. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes
I kind of want
you don't.
toothpaste. Is that bad?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you're being a baby. If you reach in there and you get the blue, you're excited because it's either toothpaste or berry blue.
Well, I'm looking in here. There's only one blue. So that's
you're in trouble.
$10. We're going to talk about your team. Obviously, 32 draft picks. Lots of things going on. We'll talk about whatever you would like. $10 super chat there. $20 to enter the super raffle. And then I'm looking at the $50 one because I just joined the stream here. Obviously, Sperry got to do a couple slaps. I would really like to slap Sam Brown tonight. I would like to do that very much.
How the turntables, Sam.
If I could get a $50 super chat, I would like to smack Sam Brown. That'd be amazing. Plus, we got an MVP tonight for the highest super or Venmo. Obviously, our day one raffle, we have the draft swag pack. Got a bunch of stuff going on with all the draft items and a couple of chat sports amazing items. Got glasses, got a little bottle opener.
An NFL draft hat and T-shirt of your team. So
that's pretty nice.
We're not going to make it like too bad. It was Bears that
congratulations.
You
get a Jets shirt.
Yeah, you get the Jets shirt that you'll never ever wear.
You get a Zach Wilson jersey. And then day one, we're obviously getting your rookie jersey from your team. So you're the MVP tonight. You're walking home with whoever your team drafts, their jersey. I don't know about you, but if I'm a Bears fan, I'm thinking a Caleb Williams jersey.
Nice.
All I got to do is be the MVP. That's pretty dang good to me. So
Kurgan Cole got a pretty big lead there.
Pretty big. There you go. There you go. All right. Want to talk about the upcoming picks here, Tom?
Yeah, I'll take them away. Bears, of course, have the number 1 overall pick. That will have very little drama. The NFL will make the Bears use their entire time, their full 10 minutes. It'll be Caleb Williams. Commanders, everyone assumes Jayden Daniels. Drake Maye is the heavy favorite to 3 to New England, but there has been enough whispers and buzz of like, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a J.J. McCarthy. Maybe there's a trade that goes down there. Arizona has been heavily linked to Marvin Harrison Jr. They have a high asking price for a trade up. You could have chalk here early, which would be Williams, Daniels, Maye, Marvin Harrison, and then pick number 5, which could be very different. Is it the Chargers stay pat? Do they take the tackle? They take Neighbors? They take a different receiver? Or does a team like Minnesota come crawling up the board to get their franchise quarterback, which has been pretty heavily linked to J.J. McCarthy? The Giants seem receiver or quarterback. There's 5 names that they like, and they'll get one of those 5, or 6 names, I guess, if they like Romadunze too. There's the fallback option. Tennessee's been linked to the offensive line pretty heavily. I would assume you're thinking this is going to be Joe Alt there, Jace?
Well, I think at number 7, it's got to be the one that you've been looking at for the past 2 months. Because if you go back to about the end of the season for the Tennessee Titans, there was 2 names. It was Olu Fashanu and Joe Alt. It's kind of cleared up to be Joe Alt since then. And I think given the order of, I assume it'll be 1, 2, and 3 quarterbacks, it just depends what happens there at 4, 5, 6. If they decide that the Chargers want to stay there and they go Joe Alt and they are not just sold on J.C. Latham, then maybe that happens. I know that the Giants are in an interesting slot with needing potentially a quarterback or a wide receiver, but also their offensive line allowed 85 sacks last year. It's got to be a worry. So in my mind, I think the Titans have to be the favorites for Alt, but we'll have to wait and see. Number 8, the Falcons. Then number 9, the Bears. Will they stay there is the question, though. Obviously, a trade is bound to happen tonight, but will it happen with the Bears, who are probably going to get Caleb Williams at 1, but at 9, did they get Odunze, or do you think they trade back?
You could see movement at 8 too. Maybe the team jumps the Bears for Odunze, and if Rome's not there, a trade down could make some more sense than for Chicago. You could have kind of that whole trickle-down effect as well.
And the Jets, I think, pretty set up for an offensive lineman as well, somewhere around there.
Still wouldn't rule out Bowers either. We'll see. They're kind of an interesting spot.
All right, if you're ready for the NFL draft, what are we, less than an hour away right here, 47 minutes. So type me for some shout-outs in today's show. I want to see who is ready for tonight's draft.
Can we set that chat rate record here? Can we do
good.
it? The Red Bull is here to be beer bonged, which I guess is just bonging it, I guess, because there's no beer in it. Red Bull is here. If we set that chat rate record, we'll give it to like the 45-ish minute mark. 1,359. I got the number up here. It was 542 the first time around. I don't know. There's about double the audience watching this time, though. If everyone comments win or me or just types 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way down, should be able to get there pretty easily.
Pretty easy.
That's just math. I'm not even good at math.
Hey, you want to play a little game for this too?
What?
I'm going to say a name on here, and you got to say someone different. I played this with PD last time.
Okay.
You think you can
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'll start us out here. It's going pretty quick. So, Evan.
Cassie.
OBJ Prod.
The Glitch.
Kaylee.
Chris.
Adrian.
Mike.
Bethany.
Kaylee.
Mark.
Oh, I already said Kaylee, didn't I? You said Kaylee earlier.
Yep.
Shoot. Let's go again. Let's go again.
Okay, here, you start this time.
Okay. Austin.
Mahomes.
Jermaine.
Eric.
Mike.
Zachy.
Leroy.
OBJ.
William.
Miles.
Matthew.
Eric.
TV and sleep.
Sucka.
Jokes.
Cassie.
Does it count if it's in the same range or no?
No.
Okay, then that's fine. Scott McRyan.
Kaylee.
I like turtles.
Gamer.
Pixman.
Cyrus.
Scotty McRyan.
Kurgan.
Vegan, however you say it.
Me.
Stephen West.
Winner.
Connor.
That's Connor. I said.
Ah! I'm not very good at this
I don't know
game.
if I didn't say the name, but then you said the name that I announced as, I don't know, kind of a loss on
We'll
both
count
sides
it.
there.
At a certain point, I also can't keep up with what names have been said. And everything.
There's a lot of things that go through our head right now.
There you go.
Let's go to Diana Rossini as she brings up the Rams pursuing a trade into the top 10 with a specific player in mind, and it's not a quarterback. Who do you think it is, Tom?
I would assume then they're looking at a playmaker, and it would be like a Rome Odunze or a Brock Bowers.
That's what I would think.
And I think that with what McVay likes to do, like he could have a lot of fun with Brock Bowers there. Even heard some whispers of them moving away from a player on their offensive receiving core to go get that guy as well, which might make the money and the draft pick capital work a little bit better.
Definitely. Noah C. with a $2 super chat. We got saying, who's Atlanta drafting and why? Well, I think it's Dallas Turner will be my choice, but I know you talked about the trade there. What's your thoughts?
I think if they stay at 8, my money's on Dallas Turner. That one's been pretty heavily rumored since the Combine. It's still an area of need for Atlanta as well. So my guess would be Dallas Turner.
That's my thought as well. CJ DeYoung III with a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, CJ, saying, You've been at this too long, Tom. You know what flavors are what colors for the jelly beans.
I do have the answer sheet, though. So
that's fair. I probably couldn't tell you.
Yeah, so that's why I have it. I have the list of what everything is.
So I'm just going to have to eat one. You're just going to have to all right, what color is it?
Hey, we're 200 or 250 likes away from him doing one.
Yeah, a little less than that. Appreciate you, CJ. And then Kurgan saying Steelers with a $20 super chat. Gets him a little raffle entry for today. That's very nice right there from Kurgan. Hey, shout out Kurgan. We do appreciate you. You want to get on the show, super chat just like Kurgan, just like CJ. $10 we're going to talk about your team. Obviously, every 500 likes, we're doing the Bean Boozle challenge. And what are we, 12, 6, 7? So literally less than 250 away. Let's talk about the Steelers, though, because $20, talk about the team a little bit. They held the number 20 overall pick right now. 7 total picks right now. Obviously, getting Justin Fields in and the con artist, as we have heard around here at Chat Sports. What's kind of the option here with that?
I think that this is a team that is hunting offensive line and or receiver. And if they can't swing a trade for one of the names linked to them, Ayuk or Cortland Sutton, whatever, I think offensive line, which could be Troy Faltanu, could be an Amarius Mims, could be a Graham Barton in round 1, insert receiver in a loaded class round 2. I think it's a pretty solid early haul for Pittsburgh.
Round 2 wide receivers for you looking at? Brandon Rice, Devontae Walker, Franklin?
Not Rice. I actually don't have him in my round 2 grade. I got a bunch of them. I've got Ladd McConkey, who's not going to be there. A.D. Mitchell probably won't be there. Xavier Worthy probably won't be there. But I'm a big fan of Keon Coleman, Ricky Pearsall, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Xavier Legette, and Jalen Polk all have round 2 grades for me. One of them will be there, and they'll be a great addition.
Just Webb's World with a $10 super chat. Shout out to you, Just Webb's World, saying, I need Pitt to draft a cornerback in the first. Ayuk ain't worth a first. And trade up and get the first pick of the second and get JPJ because he's expected to fall out of the first. And Kool-Aid and Mitchell are falling out of the first.
Does he mean A.D. Mitchell or Quinion Mitchell?
I'm assuming A.D. because if Quinion's not going to fall out.
Quinion's not fall out. A.D. Mitchell very well might. That one I would not be shocked by there. I could see Kool-Aid falling out too because of the Jones fracture. Those would be – I would want them in there, but I wouldn't be shocked if that happened there either. He also says, I'd be willing to dip in the next year's draft to keep the 31st because if we hit on the picks, it won't hurt us. You could trade a future 2 to move up. The issue is if you're getting to the opening of round 2, you're going to have to move that probably first. Or it's a future second and a third, and that might not be very appealing to that many people in the end. Yeah.
Just Webb's World, shout out to you. And then we got Crypto coming in with a $10 super chat. Wanted to talk Giants. Trade up. If not, who do they take? Go Big Blue. They got the number 6 overall pick. Obviously, they're kind of in an interesting slot. They've talked quarterback. They've talked wide receiver. They've talked offensive tackle. I kind of think it's going to be a mix of if the quarterback's there, they go get him. But if not, it's probably wide receiver.
I think they would love Drake Maye. Yeah. I don't know if he goes 3 or the trade up. That would be my guess there, and maybe someone jumps them for McCarthy. I think that the worst case scenario for the Giants is they have to settle for Malik Neighbors or even Rome Odunze, and that's a hell of a consolation prize. So the quarterback would be nice because I don't believe in Daniel Jones.
How the year changed.
But if they have to settle, it's fine.
A year ago, we weren't talking about that. CJ DeYoung III saying, what's really going on with the Cowboys with the $10 super chat? Luckily, we got the man of the Cowboys to talk about that.
Yeah, they don't want to spend any money. Their plan is they are very anxious, which they shouldn't be, but they are because of the way they spend, about their future salary cap and their dead money, blah, blah, blah. And basically they're prepping for, well, we need this amount of money if we don't pay our top players, Dak and Micah and Lamb, when they should just be like, let's just pay those guys and have more funds available. I think that there is some truth to they have their budget of cash they'll spend each year, and they're past it for this year. And they don't want to be bad. And when you play and do stuff to not be bad, you end up being bad.
Appreciate you, CJ. Tyler A. Gates coming in with a $5 super chat. Shout out to you, saying per a rap sheet, Rapport, the Broncos are dreaming of a Michael Penix Jr. A.D. Mitchell draft tonight. Also, Las Vegas has offered 2 firsts for the number 3 overall.
Haven't seen that report. I will certainly take your word for it, though, Tyler. I don't know what Denver's going to do. I think to an extent, decent amount of this Penix hype has been a little bit his camp created. Great job by his camp, by the way. Maybe he goes to the Raiders. I think there's a good chance he's there at 12 or 13. Maybe a team gets antsy. Maybe a team thinks they can have him slide and trade back in the first round for him. I think there's an outside chance they could get Mitchell. Wait, do they have that second rounder, or are they down the third rounder, Sam? Denver. Are they down there second?
No second round.
That's
pick
what I
for
thought.
Denver. Third round.
So getting Mitchell then is going to be, unless you're dipping into next year's funds or you're trading down and getting assets, but then you probably don't get Penix too. Gets a little bit dicey there. Also, I totally buy the Raiders angle. Patriots are not going to trade down for 2-1s. That's just not going to be enough.
No, not in this draft. Not in this draft. All right, let's talk Super Chats real quick. 500 likes. We're closing at about 210 away from our next Bean Booze.
Make JC the Bean, like that video.
That would be me. $10, we're talking about your team. $20, you're entering in today's raffle to get some team gear from tonight from your team, along with a couple Chat Sports items. $50 or tortilla slap. I hear the next one is me slapping Sam, so let's get that one rolling.
It's dealer's choice. It's dealer's choice. Whoever puts in the 50 gets to decide.
Well, you'd have my heart if you could tell me, hey, here's 50, let's slap Sam. Hi, is Super and Venmo your MVP of the night, which means you're getting a jersey from your team's draft pick tonight. All right, help us be number one on YouTube tonight. Like the video. Right now we got over 4,000 people watching and only 1,300 likes, so that means there's at least around 3,000-ish people that haven't liked the video. Go down there. It takes 2 seconds. That helps us out and gets more people in the party. And I don't know about you, Tom. I like to go to the party with the most people, so I want more people to hang out with us.
Like it.
Plus, if you share the video, that's another way. You're sending invites to the party right there. Share it out. Give it to us. Make sure that tag us on Twitter. Heck, me and Tom, I'll retweet it for sure. Plus, you can subscribe to join us all year long and all weekend long. We'll be live for every single pick with analysis on every single player. Plus, hey, we're here for y'all. We want to talk to y'all. Comment. Let's talk about what's going on in the NFL draft and everything happening, because besides the Super Bowl, this is probably one of the more fun nights in all of the NFL schedule. All right, let's ask the question, who's the best player in the draft not named Caleb Williams, and is it a quarterback?
I have it as Marvin Harrison Jr., and that's including Caleb Williams, by the way. I also have Malik Neighbors over him.
Yeah,
now, it's the quarterbacks. If you want to
be
boost the quarterbacks, I get it. But I think both those guys are going to be very quickly wide receiver ones in the NFL.
Let's look and see what the people are saying. We got Dallas Turner from PFF Productions, Marvin Harrison Jr. from I Like Turtles. A lot of Marvin Harrison Jr.'s. Caleb Williams will be a bust from Kevo. I don't know about that.
Honestly, when it comes to quarterbacks, if you just bet bust, you're actually going to win about more often than you end up losing. So.
Correct. It's no doubt Brock Bowers, says NRG. That's a pretty good one. Trey Benson from EV. He's definitely the best running back available in my mind. I don't know about the best player available at all. Jane Daniels from Joa. Gorlock the Destroyer saying Rome Odunze. Jawan saying Brock Bowers has been the best college football player in the past 3 seasons. Neighbors from King. And Liam saying Jayden Daniels. So I think there's a couple people that maybe could happen there. I definitely think the consensus is Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best besides Caleb, though.
Probably.
Pretty obvious.
Makes sense. You just picked a really dynamic wide receiver.
Probably one of the better wide
Things
receivers
tend to
we've
happen
seen in
from
a
that
long time.
Someone said Storm Duck, which made me laugh because it's the best name in the class, but he ruins all of my name theories because he's actually not very good. So.
Let's tell you about one of our amazing sponsors real quick, and that is Game Time. Game Time is your one-stop shop for all your ticketing needs. If you need a ticket to a sports event, a comedy event, concerts, theater, guess what? Game Time has you covered. You shouldn't have to worry about buying tickets to your next big event. And with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their best price guarantee, Game Time is going to take the guesswork out of buying tickets. Plus, you can use the code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Obviously, we got the NFL draft going tonight, but baseball season is in full swing. You can get your tickets really easily. NHL playoffs happening as well, and the NBA going on. But it's not just sports. Game Time has comedy events, theater events, concerts. They got you covered on all facets. Plus, they have deals on tickets right up to the start of the event, and even an hour after it starts. It's the best place to find last-minute ticket deals. Along with, they've got some flash deals and zone deals to help you save on money as well. So do yourself a favor. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. Chat Sports, no spaces. For $20 off, download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guarantee. Let's go to a report here from Jordan Schultz talking about the Bills, saying, I'm expecting the Bills to come away with 2 wide receivers in this draft. League sources say Buffalo is hoping to move up from number 28 to get another weapon for Josh Allen. Buffalo has a history of making short trade-ups to make sure they secure the player they want, but a bigger trade-up could also be in play. Obviously, Tom, the sellers this year of the offseason were the Buffalo Bills, because cap space was not in their favor at all, losing Gabe Davis, also lost Stephon Diggs to the Houston Texans, got Curtis Samuel, but that wide receiver room is still looking pretty thin, and it's a good wide receiver draft.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would be surprised if the Bills did do that. Even if they don't trade up, I mean, there's a scenario in which they trade down and still get a really good wide receiver as well. They need help there. The operating strategy of we paid Josh Allen, we got the guy when he was younger and cheap to help him develop. Now he's developed. Now he's going to have to do some more of the heavy lifting. I get that. You also still need to get good playmakers that aren't just like Curtis Samuel as your number 1 wide receiver. So they have to take at least one guy and maybe double dip in the third or even on day 3.
Is there a wide receiver you like with them in the first round, like a Brian Thomas Jr. and A.D. Mitchell?
Yeah, Brian Thomas, I think Jr. and A.D. Mitchell have like the more typical size to be your number 1 receiver. Thomas might not be there. Mitchell's got some stuff that has got to get organized. Could be a slider. I think Ladd McConkey could be a really good fit for him too, though.
28, you think?
I think 28. I think he goes in that 28 to like 45 range, maybe. So maybe 40 range. I think that'd be a good fit as well.
Yeah, I had to sell a lot of people. Obviously, Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis were a big one, but interesting there. Albert Breer with another report here saying, as of right now, the Patriots haven't relented much at 3 per sources, and they are almost certainly stay there. And they're going to pick a quarterback, i.e. Jayden Daniels or Drake Maye. You are a Patriot.
How funny would it be if it was J.J. McCarthy? Jack, you're a Patriots fan. You wouldn't find it funny. You would love it, right? You'd be all for it.
Oh, of course. JJ's a proven winner. Let's
yeah.
win 7 Super Bowls. Let's do it.
Okay, calm down there a little bit.
That would be the worst draft pick for the Patriots, in my opinion, but that's besides the point.
A little bit of conflicting info out there. I would think this ends up being Drake Maye. Maybe it's we're going to leak one thing, leak this to try to get the best offers possible.
I truly think it's just going to be Drake Maye. I mean, if the Commanders decide to buy the report about Jayden Daniels and obviously came back saying, oh, I'm fine with playing there and, all the stuff going on with that.
He would love to play.
He would be fine.
He would love to play for his college coach. That makes sense. He would love to play with Justin Jefferson. That makes sense. He doesn't have any control. He's going to be
correct. He'll be a Commander, and then number 3, Drake Maye. I feel like that's a pretty good lock. Just Webb's World with a $5 super chat, checking in with us saying, how much faith should Pitt have in Jones if he couldn't start over more? Also was trying to say Quinion and Kool-Aid won't fall out of the first. Damn autocorrect.
Yeah, so now it makes more sense. Thank you. Look, you spent a first-round pick on assuming you mean Broderick Jones. He's got to be your guy. So I would feel confident. I thought he actually played pretty well down the stretch last year.
Yeah, pretty much. Zeth Peterson comes in with a $5 super chat as well, saying, shout out to my boy Jack Sperry for hosting the Best Steelers channel. Will Jack be live on this channel tonight? Yes, he'll be back later on in the show. We're kind of be rotating in and out here. Me and Tom will be throughout here. Obviously have Sperry, and then we'll have Matthew Peterson check in here on the back half of the draft as well. So lots of stuff to talk about and lots of different opinions as well, which I think is a very helpful place.
And he'll also be live on Steelers with some simulcast mixed in there as well, folks.
Now, if you are ready for the draft to start, well, then do us a favor. Hit that like button. Guess what, Tom? We are 60 likes away from a little Bean Boozled action. So,
gonna happen.
Can we get it right now? I mean, we're almost 5,000 people watching concurrently. So, I think there's 60 people that are watching right now that haven't liked the video. And I'm pretty sure they can go down there and hit that like button pretty quick, if you ask me.
Yeah. So, like that video if you guys haven't already. The goal is every 500 likes, we will do a Bean Boozled, which is the nasty jelly beans. You could get peach, or you could get barf. Sperry got barf earlier.
Barf,
I think I got dead fish. I don't know. It didn't taste like any of the good flavors, so I'm going to go if it was dead fish. And we are now past that like number for you to do one here, which we'll do in a minute.
I was about to say, let's do that in just a second here.
You got 30 seconds. You want to do it right now?
All right.
Okay, so pull it up, close your eyes, and do it. Yeah. Yeah, do it real quick here.
I got brown.
Uh-oh. Brown is nasty. Brown is either cappuccino or liver and onions. I don't like cappuccino flavored, so I'm glad I did not get that one.
Liver and onions.
Liver and onions? I guess it's not that bad.
It's not terrible,
outcome.
actually.
Okay, that's fine. I suppose that's fine from that perspective, so that's fine. Next one will be me, by the way, so 2,000 likes.
Kind of tastes like beef, if you ask me.
That's onions.
We want to welcome in everybody watching on our Kansas City Chiefs channel and our Dallas Cowboys channel. Jace Andrews alongside Tom Downey here with you for live 2024 NFL Draft coverage. We've got you covered for every single pick all night long, and of course, all throughout the weekend from rounds 1 through round 7. We've got analysis on every single pick. Obviously, we are live right now on the Chat Sports main channel, but wanted to make sure we included all of our other channels as well. So Tom, host of the Cowboys, I'm with the Chiefs. Now we're both live here on main channel and talking about the 2024 draft. And hey, I think it's one of the best days of the year for the NFL right now, right?
Yes, it is. So simulcast for now here until pick 17, 18, somewhere in that range for the Cowboys, depending on timing, and till about pick 28, 29, somewhere in that range for Jace over on our Chiefs channel. So we'll have some fun for the entirety of tonight's NFL draft with about a half hour to go.
That's pretty good. Why don't we get this draft started? If you are in the chat, shout out your city. Where are you watching today's live stream from? Because we've got sports fans all across the globe. What's the coolest place you're watching from? How about that? We got El Paso, Texas in the chat, Duncan, Oklahoma, Galesburg, Illinois, Newport, Virginia, Tim Weaver from Indy, Jasper, Alabama, and Trini Blood from Toronto. And then we got one saying Würzburg, Germany. What are you seeing over there, Tom?
I'm seeing St. Louis, San Antonio, New Jersey, Cincinnati, Connecticut, Charlotte, North Carolina, Oxford, North Carolina, Seattle, El Paso, Japan, Bartlesville, Monroe, Michigan, Raceland, Kentucky, Japan, Niagara Falls, H-Town, St. Louis, Rutherford, New Jersey, Germany's in there, Roseville, Carlsbad, another Austria, nice, Mongolia in there, UK going international today. Love to see it. Pinkton, Overpeck, Louisiana, Austria. My guy CJ DeYoung super chatting on Cowboys, saying he's over in El Paso watching on the Cowboys Report. Thanks, CJ. I appreciate that. Just a $2 one, but thank you. Naples, Reston, Norwich, Yukon, McAllen, Texas, Fayetteville, Tennessee, Indianapolis as well.
Over on the Chiefs channel, we got people from Minneapolis, Tonganoxie, my guy Paul Amos, Ottawa, Kansas from Airman Cole, Glow King from Chihuahua, South Carolina, Larry Shelton living in Houston, Texas, but born in Kansas City. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us right here on our live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. We will have every single pick and analysis for every single player. Let's talk the draft order for tonight, bringing up everything. Obviously, 1, 2, and 3, Bears, Commanders, Patriots. You have to expect a quarterback for each one of those 3. Past that, though, that's where the fun begins. We got the Cardinals, who we expect to be Marvin Harrison Jr., and then 5, 6, 7, and 8. Chargers, Giants, Titans, Falcons. 3 of these guys have been mentioned in trade talks. Chargers could trade back. Giants could trade up. Falcons could trade back. Titans seem to be pretty locked in at 7, but you never really know. And then 9 and 10 with the Bears and Jets. Bears have really talked a lot about Rome Odunze, but they're obviously listening to any offers that are out there. So the top 10, very interesting, I think, past about 4-ish.
Yeah.
That's where things start to get a little more interesting. Jeremy Fowler comes on saying, after asking around, pretty clear much of the top 10 is at least moderately open for business on a potential trade back. Here is 3 through 10 and what they are willing to do right now. Patriots are open to trading. Cardinals are open to trading. The Chargers, 7 to 11. They have a specific range that they're willing to go back to.
Well, no, he meant that they were open like 7-11 is open. How do you guys not get that immediately? There's like 100 of them around the office.
I don't know, man. Oh, well. All right, well, pick my youngest. I don't know. Titans, willing to listen, soft open. Falcons, Bears, and Jets are all open. So I'm assuming then the Chargers are extra open. Is that what that means?
Exactly. They're the one that actually
Already
wants
open,
to trade
correct.
down. Everyone else be like, well, make us an offer.
Yeah.
It's a little bit whatever.
All right, there you go. If you're watching right now, you want to get on the show, we got a bunch of different ways you can do that. Hit the like button first of all. I just did a Bean Boozled. Got liver and onions. It's not great. I can still taste it. I would like to get that out of my mouth. Number 10, talk about your team. We're going to be talking about a bunch of different teams. If you want to get on the show, we want you to talk about yours. Guess what? A $10 super chat, we can get that. $20, you're going to get on your super raffle. We've got raffles for every single team there. So if you're the winner, you're going to get a pretty good prize pack for stuff from your team, along with some chat sports items, and then some tortilla slaps for $50. Still haven't had one of those while I've been on, and I really want to see at least somebody get slapped, even if that is me. Plus, Our MVP tonight going to get a jersey of whichever team if you're choosing for their draft pick tonight. That is the highest Super or Venmo for today. So getting on the show, pretty easy there, getting on with those Super Chats. And 24 minutes to go. It's a good time.
Closer to the likes on the chat sports stream. We're a little under 400 away from me to do another Bean Boozled, which will be fun.
Yeah, maybe you can get some liver and onions there. Lord Buddy Bear with a $2 Super Chat saying, does Parsons get moved tonight, Tom?
No.
There you go. Kurgan with a $5 Super Chat saying, or actually, he got a little sticker there. Sheba Dog clapping his hands. Kurgan, we will clap our hands for you. We appreciate you. Hey, Kurgan's the MVP.
He has a sizable lead for it. Sizable lead.
Pretty good.
Yep.
CJ DeYoung also coming in here, coming in from Cowboys, I believe. Here in the Cowboys report, El Paso.
Thank you, CJ.
We don't wife these 304s, $5 Super Chat saying, would you rather listen to draft coverage by Stephen A. and Skip or Broussard and Bart Scott?
Yeah, it's a trick question. You'd rather listen to Chat Sports.
That was my answer, too.
Good job, Producer Jack.
The
answer is Broussard and Scott, because Scott at least knows ball a little bit.
Chris B., $2 saying, I'd say more than 60% Cowboys trade back. Tom?
Depends on how the board falls. You know, if a Barton or Faltano's there, I think they stay. Otherwise, I think there's a really good chance they trade back and get more assets, which they need.
I'll let you read this next one, Tom, because I obviously didn't get the joke.
Tom, there's still child labor laws in this country, 7-Eleven. He's calling you a child.
I am.
Is
I am.
what he's doing.
This is what I am. And then back on the chat support, Kurgan saying Houston Texans, $20. I believe he wants us to talk about the Houston Texans who acquired Stephon Diggs.
Sure, we can do that. He's also into the raffle, another entry for him. He's got a couple of those.
I think he may win the
time.
MVP in the raffle.
We won't really get to talk about Houston, I don't think, today.
At least not today, yeah.
There's no first-round pick for them.
Their first-round pick was Stephon Diggs, basically.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they did all those weird, wacky moves to go get Diggs in the end. I think they'll probably, like, a linebacker makes sense to me. I think if they think one of those guys can be, like, similar to their version of Fred Warner, I think that would be appealing to them. Corner still stands out depending on how the board falls. It's tough to know, like, what's the team in the 40s going to do? I don't know. Let's see how it all plays out in the end.
Well, the good thing for the Houston Texans is last year in this spot it was, oh, you have to get a quarterback. Oh, you have to get this. Oh, if you get this. Now it's, I mean, you got a lot of good places. Maybe linebacker when you get to your pick in the 40s. But 1 year split, that's a pretty good way to do that for the Houston Texans. So pretty good for them. Let's take a look at some quarterbacks not named Caleb Williams and maybe who will have the best career in the NFL in the next coming years. Is it Jayden Daniels, type JD for him? You think Drake Maye will have the best career? Type DM. If you are delusional and think JJ McCarthy will have the best career, then type JJ. So get in there and let me know what you think there. I'm going probably JD or DM in my mind.
I think a good thing to mention is that where these guys go plays a big factor.
It's a big portion.
And fair or not, they are often made or broken by their situations, their supporting structure, both by the team and everything else from their support system personally as well. You know, if you go to a bad football team, it's tough to have success if you have no playmakers out there. That's why the Bears are such a great landing spot this year.
But then you get Caleb Williams and you have the number 9 pick there to help fill out the spot
and
as
you already
well.
have DJ Moore and you go get Keenan Allen.
Yeah. Your defense was already good, pretty good last year.
Yeah, good spot to be.
You're in a solid spot. I think for JJ McCarthy, he may have the best short-term success, but maybe not the best long-term success. Let's see what we got in the chat. Kingston here on the chat sports page saying Jane Daniels. Bethan Dix calling me out saying JJ. Dennis Royal saying Drake Maye. We got Kingston, Jane Daniels. Katrina Jones, Jane Daniels. Bethany Dix with JJ once again. Everything Hudson saying JJ or Jane Daniels. King saying Rattler. Highly doubt that'll happen.
if you say so. I'm not sold on Rattler. So
over on the Chiefs channel, Paul Amos saying JD for Jane Daniels. Drake Maye from Lisa Cheney and Jonathan Light saying Jane Daniels as well. Let's take a look at the big board here with the top QBs available and what exactly we see from all of them. So Spencer Rattler, you see him at number 7, but before that, number 1 through 3, pretty obvious. Williams, Maye, Daniels, McCarthy, pretty securely in that number 4 slot at this point, I would have to say. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Kind of an interesting quadruplet there with Penix, Nix, Rattler, and Pratt.
Bigger fall-offs here. Williams is number 1, first-round grade for me. Drake Maye is number 6 overall, first-round grade. He's number 2 quarterback, obviously. Daniels, late later, but still first-round grade. He's my number 3 quarterback. J.J. McCarthy has a second-round grade for me, just outside my top 32. There's just more projection involved there for me from that standpoint. Michael Penix has an early third, and he's in my top 65, but we can't dismiss the medical, and he also doesn't attack the middle of the field. That scares me. Bo Nix played in a fake offense that didn't ask him to do anything but get the ball quickly, and that scares me, but he was 10 times better than he was at Auburn, so good job there. Third round grade, more of a later round grade there. Rattler has a 5th, and so does Michael Pratt. Obviously, Rattler's ahead of him from that perspective. I think Spencer Rattler is a trap where you will see the occasional, like, ooh, that's a really good play right there. Maybe we can still get the most out of him, but we're also like 4 years in. So at a certain point, like, being the flash guy when that's all you've been over your career kind of scares me a little bit. Right system, I think you could have some success, but I think you're banking on a lot more development, and developmental older prospects aren't as intriguing to me because to a certain extent, that's kind of who they end up being. Today's show is made possible by Mando. Spring into the season with a deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances, Mando stops odor at the source, stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Created by a doctor, Mando whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but also gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to use it on maybe your family jewels or whatever. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, such as the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping as well. We also have a discount code for you guys, $5 off the starter pack with our code CHAT. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack with code CHAT. Go to shopmando.com, that's shopmando.com, and use that promo code CHAT for $5 off. That's over 40% off your starter pack, by the way. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Appreciate Mando sponsoring us here at both NFL Daily, the Cowboys Report, and Chiefs Report, since we are simulcasting at this moment on those 3 channels, and more simulcasts to come in the not-too-distant future there, Jace.
No, lots of things going on. Really do appreciate Mando being a sponsor for all of our draft coverage this weekend. Pretty nice deal for them. By the way, we are doing a little bit of a little social deal where if you go comment on Mando's latest Instagram post, believe it was we settled on, you can go on there. We're going to give shout-outs to whoever goes and spams Chat Sports on their newest post. Or excuse me.
No, you're
spamming
right.
Draft. There we go. On their latest post. We're going to put that link in the chat right now. I've got the Instagram post up so I can see the comments as they come in. Go comment Draft. We're going to put that link in the chat right now. So click on that. Go comment chat. And I'll give some shout-outs. Excuse me, Draft. Good gosh. My bad there. Draft. And we will see you there. Give you some shout-outs on that one. So we'll kind of let those full in right now.
Yeah, give you guys some time. We will revisit this. We promise you. It's just when you're going to a different app, you need a little bit extra time to
take some time to scroll off there. Go
from
ahead
that
and
perspective. Closer and closer to the actual draft. Looking forward to get it starting. Even though it doesn't really start for like at least 15 minutes because the Bears are going to take their entire time.
Oh, yeah.
Which I know why the NFL does it. We have known for months it's going to be Caleb Williams. I think it'd be really cool if like Goodell walks out and goes, the Bears are on the clock, walks off stage, walks back on and goes, the pick is in, it's Caleb Williams. We all knew that. I think it'd be really cool. Like, wow, okay, we're moving along tonight.
It would be nice. And I'll tell you from experience, I actually went to the NFL draft last year in Kansas City. Beautiful experience, by the way, first of all. Second of all, the time in between feels so much longer when you're there. Because you hear the pick, and then you just see that clock go, and you're like, oh, boy. And, of course, in those top 10, all the time is going to tick off until that pick comes in. Use it all. It's crazy. Like the video, we're trying to get 50% of our audience today get on the likes. Right now, we got about 1,700 likes. We got 5,000 people watching. It means we need about 2,600 likes on this little stream we got going on. It helps us out and helps grow this stream bigger and bigger. Obviously, with the draft, we want this party pumping by the time round 1 gets fully underway. So hit that like button. We're at 1,755 and counting. I want to see that at 2,000 before the draft starts.
2,000, it's a bean boozled for me because every 500 likes, it's one of those nasty jelly beans. Or maybe it tastes well. Maybe you get lucky and it's tutti frutti. or you don't, and it's stinky socks,
or liver and onions,
or it's pomegranate, or it's old bandage, which
Old
not many
Bandage.
trash cans in here to avoid puking there.
My big
Harrison's
question-
come close a few times. He's come close.
How in the world do they get these flavors? Like,
I don't know. They're sick people. They're sick individuals. That's how it happens. And we're also sick for doing it as well. So 150 likes away. I feel good about getting there before the draft actually starts in under 15 minutes. But the sooner the better, because it also allows us to continue to grow and get more audience here at Chat Sports.
Diana Rossini having a report here saying the Chicago Bears are very open for business. 7-Eleven. At number 9, telling teams they are ready to move for the right price. Per a source.
Of course they are. Like, everyone's available at the right price, you know? That's how things tend to operate. Like, it's just, sure. Of course they are. Like, let's see how the board falls. Like, it would be weird if they were like, no, we're not listening to any calls at 9. And if there's a guy they want, they think, if not, then they'll look to trade down. Like, it's not, I don't know. I just find the whole thing very disappointing. Or like it's like, of course that's how it is. Outside the top 2 teams, everyone's open. Everyone's open. They want to hear what's going on. They want to see what could happen.
You would be silly not to listen to offers.
Exactly. You'd be dumb to. So,
all right, let's go check in on our Mando little thing. See if we got any comments on that latest Instagram post. Don't see any just yet. I don't know if you maybe have it in place. I know.
Sad. Get in there. Go spam draft over there. Guaranteed shout out.
Yeah.
Guaranteed shout out.
I don't see any on this latest post, but we'll put that link back in the chat. Once again, it's the easiest way to get a shout out here. Easiest way. You can go check it out there and comment draft, and we will make sure. And hey, no comments yet, but you could be the first one to be the comment on there. First of all, pretty cool. Second of all, first one to get a shout out in result of it. I don't know about you. That sounds like a pretty dang good deal for just going on there and commenting draft. 5 letters, not that hard. Yeah, I saw that on the monitor above my head. The Eagles and star wide receiver A.J. Brown have agreed to terms on a new 3-year extension for $96 million, the highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now under contract through 2029, and his total guarantee of $84 million is also the highest. The deal, his third at 27, was done by his agents in CAA. Obviously, this comes on the tails of the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal just a day ago.
Eagles just paid Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown massive figures for 2 receivers. Justin Jefferson, very excited. Like, great, I'm going to beat that number. CeeDee Lamb, good thing Jerry Jones said he wasn't ready to make a move yet, because the price just keeps on going up. The leaves are falling, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry's going to be keep putting in tough spots.
Great job, Jones boys. Great job.
I should have kept doing that. All right, well, speaking of this now, A.J. Brown officially with the Eagles until 2029. He is a top blank wide receiver. What do we think in the NFL? What number do you think he is in here?
Top 8? So there's a lot of good ones in that range.
I was going to say 7.
I think
7.
somewhere in that range, and you can argue even above that.
Correct, you could. I mean, there's times where he's probably one of the top 5. The problem is I think there's somewhat of some inconsistencies throughout the past 2 years or so. Just a tad in like a game here, a game there, where it wasn't maybe the best as all that. But what are you thinking? Put that number in the chat. A.J. Brown is a top blank wide receiver. Give some shout-outs to any of your thoughts down in the comments here. By the way, we are closing in on 50 likes away from 2,000 likes. It means, Tom, better get the Bean Boozled ready, because you're going to be having some fun
looking
here.
forward to it.
That's one way to say it. Well, by the way, get in there, see if we have any. Do we have any?
Well, you meant the comment ones.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I see
Mine's not
5
loading.
from Evan
There you
W.
go.
Tiny Man says 5. Dalton's 100.
Tim's got 5.
10 says Lando. Bethany
50.
says 5. D-Nice says 10. Beth says there's an issue with the latest post on Mando, so check that, by the way.
There you go.
5, 5, 6, 10, 10, 8, 15, 4, 15, 1, 6, 10. Nothing above 5 or below 5. So 5. 4, 8, 5, 6, 6, 7, 5, 10, 10, 5, 7, 1, 6, 7, 5, 7, 3, 6, 5 to 12, 7, 4, 7, 7, 1, 10, 7, 7, 5, 5 to 10, 10, 6, 4. So pretty consistent, like somewhere in that top 10. Not that many in the top 5, but that's also how the market tends to go. Like I think most of us would put A.J. Brown over Amon-Ra St. Brown as well.
So.
And when Chase gets paid and maybe Brandon Ayuk gets paid in that same range and CeeDee Lamb and Jefferson, all of a sudden that top 5 deal, because you did it first, that top deal ends up being like maybe top 5.
Well, I think that's exactly why Justin Jefferson kind of waited a little bit because he wants to be the top one for a long time. So hit that subscribe button as well. We got to 372,000, but now we're on the route to 373,000. Already 200 subscribers on the way there and counting. So if you're new here, we're putting out NFL content all throughout draft season. Throughout the next 3 days, we'll be live, every single one, analyzing every single pick. Is that the right word? Analyzing. There you go. That's I was about to say that didn't
Got
sound
some
right.
great pronunciations today, I've noticed. It's kind of interesting.
There you go. We're going to be live for every single pick and have analysis on every single one of them. So hit that subscribe button. Plus, we got coverage of the NFL and a lot throughout the entirety of the year, so you're not going to miss out on anything. Jaquil Powell coming in with a $2 super chat in chat sports saying, "What happened to the beer bongs?"
We got them available for Cowboys later tonight. I have been told I can't get as fun. I can't have as much fun. That's what I was told.
There you go. Justin coming in here saying $5 on Cowboys. Ready for Jerry Jones to draft Michael Penix at 24. Really never know what this.
I'd be kind of blown away because they didn't that we know of meet with him, and that would be kind of like they didn't even meet with the quarterback they took. I'd be very surprised by that.
Dwayne Jackson saying, "Tom, what are your thoughts on UCF wide receiver Javon Baker? Maybe the Cowboys can snag him in the 3rd."
I got him in the 3rd. He's in my top 90, so I think there's a good chance he ends up being available.
Foxtrot Gaming, what's up, Tom? At the draft this week, going to Kentucky Derby next week. Let's go Cowboys!
Nice, that'll be a blast.
Jeffrey Brisson, how do you feel about the Cowboys drafting Brian Thomas in the 1st round if JPJ isn't there?
Not even sure JPJ is their target. Might be Jackson Powell or might be Graham Barton. If Brian Thomas is there, I think that would be an option for them. Also, Joe Milton's a tight end. He's not a quarterback. He's not. I'm sorry. He's Tyree Jackson 2.0.
Michael Sutton, are JPJ stats a little deceiving since Oregon offense was a lot of quick passes?
From a pass protection stat, yes. They did protect him a little bit, but he allowed like 1 hurry. So that's still really good.
$10 from Brandon. Dallas needs to trade back to 34 with a Coupler trade. Trade 24 to Buffalo, then from 28. Then trade 24 to 34, rack up 3, 4, 5, and 6 picks. So lots of trades.
And then he says, and I'm fine with that plan, but then he says draft Jonathan Brooks at 34. You lost me right there. I don't want Brooks at 34. I think he's going to be there at 56. If he's not, there's going to be a good back.
Yeah, there you go. Tom, when the Cowboys are on the clock in the 1st, barring if they don't trade, what pick in the 1st round would be a head scratch for the Cowboys?
Quarterback would surprise me. Brooks would. We're 24 floors up. They're going to have to hold me back if they take Brooks at 24.
And then Jahad Busi saying, "God help us this weekend."
The vibes are bad, folks. The vibes are bad.
C.J. DeYoung III, what are they singing at the draft?
I don't know. We don't hear national anthem and stuff.
National
anthem. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
You can't have fun tonight, Tom. Sorry.
We'll have some fun when we go solo Cowboys later tonight. It's the simulcast right now on the Chat Sports Chiefs and Cowboys channel. I also have a Bean Boozle to do.
You do.
So.
Why don't we do that real quick? I'll read Kevin Cogson's super chat real quick. This is for Petty. Go Browns. Wolf.
Petey.
I'm assuming Petey, yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Oh, you're kidding
It's the
me.
blue.
You got toothpaste at work.
Toothpaste or berry blue. Let's go.
Come on. You're joking.
It's berry blue. Let's go.
Not only did you get the best one, you got the good flavor on the best one.
That's really good, too.
I can't wait for my barf the next time up. That's going to be great. But I'll take it. We are
delicious.
Already on the road to that. 2,000 likes and counting. 7,000 people now watching. So make sure you're hitting that like button because I don't know about you, Tom. I'm ready for this draft to start because it's been about a month or so now of just mock drafts, draft news, draft rumors. And now, forget news and rumors. We just get to see what happens.
If we get to 3,000 likes before the draft starts, it's 5 minutes. Once Goodell comes out and says the Bears are on the clock, which might be a little bit longer, by the way, given the way the NFL operates, and his back surgery, because he threw out his back like three years ago and finally got it fixed, I will beer bong this Red Bull. Or I guess I'll bong this Red Bull. So 900 likes to go between 7,000 people. I think that's pretty reasonable.
I think it is.
I can get all jacked up on Red Bull instead of Mountain Dew. up to you guys to get us there.
Dark Matter Wolf, $2 on the Cowboys saying Dak for Pat's third pick. QB for Cowboys. That's what's on chat sports.
I don't think Dak would want to go to the Patriots.
I don't think
he has the no trade clause.
I don't think the Patriots would want Dak.
I think they want their new young quarterback.
Correct. Let's talk about the best available over here. Number 1, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Caleb Williams here on Downey's board. Joe Alt, number 4, talked about him. Romo Dunze, Drake Maye, Brock Bowers, and Olu Fashanu. Those are the top 8. Any places there. And then we got number 9 through 16 on Tom's board. Talisi, Dallas Turner, Quinion Mitchell, Troy Fatanu, Graham Barton, Amarius Mims, Johnny Newton, and Byron Murphy. Very
I will
offensive
risk
heavy.
it all for Amarius Mims. He's not raw. He's just inexperienced. And if the NFL wants to let Johnny Newton fall out of the first round, just like they let Brian Branch, that's fine. They can be wrong, and I can be correct again.
Tom being correct. Name a better deal.
Brian Branch was a top 10 prospect last year, and those idiots let him fall out of the first round. Congrats, Detroit.
30 racks with a super chat here on Chat Sports saying, Tom, you and Chase ate the goats. Can Chef Howie
Are the
find a
goats.
way? Are the goats, I'm assuming. I'm not the greatest at fixing autocorrect in my head here. Bradbury in the draft, and can you find a good old lineman on day 2?
I don't think they're going to be able to find a ticket for Bradbury. I think they're going to be stuck with him, unless they trade assets, which kind of defeats the whole purpose there. I think you can find a good offensive lineman, especially for what the Eagles need. I don't think they need a starter. They spent a day 2 pick last year on Tyler Steen. They have pieces there. I think you could find a developmental offensive lineman to groom behind, maybe a Lane Johnson on the right side to give you some more depth on the interior. Plenty of rumors that Howie's been hunting some cornerback help, and you can get a good receiver as well to be the cheap young wide receiver 3 behind your 2 high-paid players. Yeah. Could be a lot of fun there in Philadelphia. Weird how some members of the media tell me the Eagles are going to die in a year, and I'm like, no, they're not. They're going to keep doing stuff, and there you go.
Howie's a pretty good genius in that facet. All right, help us be the number 1 stream on all of YouTube right now.
Yes.
Hit that like button. We've got over 8,500 people watching. Get only 2,300 likes. What's going on here? If you're enjoying the show, if you're ready for the draft to start, then hit that like button. The more likes, the more people who come and join us, plus the more fun we're going to get to have. Plus, if you share the video, that also helps us out, sending invites all over the internet to say, hey, come join us tonight. It's going to be one like any other here on Chat Sports, as we're expecting one of the best draft nights in a long time, I think. Caleb Williams, Drake Maye. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. Plus, you can subscribe because we're going to have draft coverage throughout this entire process, days 1 through day 3. Pick 1 through pick 252. We got it all covered. And hey, make sure you're commenting all night long because we're going to be talking everything going on.
Inside of 500 likes away with 2 minutes to go.
That's pretty good.
That's possible. Like that video, 3,000 likes. You owe a Bean Boozled, by the way. And 3,000 likes for the draft starts. I will bong this Red Bull. Pick your Bean Boozled, Jace. Kurgan Cold's got a $6 super chat. You know that means the 9's coming up next here. Ohanko, I assume you're going to stream the draft. We are the draft, Ohanko. We will have a lot of these picks in before the NFL announces them. What colors do you have?
Orange.
Oh, no. It's either peach and barf or strawberry smoothie and dead fish. Take that. Which one is it?
Strawberry.
Strawberry smoothie, or strawberry banana smoothie. So a lucky break there for you, Jace. We are a minute and a half away from the NFL draft beginning. If you are ready, spam go in the comment section. Let's see if we can't break that chat record, which was 1,037 last year. What was the math on that? Either way, spam your goes in the comments section. 1,359 with about 10,000 people watching live right now.
We can beat that. Hudson Channing go. We got Dalton going go. We got Anwinette, Bushati, Little Bird, Pierce, Bethany, Peggy, Shamelin, Aaron, David, Phillip, Touchdown Goat, Mike King, Cody, Lockdown Gaming, Hayden, Schulman, Jared, Vaping, Casey, USS, Cody Barnes, Delta, Chris, Cyrena, Von David, Caddy, Star Gamer, Orange, Cameron, Peggy, Vaughn, Easy. Keep it going. Keep them going. I need more goes. I need to go.
I'll give some shout-outs here. We're 200 likes away from the Red Bull. Bong. You guys got to like the video. All right, Mike Dibble, Judy St. Martin, Atomic Gaming, Shell Mellon, Omar, Football, Hidden, Devin, Delta, Splashy, Aaron, Hidden, Shamelin, Mark, Hudson, Line, Tyler, Spades, Katie, Jake, Mike, Elite Elephant, Braden, Delta, Tyler, Jessica, Mike, Huncho, Josiah, Dizzy Trooper, Josh, Quinton, Tucker, D-Train, Judy, Leroy, Delta, David, Lando, B something, Delta, I'm back, Orange, Braden, Andrew, Football, Mike, and more. NFL Draft set to get going here right now.
Welcome into the 2024 NFL Draft. Alongside Tom Downey, I am Jace Andrews, and man, oh man, it's a special night for 32 young kids who finally get to make their dreams come true. And we're going to be live for every single pick of every single round, starting off right here on day one. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Tom, what a day for the NFL.
Looking forward to it. I did promise that if we get to 3,000 likes before the draft gets going, I will do a bong of this Red Bull here. Goodell's about to walk up, and we're 40 likes away.
We can do it.
So we're going all the way down to the buzzer here.
Don't see Goodell yet, though.
From that perspective, I am excited to see how that all plays out there. We're 30 likes away. We're right on that number there, Jace.
Hey, right there. Hit that like button. There's 3,000. Shout out
Give me
your
that bong.
favorite NFL team and get that bong ready.
And let me do a Bean Boozled as well.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if you get lucky this time. Get your favorite team in the comment section. We got Commanders in there. What color did you get?
So it's green, so it's Juicy Pear or Booger. I've had both of them. They're both actually not very good. So cheers.
Bills, Falcons coming in here. What do you got over there, Tom? You got Green Bay Packers. Is it good or bad? Bengals, Steelers from Pickens Prods.
It's Booger.
It's Booger. That's gross.
Booger.
Bears, baby. We got Seahawks, Lions, Bills, the G-Men. We got Vikes, Commanders, Lions, New England, the Rams, Raider Nation hanging out. We got Cowboys, 49ers, Lions, Broncos, Packers, Rams, 49ers. All the teams being represented. Patriots, Cowboys, Bengals, Bills, Seahawks, Panthers, Chiefs, Titans, Raiders, Lions, Cowboys, Packers, Seahawks, Falcons, New England and Arizona, Packers, Ravens, Pats, Lions, Vikings, Cowboys, Titans.
I know we were
short.
We were
short on the driver.
Comment. Someone could grab that beer bong for me though. It's on top of my backpack.
Is it bad that I can smell that Bean Boozled from over here?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
I can smell that.
I'll tell you that much there.
Oh, man.
As Goodell did not come out, so we had plenty of time to get there, I guess.
Oh yeah.
They're doing their ridiculous. We're also less than 100 away from you doing one now.
I was about to say we're going quick.
Likes are flying in here.
They're going quick.
Likes are flying in.
I'll take
do
it,
one
though.
once we get to 500 likes on Cowboys too.
Hey, there you go.
Which were 60
That's
away.
a fair thing to do. That's a fair thing to do.
Brand new beer bong just for the draft.
Hit that subscribe button. Hey, we're almost 373,000. Excuse me. We were at 371 by the other day. 371. So yeah, we're really live. Come on now, hit that subscribe button. We're live for every single pick, every single one, and giving analysis on every single one. Plus, you get to watch Tom Downey do beer bongs of Red Bull. Where can you find that on YouTube? By the way, you ready for that?
There's probably a doctor watching, going, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Oh, well.
Let me get the air bubble out of here.
Be happy now. You can worry about that later. Oh, there's the air bubble. All right, you ready over there?
Everyone
Hit that
spam
subscribe
chug.
button and spam chug because he's got it going down in 3, 2, 1. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Oh, man, that's going right down the pipe. That was quick.
It's a fresh handle, so it had to put some force on it
That was quick.
to get it going.
That was quick.
There we go.
Hey, spam chug in the comments.
I went to
solid.
college.
You did. That's where that came from. We are closing in on 373,000 subscribers. Hit that subscribe button. You're going to find the best draft coverage right here on Chat Sports. And I promise you, every single pick we're going to be live for. Every single player we're going to have analysis on. And we like to have some fun while doing it. And that's why you just saw Tom Downey do a Red Bull beer bong.
It is the sugar-free Red Bull.
If
I'm drinking a Red Bull, I don't need sugar with it. There's more than enough caffeine to get me going for the rest of the night.
Let's look at the upcoming picks here as we're literally a couple moments away from it. And hold on.
$100 super chat.
Mike Dibble.
Let's go, Mike Dibble. Hi,
freaking-
Tom, and hi, Jace. Let's get the draft started right. Hope everyone has a wonderful draft, even though they don't pick tonight. Let's go, Browns. Appreciate that, Mike.
Let's go, Mike Dibble.
Couple slaps. Mike, you can pick who gets slapped.
Yeah.
Myself, Jace. You can put Sam in there if you want, since he's done plenty of slapping.
Did Jack agree to this?
I did not say anything about Jack. If he doesn't want to get Get slapped
Yeah.
in there.
Okay.
Give you some entries for the raffle as well, and I'm not sure what the leaderboard looks like from that perspective. But Mike, thank you. The other guys in first there. We'll let Sam do the math on that one. But Mike, everyone spam Mike for me.
You got 2 slaps.
In the comment section, and let me know who you want to get slapped. You can just comment that, Mike. I'll keep my eye on it.
Charles Bodie, a $2 super chat. Shout out to you, Charles, as well. We appreciate you hanging out with us all night long. Richard saying draft time. $2 super chat. Thank you, Richard. It is draft time, and it is a special night. Clinton Brock with another $2 super chat saying draft number 4 with you guys. No place better. Couldn't agree more, Clinton. Couldn't agree more. Bob Robinson with a $5 super chat saying, how much do you think Caleb Williams is packing under those tighty whities? Tom, you want to answer that
Pass.
one? Pause. All right, upcoming picks here, obviously just about set to get going here in the 2024 National Football League Draft. Bears, Commanders, Patriots, your top 3, all likely to go quarterback, and it'll be Williams and then in order, probably Jayden Daniels and then Drake Maye. Past that, that's where the fun begins. We got the Arizona Cardinals, the Los Angeles Chargers, the New York Giants, Tennessee Titans, and the Atlanta Falcons at picks number 4 through 8. You kind of expect Marvin Harrison Jr. to be at 4, but then 5, 6, 7, 8. Lots of potential trades that could happen in those 5 slots. Lots of stuff to unravel, lots of bells to hear tonight, and lots of booing to do for Roger Goodell, even though he's got a bad back.
I don't care.
I don't care either.
I don't care. We got about a minute until. Oh, they got a special
they
little
have
thing
a
for
freaking
Goodell.
announcement.
Let's just start it now, then. Let's just start booing him.
Yeah.
I find it fun when we boo Roger Goodell. Let's beat
Boo
that
Roger
chat
Goodell.
rate record.
What is it? 400 something?
1,359.
Not that. I gotcha. There you go.
And now, did you do your Bean Boozle for 3,500?
No.
Flood the booze in the comments. Look, oh, is that the orange?
It's pink.
Pink? Look at this. I think that's Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks, maybe.
All right. You give some shout outs. I'll try to eat this.
Touchdown Goat, Caddy, Extreme, Chris, Hot Dog, Hidden, Judy, Braylon, Cowboy Video, Tutti Frutti. Okay, getting some good luck there. Ace, Judy St. Martin, Remy, Touchdown, Robert, S. Robs, Chasing to the Dragon, Cowboy Videos, Aaron, Mike Dibble, spamming his boo. I've not seen who Mike wants to get slapped yet, so if someone sees that, either comment it in the comments or Mike say it again. Caddy, Elijah Tron, Phillip, Cowboy, The Jerk is Mine, Hidden Code, Mr. Stickman, Jayden, Eminem is in there too. I wonder if he's going to make an appearance. Oh, look at that. What are the odds? There he is. Extreme, Chris Chasing, Kyle Bush, JC, and more there, Jace.
That's a lot. That's not Tim Weaver, all hanging out with us. And it's time to really boo because here he comes onto the stage. And there he is. Boo! Let's get the boos going in there. Screw Roger Goodell.
I'm dying at Jack just like loudly booing in our ears because he hates him.
Is that J.J. McCarthy? Why are you
There's Eminem, though. You can hear the boos
The entire
from the rest of the studios
is just
doing all their
booing
boos there.
everybody.
Eminem, though, is in attendance.
Keep spamming those boos.
Keep spamming the boos.
We got
for-
Eamon, Miles, Judy.
Yes!
So,
You guys slap each other.
Okay, that's fair. I can.
Also,
That's
what
fair.
a coward move from Roger Goodell to bring out Eminem so that he wouldn't get booed.
He did that. Well, last year he brought out Mahomes and Kelsey. I was like, bro.
Coward.
He's a coward. He's a coward. Keep the boos. I don't care if Eminem's on the stage. Just boo. We can separate the two here.
John and Summit and Caddy
Quentin,
and Amin and
Soy sauce.
more.
James. Oh, now Eminem's on the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't boo Eminem.
Now, no more boos. You
Stop the boo.
can't say boo.
The candy or the?
Can't say boo. Can't say boo.
Oh, let's go.
Charles, JC, Kevin,
Aaron.
Yontag, Bethany, Maverick, all in there as well. So
Hey, let's talk
appreciate
your big
that,
board
guys.
real quick before we get going here.
Let's do it.
Let's go with here. Number 1, Marvin Harrison Jr. asked the question earlier of who is the number 1 if Caleb Williams isn't there. Well, with you, number 1 is not Caleb Williams. Neither is number 2. It's Malik Neighbors. Then Caleb Williams shows up at number 3. Alt, Aromo Dunze, Drake Maye, Brock Bowers, and Olu Fushana. So 3 quarterbacks in the top 8, but only 2 in, only 1. I don't see you don't have Jayden Daniels. Where's Jayden Daniels for you?
Daniels is down there at 17.
17.
He's,
Wow.
he's a later round 1 grade.
Interesting.
I like him. There's a lot to like. He's an incredibly dynamic dual threat playmaker, but I get scared of guys that don't attack the middle of the field, and I don't think that was the offense. Like we saw the same OC attack the middle of the field with Desmond Ridder. I think that was a thing that they didn't think that he was good at, or they didn't trust him to do very much. By the way, the size scares me. Do you know how much he weighed at LSU when he first showed up? He was
not much.
He was 170. That's what Brian Kelly said today. He
From
was
ASU,
170.
Yeah, he was a twig at ASU.
Now he's bigger now, and that's good. And he still has a first round grade. Like, I don't want to make it sound like I hate him. Like, I think he's going to be a very good NFL quarterback. I think he actually has a pretty high floor because of the mobility. But I wonder if it's, I don't think he's Lamar in the end.
Who is the most underrated player in the 2024 NFL Draft? Let me know some underrated names in the comment section down below. What are y'all thinking down there? Romo Dunze, Bo Nix is a name I'm seeing. Peyton Wilson, Spencer Rattler, Xavier Worthy, another Bo Nix, Peyton Manning, Troy Franklin, Chop Robinson. I like that one. I think he's pretty underrated. Marvin Harrison, Javon Bullard.
Bullard's a good answer. I like that one.
Tackle from BYU, believe that'd be Kingsley Suamataya. That's the one you're looking. Sione Vaki from
Oh, I
Utah.
love him.
That's a good one.
Because he can never leave the field. He can be your safety, running back, and special team star. Love him. He's so much fun.
Cooper DeJean in there as well. Xavier Worthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Quinyon Mitchell as Roger Goodell continues to bring up now Lions players so he doesn't get booed.
He did get booed after he went back up there.
He just has to accept it. Like, it's just going to happen.
Taj Washington. I'll go a different direction. I think Malik Washington from Virginia. He'll probably go tomorrow at some point. I really, really like his game. I didn't do it, but you could talk me into like, you know what? He's better than Malachi Corley.
I'm not high on Malachi Corley.
He is Ty Montgomery. So the Bears are officially on the clock here, and we know, unfortunately, they will take the entirety of their time.
Why? Are they having trouble?
No, because it's just they're going to drag it out.
Do they really want Caleb Williams, or maybe they should rethink it?
They're going to drag it out because that gets the views for the NFL and their networks and everything. So it's fine. I think it'd be really cool if Goodell just like turned back around and was like, Caleb Williams pick. Boom. There you go. I think it'd be really fun.
Actually, be nice. 373,000 subscribers, which means we're on the road to 374,000 subscribers right here. So shout out to everybody who is watching right now. Over 10,000 people hanging out with us. It's a good time to be alive, and it's a good time to be hanging out with here on your best place for 2024 NFL Draft coverage. If it's your first time here, guess what? We got draft coverage for all 3 days, for all 7 rounds, and for all 252 picks. Plus, if you subscribe here, you're going to get some rankings, some grades, and all sorts of content related to the 2024 NFL Draft with none other than Tom Downey, along with myself. We've got a couple other guys that will rotate through here, so hit that subscribe button and join us. You're not going to regret it.
I love seeing that live number just go up and up and up and up and up. I love it.
Boom.
Electric.
It's an awesome thing. I want to see that number just not stop tonight.
Yeah.
Just not stop. All the way to pick 32. I want to see that number moving because it's doing it. Keep going. Hit that subscribe button, and I promise you we're going to have a fun night here. Let's hit some super chats real quick here with Brandon Murray saying big pause on that last super chat. Go Vikings.
Yeah, we're going to skip some of those.
T-Dog, Commanders better get our peeps. I'm not watching. Ale. I don't know who that
Alt?
means. I believe Alt.
I don't think it's going to be Joe Alt. Sorry.
It's not going to be Joel. Richard Holt saying Rams trade for number 9 and draft Rome Odunze. I like that idea.
I wouldn't be shocked, and it'd be fun. It would be Sean McVay gets another fun playmaker, or maybe Brock Bowers. I think if anyone's going to maximize Brock Bowers, wouldn't it be a Sean McVay too?
I think if they could go up there and they get a Rome Odunze, then you're going to have a couple of good, awesome weapons there already with, obviously, one of the better draft picks last year as well. The Touchdown Report saying watching Chat Sports coverage since 2020. Shout out to you. Go 49ers. Appreciate you. Kevin Coughlin. Boo! That was directed to you, Roger Goodell, for the $2 super chat.
And maybe Sam.
Yep. Then we got some super chats on Cowboys as well. Tom, you want to read these for your guys?
Yeah. Are y'all good going all in on Brock Hoffman? We're looking for some competition at center in the first round. And if it's your first round pick, he is your starting center. Even if you don't go center in round 1, I would like to find some help on day 2 or day 3. Ryan Kennedy, Canadian. Tom, who would have to fall to make you pick someone other than offensive line? it would require the offensive line being gone and either a really good receiver or one of my best defensive players left. Like, I'm probably going to have Jayden as my top ranked guy when the Cowboys are on the clock. I'd still be okay trading down to take an offensive line, though, for what they need.
Jordan Francis on Chiefs, $2 saying Chiefs fan from Lake Worth, Florida. Let's go, Chiefs. Jordan, shout out to you. Hey, pick 32 is a long night, but it's because we had a longer season than the old Cowboys over there. So that's a good thing right there. So,
look, man, I'm having enough of a hard time this offseason. Can you just not?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. Hot Rod here back on Chat Sports saying, go Steelers. $2 super chat. Hot Rod, we'll have Sperry on here in just a little bit talking about that.
Yes, we will.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Chicago Bears. The number 1 overall pick is theirs, which means Caleb Williams is probably theirs, but of course they will take the entire time to make that decision. They do have the number 9 overall pick as well, but it's pretty funny. Already on their ESPN stuff, they're already talking about Caleb Williams because it's
because that's the pick.
It's the pick.
We'll wait to do it official from that perspective, but I think that the Bears, unlike what they had the last couple times they had to take that young franchise quarterback in the draft, I think their infrastructure is vastly better this time around. The offensive line could still do with some upgrades like most offensive lines can, but it's not like it's some, leaky dumpster fire back there. Like they've invested in guys like Darnell Wright. They've got some young pieces up front. They added DeAndre Swift, which I thought was a little aggressive, but they had money to burn. They have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and will get another first-round pick later tonight. This is like, if you were to power rank from a roster perspective, I think you can have more of an argument about the coaching staff support structure. Bears and maybe Vikings are your top two. Like, I would like to go there because I'm going to have the most success there. And I think that is really beneficial for Chicago and sets up Caleb Williams for success.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go into an offense already with DJ Moore, along with Keenan Allen, who already gotten on the squad most recently, and a defense last year that was actually pretty good. And I don't think people realize the Bears were actually pretty solid in the back 5 weeks of the season.
They really figured some stuff out.
So I think going into this year, getting 2 top 10 picks potentially, that's a pretty nice place to go, especially for Caleb Williams, who is already set to be one of the top draft picks. I mean, people even this time last year knew Caleb Williams was going to go number 1, and here we are. Yeah. It's already going to happen. Make sure you're hitting that like button because it helps us be the number 1 stream on YouTube. We got over 11,000 people watching, but I got a goal. Let's get up to maybe 15,000 people watching, and we can do it. I want to get this as high as humanly possible. Can also be helped by sharing the video, getting us out there for all to see, and making sure everybody, your friends, your family, your neighbor, your grandma, I don't care, make them come hang out with us because we got a fun time here all night long for all 32 picks and all weekend long for every single pick 1 through 252.
200 likes away from another Bean Boozled. Is it my turn? I think it's my turn. I think it's my turn. Yeah. 200 away.
Make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. We're trying to get up to 374,000 now. Already have gained over 2,000 subscribers today. You could be a part of the next 1,000 that comes in and join us that way because you'll be with us all weekend for every single pick. And you can comment on our live show. Obviously, that's the best way to come in here and talk ball. This is a community, and I want that to be exactly what we have all night, a community of chat sports and sports fans, because the NFL draft, everybody gets something. Everybody gets something. No matter where you are, you're going to have a happy day. Do you believe in Caleb Williams, or will he be maybe not so great? Type Y for yes if you believe in him to be the next guy, or type in for no if you're thinking you do not believe he is the one.
Play
Mike
the
Dibble with
odds.
Y.
The Bears are due to get one right.
Yeah. I mean, how many have they tried?
A lot. The draft is not easy. It's hard to get that stuff right. It truly is. Never underestimate that, truly.
Honestly, got a couple of differing opinions here. A couple of Ys, a couple of Ns. Demon saying
Also,
in.
again, you can play the odds. Top 5 pick a quarterback is 50-50 if you're lucky. I remember how great that Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones class was. It's going to be maybe one guy was good.
The pick is in. Let me call it.
Yeah.
It's going to be Caleb Williams. We all know that. There it is. So, Caleb Williams. We don't have the official report just yet. Do we have it anywhere?
We're good. Once it's on screen, it's good to go.
There you go.
All right, let's break down Caleb Williams. Player comp, let's start there. I'll have a great one. A little bit of Kyler Murray, bigger version. A little bit of Zach Wilson in him in a negative sense, but also Aaron Rodgers. I went with midget Josh Allen and adult Kyler Murray I also have another fun one of it's Sam Howell, except you boosted his stats in Madden and gave him the superstar dev trait. It's like supercharged version from that perspective. Big play merchant is what Caleb Williams was at USC, and he offers, I think, extremely rare out-of-structure ability to manipulate the pocket, do things away from when there's pressure. To be quite honest, I hated the USC offense this year. I did not think it was well organized, well planned, well structured. A lot of times it came down to, Caleb, do something. And that's not a good plan for other teams from that perspective. So the playmaking is fantastic. There were multiple times in the game, it's like, how did you do this? There's one play against Washington. I don't know what it actually is. If it was supposed to be like a modified RPO or even a pro where it's the pass run option, and it didn't work, and they start to do this like fake quarterback counter trap, and he spins away. First, there's a 40-yard bomb to the opposite corner for a touchdown. It's just unbelievable playmaking that you don't see. The accuracy overall was pretty damn good. He's good against the blitz. There's processing stuff there. The downsides of, hey, why won't this work? Because that's a lot of praise just heaped upon a guy you got number 3 overall, right? He is at times too willing to big play hunt. Sometimes he just doesn't take the easy thing. You live with that, though. You live with the, hey, that we missed the 5-yard pass twice. Boom, you know what? We ended up getting the 50-yard bomb 2 plays later. It's fine. He is a fumbler. That is he 33 fumbles last 3 years. Has to work on that. Not very much under center reps. Turnover-worthy plays jumped this year. He's not the biggest guy either, but the playmaking and the what he can become is top 5 quarterback play, and you take that guy at number 1 overall.
Well, here you go. You heard what Tom had to say. Do you believe in Caleb Williams? Y for yes, in for no. What do you think? Tom, I know you mentioned a bunch of different things there, but is there one major concern with him specifically going to Chicago you have at all?
Not so much Chicago. I think it's a pretty good infrastructure. Maybe the biggest thing is if they miss the playoffs, they're going to fire their head coach, and now you're changing out offensive staffs again, potentially. Sure. That'd be maybe my biggest concern.
Got a bunch of ins here, a couple of Ys. Mike Dibble, Mundies, Siphon saying in for no. More no's than I thought I would see, to be honest. Super Key, Connor Salas, Cody Barnes, Siphon, Im saying Y for yes. Gaming Wizard saying Y for yes. Aaron Wheat saying no. Ryu saying yes. We got Steven saying no. Connor saying no. Steven saying no. Lots of no's, to be quite frank. Kind of a lot to break down with that, but I do think he will be one of the top quarterbacks pretty much right away, especially like Tom said. The situation that he's going into is pretty good.
Today's show is made possible by Game Time. You should not have to worry when it comes to buying tickets to your next big sporting event, concert, comedy, theater, whatever. Game Time has you covered. They take the guesswork out of buying tickets to whatever event you are going to. I always tell people to keep an eye out for the zone deals. With zone deals, you pick the section, and Game Time picks the seats for big-time savings, by the way, in the process. The Game Time guarantee means you will always get the best price as well. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time's going to credit you 110% of the difference. That's a fantastic deal as far as I'm concerned. So download the Game Time app over at gametime.co, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Terms do apply, but create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. We appreciate Game Time sponsoring us here at NFL Daily, and also on the Cowboys Report and the Chiefs Report, since we are simulcasting on both of those streams until closer to those teams' respective picks. All right. It is slap time as well.
I'll let you go first.
One for Slam, or for Sam, one for
Which one, you want
Jace.
this one up?
Yeah, so take the headset off so we don't break the headset. Commanders are on the clock. We're awaiting whatever pick that quarterback is. I can see Adam Peters making the call, so stay tuned for that one there. Sam, slap number 1. Let's ride. That was a soft slap. It was almost a double slap because it almost hit producer Jack in the face. when it shattered across the screen. Almost got him right there.
I needed some motivation, so I just.
That was a good one. That was a much better slap.
Hey,
that was good.
I was
That
practicing.
good.
You've seen those slap competitions? Thinking about
Yeah.
trying out for one,
Yeah,
I
there
can't
you
take the slap though. I can do it.
There you go. All right.
All right, you want to talk about today's prizes?
Yeah, raffle, every $20 super chat gets you entered for a draft swag pack of your team. So draft hat, draft a t-shirt in some capacity, depending on what size and stuff is available for you. We'll get you guys something that you like. So that is for the raffle item, $20 to enter that front there. The MVP of today's show, most super chats, gets the rookie jersey of their team's choosing. So stay tuned for that one.
Let's go to some super chats here from T-Dog. With Commanders, please do good this season. Well, your pick is next, and you may get Jayden Daniels or Drake Maye. So there's a good partial right there. Preston Palmer with a $10 super chat. Preston, really do appreciate you hanging out with us all night long. And then Gerald. Hey, how about this one, Tom? Cowboys versus Chiefs, Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice? I have no faith.
Decay with a $1 super chat. Excuse me, I appreciate that as well. Pick is also in for the Washington Commanders. Preston, they're about $5 super chat saying, honestly, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here to impress my work friends. Can you please explain what a draft is?
Draft. Players from college who are eligible entered the NFL draft, and then teams, in mostly reverse order of how they finished last year with some trades and complications there, will then take those players. It is designed to be parity-based. So bad teams pick first, hoping to get the best players coming from the collegiate ranks.
There you go. Kurgan coming in here with a $5 super chat. Kurgan, I believe is he still in the lead?
I believe he is still, yes.
Yeah, he's still in the lead there for the MVP. Kurgan also got a bunch of raffle entries. Then Justin coming in with a super chat saying, Harrison to Pats. No.
Jack just says no in our ear. I would be pretty surprised if that didn't end up happening.
We do have the pick for the Washington Commanders. Believe Roger Goodell is coming up to the stage right now. Get your votes in now. Jayden Daniels or Drake Maye. What do y'all think?
We have the pick. It's just lagging a little bit there on the graphic side. Jayden Daniels is the selection here, very much as expected from the Commanders. They're taking the LSU Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. We will get to why he's only 17 and number 3 overall, 3 quarterback, I should say, on my board momentarily. The positives, right? This is a dual threat in every positive sense of the word. This is a dynamic playmaker with his legs who, on a negative side, does tend to look to run before scrambling or before passing.
He takes some big hits.
We'll get to that one, don't worry. But just a massive big play machine, like just constant explosive plays, which NFL teams crave in the way the NFL currently works. He finally had the same offense and coordinator for back-to-back years. His production exploded as a result. Despite that production, he doesn't turn the ball over very much. He's very safe because, again, he looks to run before he throws. The supporting cast help, but he was electric as a downfield passer. There were no real screens in his offense. He burned the blitz when it came. In terms of a floor, because of that mobility, I think it's actually pretty darn high. He offers the ability to make those plays with his legs. The downsides here are, my brother in Christ, please learn to protect yourself. He thinks he's Josh Allen sometimes. When he arrived at LSU, per Brian Kelly, at 170 pounds. I don't think he's not going to play at 210. Like, I think he's kind of more on the like, hey, this guy's like, hey, maybe he plays at 200. He has a very thin frame, and his play style scares me. I don't know if he has the body armor to hold up. He has to learn to slide, or I'm concerned of an RG3 scenario here. Sometimes the accuracy can wane a little bit, and my biggest concern as a passer, the deep ball is awesome, but he lacks the passing creativity that Lamar Jackson has because he looks to scramble first more than anything. And he will not attack the middle of the field. And his old OC at LSU attacked the middle of the field with Desmond Ridder. And not going over the middle and being slender are historical red flags for not working out as a player. He still has a first-round grade for me because he generates so many big plays. He is older. I mean, he was throwing passes to Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State against Justin Herbert's Oregon. I have a fun player comp here for you guys. It's Tyrod Taylor, but the Monstarred version. So they took all the talent from their guys and gave it all to Jayden Daniels because they play similar. He runs and throws deep balls, and it's really good.
A better Tyrod Taylor.
Jayden Daniels is going to be the perfect Madden quarterback, by the way. He's going to be so good.
Yes.
So good. Oh, good.
I just want to say one thing. An Arizona State quarterback just went number 2 overall.
You can claim him. I think he also gets good reviews from his coaches, by the way, which is also a really good sign. So relative to where he went, I'm not as high, but he's got a first-round grade. So the Commanders are fine.
By the way, hit that subscribe button. We got over 10,000 people watching, and we are closing, at least getting closer and closer as the former Heisman Trophy winner gets picked at number 2.
20 likes away from another Bean Boozled for me.
There you go. 374,000 on the horizon. I wanted to see that number continue to tick up all night long. So far, every time we've turned it on, it continues to tick throughout the time we've had it on there. So that's a good thing. So if you're new here, hit the subscribe button. You're not going to regret it. We've got awesome draft coverage for you all weekend long for every single pick in every single round and every single player, including the UDFAs after the fact. So great draft
That's the nerd stuff I love, baby. Day 3 is just me nerding out over guys that no one's heard of. By the way, I'm gonna get more players drafted I didn't do research on because I barely got to 300 this year. It is my daughter's fault. That's what I'm blaming 2.5-year-old Olivia because I got other responsibilities I gotta do these days.
Well, there you go. Who's going to have the best career in the NFL? We've seen one of these 3 get drafted. Is another one the next pick, like Drake Maye or Jayden McCarthy?
I'd be pretty stunned if it wasn't.
Yeah, I would be surprised. Pick is in. Drake Maye.
That's your prediction?
Schultz.
Oh.
Drake Maye.
Okay.
There you
go. Teaser alert.
Good
Spoiler
pick.
alert. There you go.
Spoiler.
All right, well, let's break down. Yeah, we will tip picks.
We're going to get them early here,
we
so
will
we're going to
not,
tell
Yeah,
you.
we will not wait for the announcements from the networks because they end up getting behind, especially on day
This is
2.
why you watch here.
Yeah.
You find it before anybody else.
So
Drake Maye, the number 3 overall pick to the New England Patriots. We'll
graphic will be in there in a second. You guys vote. I'll talk about
keep
Drake
going.
Maye here.
Let's listen to a Tom masterclass.
I love the pick.
I like it too.
I know, Jack. I know that you wanted JJ McCarthy as the Patriots and Michigan fan. I do think Drake Maye is the correct pick here. I do think this is the good decision by New England, who you don't even have to play day 1 if you don't want to. Although I'm putting him out there. I think that some of this narrative of like, he's not good, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, let's start with the positives. Has the frame and size NFL teams covet. 6'4" and change, 223. Checked off both those boxes right there. He does protect the ball pretty well, despite some moments. Drake Maye has some of what my buddies and I call, it's the bozo gene. Josh Allen is riddled with it as well, where it's like, hey, you made a bad play worse by just doing something you didn't really need to do. And he does tend to drift in the pocket and create his own pressure in the process there. His supporting cast was not very good, frankly. Now, they finally got Tez, especially this past year. Tez Walker had some drop issues, by the way. He will attack the deep ball. He had the 2nd most yards this season. He will attack the middle of the field. I think there's some more progression stuff than some of the other quarterbacks end up getting offered. And he does do out-of-structure stuff, too. Remember that left-handed throw, touchdown pass he made? Which, that's like why you live with the bozo gene. Because, that's a dumb play, but it worked out for you, right? He also led UNC in rushing yards in 2022. He's actually a really good athlete. The comp for me is super easy. It's just Justin Herbert with a little bit more chaos kind of mixed into his game. Which is a con and a negative. I actually see some Trevor Lawrence stuff too, where the scouts like him and there are some higher level plays, but there are some mistakes that you just don't like there. The checks and audibles came from the sideline, so there's going to be some development that has to grow from that perspective. Sometimes that release comes in a little bit low for me. Like many QBs, I think post-snap adjustments are an issue. I think there's room to grow against pressure pretty significantly, but much kind of like Caleb Williams, those higher-end plays he's able to make, the downfield passing, the middle of the field stuff, he can make every throw. There are times he just misses accuracy stuff, and I think some technique correctment will fix things there, but he's got all the traits and the ability that you're looking for in a potential top 10 quarterback.
Do you have any concerns based off his, let's say, lack of consistency in college? Because there were some times where he just dropped some absolute eggs.
You saw it with Caleb Williams, too. When you don't have 2 first-round picks at receiver alongside you or an elite running game or an elite defense, sometimes you are forced to, I got to do it all. And you have to kind of reel that back. But there were moments there were 2 games he would have won if the receivers just caught the pass. And then later he threw the pick. So the concerns, yes, but talent is there.
There you go. Drake Maye, the number 3 overall pick to the New England Patriots. And just about going to script right now. Picks 1 through 3, all quarterbacks. Let's do some super chats real quick while we got some time. PEF, Capri. Josh Allen to the Rams for a late pick. I'm calling.
I doubt.
No. Randy with a $10 super chat. Randy, shout out to you. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Lance Dunbar's burner saying, what pick will be the first whoa moment? Either via trade, surprise pick, etc. Because last year, we already had that at this time.
We'll get a trade soonish. I think that'll be our first, okay, let's go. By the way, Cardinals not expected to trade this pick.
No.
So we're riding with the chalk then. I would assume Marvin Harrison Jr., but who knows? He took 2 visits, Cardinals and the Bears. So I would assume, but we'll see.
Christian saying Packers going to draft Ladaddy James.
He got that one. Okay, there you go. Obviously not, but it's funny. Thank you, Christian.
$2. Summit is D1. Go Dolphins. I hope the Dolphins get the Michael Penix Jr. I am 13 years old and a football player.
I don't think they'll go quarterback.
I
do owe a Bean Boozle, by the way, though.
You do.
So you keep reading supers. I'll do this.
Summit, appreciate you. Keep playing well. Red Hawk FN, a $1 super chat. Shout out to you, Red Hawk. What'd you get?
Pomegranate or Old Bandage?
Old Bandage.
I'm also out of Red Bull. I probably need another one in the near future if you can grab one, just in case there's a little bandage in it, because then I'm cooked.
Take that hit, and Vigorous with a $2 super chat coming in here.
We're
Appreciate
good at
you.
Pomegranate. Let's ride.
Bang. Another super chat saying Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Saints. Who dat?
Wouldn't it be nice?
That'd be nice. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
About 32 NFL teams would love to get him.
Yes. Monica Sanchez, my Chiefs gal, saying Chiefs Kingdom.
Woo.
Monica, appreciate you hanging out with us all evening long. The Chiefs pick coming up later on in the night at pick number 32. We're simulcasting right now on both Cowboys and Chiefs. Tom Downey and Jace Andrews with you. Appreciate hanging out with us all draft night long. Picks 1 through 3 in with Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, and Drake Maye in that order. And the Arizona Cardinals right now on the clock at round number 4. Monica, we do appreciate you. We'll be live later on, specifically for Chiefs around pick 28, and you said Cowboys around pick
18, 19. We'll see. Timing is a little bit TBD based on whatever chaos ends up happening.
Well, here's what we have right now.
We'll
Not
be here.
chaos. We got Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, and Drake Maye. What I would call exact order I'd probably put them in rounds picks 1, 2, and 3. Caleb, Daniels, and Maye. And then Ryan Kennedy saying, question for Tom here. Who would have to fall to make you pick someone other than O-line here on Cowboys?
Maybe one of those top receivers would intrigue me the most in the end.
Jeffrey coming in saying, do you think Dak gets traded during the draft with a contract standstill? If so,
No, they won't, because he doesn't want to go somewhere where they're sacrificing their draft capital. So no.
Pick is in for the Cardinals as we get another super chat coming in here from Jose Ruiz saying, hoping Dallas can pull some magic these next few days. Go Tom and Cowboys.
Thank you, Jose. Appreciate that, my friend.
The last dodo, hashtag Cowboys, been watching the Cowboys report since Rico Gathers rookie year.
What a time to be alive.
Baylor legend. Ryan is saying, haven't really paid attention to the offseason. Who are we looking, or what are we looking at for trades?
He clarified for draft.
Draft.
Offensive line has been the very popular target for them. But they might be gone, so who knows?
And then CJ saying, Tom, you ate the last bean. It's snot.
I did not eat a snot bean, but I appreciate it.
That you had the booger one.
Oh, I did. You're right. I did.
Yeah. CJ DeYoung, lots of watchers don't like him. Why?
Meaning Caleb Williams?
Yes.
Contrarians, and also people just don't like quarterbacks sometimes. It's fine.
Some people hate the top. What can you say? Cody Hamilton saying, Tom, who do you think the Cowboys are going to take if they don't trade their pick there?
Barton or Furtado were there. I think that makes sense. Otherwise, if they're gone, maybe the trade down starts to make a lot of sense from that perspective.
All right, number 4, and the selection is Marvin Harrison Jr. He goes number 4, and once again, we continue the script as the Cardinals get a top-tier wide receiver, and you're number 1 on the big board, Tom.
Yeah, because I know ball. I literally wrote down my first note. Don't overthink him. Don't be silly and not think that the 6'3", 209 receiver who moves incredibly silky and smooth and has the bloodlines and the production of everything you would ever want in a number 1 receiver isn't the best player in this year's class. My first note for the good, basically everything. The movement skills are rare for somebody that size. I know he didn't test. He would have tested super well. He gets open. He makes a bunch of plays in some contested catch situation. every route he ran total was about 3.4 yards per play. That's elite production. He does it. You don't find guys who move at this size. The bad is, there's not much. He's honestly, there were some drops this year. Maybe the quality of the throw wasn't the best either there. He was better in contested catches last year than this year. Again, not every contested catch is created equal. That is a red flag. The biggest knock I have on him is there were a couple ankle injuries. He'll be fine. He's a little thin. He could add some weight if he needed to. He is not a rare, after catch player. Not bad, but he's not like Jamar Chase, where the first guy is always going to miss. This, in general, I hate the use of the word generational. It's used too much. It's used. You can't have a generational prospect every single year. That's not how that word works.
Then it's not generational.
This is the best player I've scouted right alongside Quentin Nelson in the years I've been doing this. So, and Nelson's been was a day one Pro Bowl offensive guard there. I think Harrison might be a day one Pro Bowl wide receiver. This is a special prospect at the position. My player comp is there's a little bit of AJ Green to him, like the build wise. I think he might be better than a fringe Hall of Fame wide receiver. It's like that's kind of where we're already at starting off as a draft pick. So this is an easy A for me. This is a no-brainer.
Leading us right into the next talking subject. Grade this pick. Obviously, from here is where the fun begins. Grade this last one here. Marvin Harrison, round 1, pick 4, A, B, C, D, or F. We'll get some shout-outs to whoever gets in there. Who we got in the chat? We got Chuck saying A, Jack saying A or B, Mr. Stickman saying A, Mr. Stickman with a bunch of A's, A++ from Gaming Wizard, Josh McBride, lots of A's, a C from GM, and then Penguin giving an A, Miss MW Lover, 7B, A+ from Logan, James the 49ers fan saying nah, F from a couple of people up there, but majority of A's and B's throughout there, and then a couple of other letters in there, F and D, kind of floating around in there. All right, today's show is made possible by Mando. With summer right around the corner, listen, we could all use some deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Mando stops odor at the source instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances by stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. Created by Dr. Mando's whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to put Mando on all those tough places to keep clean, especially in those crevices. Best of all, Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers, and with free shipping, new customers can get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to cover over 40% of your starter pack using code CHAT at shopmando.com. Once again, you can get that 40% off your starter pack by using code CHAT at shopmando.com. Their products are super amazing. Again, with summer coming around, you want the deodorant that you can use absolutely everywhere. Mando is your place to go. That starter pack is super, super amazing. Shopmando.com. And hey, we got some amazing product for you right here. Pretty
Deodorant
nice.
wipes for me.
You got wipes already?
There
Hey,
you
I like that you can put this wherever because the deodorant sometimes hard to get in crevices. You can just wipe
Yeah.
this wherever. It's nice.
Yeah, simple, easy,
Easy.
and pretty affordable too, which is awesome.
Let's recap these first 4 picks here with Caleb Williams being the obvious number 1 overall pick, Jayden Daniels at 2, Drake Maye at 3, and then MHJ, the second generation of wide receiver there. From Marvin
Draft
Harrison.
begins now.
It does.
Do the Chargers trade down?
Or do they take JC Latham?
Do they take Latham? Do they take my best available player, Malik Neighbors? Do the Vikings end up moving up here? This is where the draft begins.
Adam Schefter, Chargers are keeping number 5. No trade.
Ooh, okay. So no trade. No trade. There we go. So my best available here is Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt, Rome Odunze. I've got JC Latham much lower. That has been a very popular pick as of late. Which, by the way, for the Giants fans out there watching, this means you're going to have a chance to take J.J. McCarthy if that's who you want, that he is available. So, because the Chargers are not going to take J.J. McCarthy. It's not going to happen.
I'm
so
thinking Malik Neighbors here. I think they're not going to go JC.
that's what I would do.
That's what I
You
would
need
do,
a playmaking wide receiver. He's a dynamic playmaker. That's the route I would go.
I would go Malik.
I think you can get it. You can go offensive line if you want to. Selfishly, I would like to see this be J.C. Latham because that's what I had in my mock draft. But at this point, I'm kind of like, I don't care about doing the whole chaos thing there of like, if I get what I get right. You know, I got 4 right in a row. We're off to a strong start here in the end. Okay, Sam, I get it. You have money on things. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, he mentioned about 1,000 times he's over there dancing.
I was about to say he's had about a ton of things.
Giddying from that perspective. So we'll see about what the Chargers end up doing here. I would be disappointed if they took Latham over Joe Alt. Like if you're going offensive line, you should take Alt. If you're going receiver, you take Neighbors. So I am excited to see how this all plays out in the end.
Then, knowing this, do we think J.J. McCarthy is a giant?
I have heard conflicting reports if they want McCarthy. And all of a sudden, like, if it is Alt or if they wanted Neighbors, then okay, what's the plan there? Like Tennessee's like, okay, well, it's not a quarterback. Are we going to get Alt? Or are we going to take a receiver? Like, so this pick with them picking it here, this drastically impacts what happens over the next couple of selections once we get that pick in. Or at least reported enough.
You want to know the pick? I got it.
Stand by. Do not.
It's not Ricky. No, it's Albert Breer.
Pretty sure he's on. Whatever. Give some shout outs here first, Trace.
Let's give some shout outs. What is your team here? Patriots. We got a bunch of things. Yeah, there's the pick. Steelers, MPJ to Seattle, New England picks. Patriots pick F. What's your favorite team? Got Chargers in here. Chargers, you're picking. The Jets, Vikings, Alt, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins, Cowboys, Seahawks, Vikings, Ravens, Dallas.
All right.
Colts.
Announce that pick, Chase.
There you go. It is offensive tackle Joe Alt, not J.C. Latham.
Tennessee's in shambles right now, I think. A little bit.
Tennessee is trading back.
I think this is the correct pick for the Chargers if they're not going to go with the receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have to figure out who's your left tackle, who's your right tackle. Alt has, I think, only played on left side in his time at Notre Dame, but he's my number 4 overall player. You're getting him at number 5. That's as best value you're normally going to find when it comes to a top 5 selection there. He is just 21 years old. He is almost 6'9". He's 321 pounds. The athletic ability, in terms of the testing and the tape too, is just nuts. It's a 5.05 40. It's a 4.51 shuttle, a 7.313 cone. The 9.04 broad is absurd for a dude that weighs 321 pounds. I think there's some Andrew Whitworth in his game. The non-bust version of Robert Gallery. And the athletic comp is Jonathan Ogden. Like, that's the caliber of player here you're going to get. Size, athletic ability. He wasn't even a full-time offensive lineman until college. Wouldn't really tell that from his technique. He was a quarterback and tight end growing up a little bit there. There is a little bit of finesse to his game. I'd like to see him be a little bit more of a power player. But I think the overall talent is absolutely incredible. The leverage might occasionally be a minor issue. Top 5 player to me, number 1 ranked offensive tackle. Chargers love, and Jim Harbaugh loves offensive linemen. It's a better pick than the J.C. Latham rumors would have been.
Yeah, that would have been a reach. I think Alt is the right pick. It's the best player available. They get him. Also, speaking of the Chargers, Adam Schefter with a little bit of report here around Justin Herbert. As in recent weeks, both the Patriots and the Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had interest in trading Justin Herbert. And the answer was, quote, a flat no.
Of course.
So they love Herbert.
As it should have been.
Correct. They're going to take a little bit of a cap hit, and that's fine with them. Herbert is a good quarterback. I think it's a little bit weird because we're starting to see some of those people come in to say that maybe Herbert isn't as good as everybody thinks he is, but he's just had not really a great situation. But now, got a little bit of help on the offensive line, hopefully more protective. It's just about having Quentin Johnson having hands again.
And we'll see what ends up happening with getting another receiver and maybe in day 2 and whatever Michigan players end up adding as well.
It's a deep wide receiver draft. They'll get somebody. So, all right, let's kind of recap. Let's recap these top 5 picks here real quick. We got Caleb Williams at round 1, pick number 1. Jayden Daniels, round 1, number 2. Drake Maye at 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. And then the most recent pick down at the bottom of your screen, number 5, Joe Alt.
All right, Giants. Do you go with Malik Neighbors or do you go with J.J. McCarthy?
Welcome in here. We are now live on our Commanders channel as well. We appreciate you joining us. We are live on our main chat sports channel. Tom Downey, Jace Andrews recapping and going through every single pick here in the 2024 NFL Draft. If you're joining us just from the Commanders stream, we appreciate you joining us. Congratulations on your pick of Jayden Daniels. And we're happy to have you here. We hope you continue watching all throughout the night because I hear Tom has some pretty fun draft notes on some players later on.
I have 300 players, so some of them, and there will be more that don't get drafted, and I will drink as a punishment as a result there. So happy to be simulcasting here on our Commanders channel, our Chiefs channel, and our Cowboys channel as well. You're watching the Chat Sports live stream right now as we await the Giants pick here at number 7 overall. Shout out your team for me in the comments section.
Let's give some shout-outs to whoever shouts out their team. We got Giants from Mike in there. Giants suck, actually, is what he's saying. Bucks saying games are life, saying Bucks. B-Shot saying Patriots from Germany. Lions, Seahawks, Titans, Steelers, Detroit Lions, Bills, Ravens, Colts. We got Packers and a lot of other people going on, Steelers, Jaguars, and all that. So really do appreciate it. Keep shouting out your favorite NFL team. That's going to be obviously a fun thing throughout.
Probably got some Giants fans in here right now.
We
I
do.
guess.
We do.
Probably some
Number 6 pick,
Titans and
probably.
Falcons and more fans.
We're starting to get into that little bit of, all right, this is the draft now, and what do the Titans do? What happens? The Giants, the pick is in. Is it in?
We'll see.
We'll see.
I would assume this is two players here. It's either Malik Neighbors, who gives them the dynamic playmaker that they've been searching for, or this ends up being they go quarterback and they go with J.J. McCarthy. I've heard conflicting things in terms of how much they actually like him. Or are they in love with him or not?
If the Giants select Malik Neighbors, Titans trade back? You have to think so.
Just take Rome Odunze?
Is that? I mean, you could probably get him a little later. Is he really that worth it to you? Pick is in for the Giants. Who is it? Is it Malik Neighbors? Is it? There we go. Malik Neighbors is the pick here at round 1, pick number 6 for the New York Giants. Daniel Jones, you are safe for now. You have a new wide receiver in a top-tier guy from Louisiana State University, the Tigers, Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, this is my number 2 overall player and thus my number 2 overall receiver as well behind Marvin Harrison Jr. If you want those explosive plays, if you want the playmaking, the chunk plays, the explosiveness, I love what I see here. And I think from a player comp perspective, there are a couple former LSU receivers who stand out. From a, making guys miss, from an after the catch perspective, from big plays, there is some Jamar Chase to his game. He had 30 forced missed tackles this year at 6 yards after catch on average. So that's just incredible numbers, a 4.38 40 at just under 200 pounds. And I think from a body type perspective and being able to take those short plays the distance, I do see some Odell Beckham to his game. He's not the same dynamic, crazy catch guy, whatever either, but I see the playmaking. 3.64 yards per route run was even better than Marvin Harrison Jr. It is as impressive as it comes from the dynamic playmaking perspective. He gets low on his routes. He generates separation. He makes guys miss after the catch. In almost any other class, he's like, yeah, this is the wide receiver 1 pretty easily. It's just that there's Marvin Harrison in this year's class. The negatives here, pretty limited. He's never going to be a jump ball guy at that size, most likely. I don't think he's as great working through a bunch of contested catches. It's fine. He's a smaller guy. He's the dynamic guy. Sometimes he gets a little cute with his releases and it's kind of bouncing around a little bit. Again, you make so many big plays, it's fine. He did have an arrest on Bourbon Street back in 2023. Charge was later dropped, so that's fine. The left shoulder might need surgery after the season. He'll be fine, though, this year, so whatever. The Giants got a playmaker. No more excuses for Daniel Jones, and they got the best player, I'm sure, on their board that was left. And I guess they didn't like J.J. McCarthy enough. So Neighbors, 6, Giants. Now we wait for Tennessee.
Let's run through some super chats real quick as we have caught you up on all the picks from 1 through 6. Brad, how do you think the Seahawks get a second-round draft pick, if they do?
You have to trade down. You have to trade down in the first round. That's the only. I don't think they're going to trade future capital.
There you go.
So we'll see. That they're a real trade down candidate, frankly. I wouldn't be stunned if that's something that they chose to do. I think in general, with Tennessee at 7, Atlanta at 8, and even Chicago at 9, we're kind of in the range here of a trade happening. Is Minnesota? How long can Minnesota wait? In theory, it's Minnesota to go get their quarterback. How far down does J.J. McCarthy slide? We'll see.
Kurgan, another one saying, smash that like button with $69. First of all, nice. Second of all, do exactly what he said. Smash the like button. We're over 4,000 likes in, and we got close to 10,000 people watching. Let's go, Kurgan.
Who do you want to get slapped? We're about to bring Sperry back on, so stay tuned for that one as well. Maybe you want him to get slapped or slap somebody.
There you go. Max Sauce, $5. Appreciate you as well. And then Tucker saying Titans getting Bowers, Brock Bowers at 7. I got Chigi Okonkwo. I don't know. That'd be an interesting pick. I personally think the Titans should trade down. Chuck Nola with a $2 super chat as well. Appreciate you, Chuck. You are a legend here. We do appreciate you hanging out with us. As Titans are on the clock right now, as we have picks 1 through 6. Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, Drake Maye, Marvin Harrison are 1 through 4. And it's my time because, well, we got Sperry in the wings. So, Tom, you take this one away.
Jace, see you later tonight. We'll bring Jack Sperry on here momentarily. If you're just now tuning in, we are simulcasting here on our Commanders channel, our Chiefs channel. You'll see Jace again in a little bit here, folks. You will see Jack Sperry momentarily as well. Commanders, Chiefs, and our Cowboys report also streaming right now here on Chat Sports. And no surprise at the start of the draft. Caleb Williams goes number 1. Jayden Daniels goes number 2. Drake Maye goes number 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4 to the Arizona Cardinals. That was pretty heavy chalk. A little bit more surprised at pick number 5, to an extent. Joe Alt, is certainly rumored. It's not an, oh my God, what happened? It was okay. That was a possibility, but there have been a lot of J.C. Latham buzz, trade down buzz aplenty. Chargers stand pat, take, I think, the consensus number 1 offensive tackle in this year's class. And with J.J. McCarthy on the board, the Giants pass. And they choose to take Malik Neighbors and get a playmaking, explosive play machine as Sam kicks the camera. L's in the chat for Sam. Sorry, buddy. Neighbors goes 6 to the New York Giants. It's very tightly compacted space. So that's why we're expanding here. And that puts Tennessee on the clock here at number 7 overall. They had been so heavily linked to Joe Alt, and now we don't know what Alt's gone. Do they take the next best offensive tackle? Shanu, Fuaga, Latham, whatever that player ends up being. They probably are working the phones to trade down potentially. Does Minnesota want to jump up here? Does Denver want to jump up? I know that they like J.J. McCarthy at least a decent amount. They go Brock Bowers. Do they go Rome Odunze? Do they go with the Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell meme 2.0 where they end up adding the receiver with Brian Callahan's offense in Cincinnati? I am very excited to see how this all ends up playing out. The pick is in here, by the way, Sam. So we'll have to get offensive line. They need offensive line help. We know that pretty heavily from that perspective. This is something that they have to do, whether it's in round 1 or round 2, round 3, whatever. They need to get some impact playmakers. That pick is in, by the way. We'll bring on Jack Sperry here momentarily. But it is an offensive lineman. And it ends up being that just Alt and Latham end up being flipped. And J.C. Latham is the pick here for the Tennessee Titans out of Alabama. This is the powerful run-blocking offensive lineman who they're going to hope Bill Callahan develops into a superstar caliber offensive lineman. He was the best offensive lineman, maybe even for 2 years in a row for the Crimson Tide. His size shoe, by the way, is 18, which is absolutely hilarious because he is, after all, 6'5", almost 6'6", 342 pounds. He's played in a variety of offensive schemes in terms of zone and gap. Power player. And you even look at him, and it looks like a powerful offensive lineman, right? He does carry, I think, the weight pretty well. He got to 360 was his listed weight, a little bit high, higher than what I would like from that perspective. The hand usage, I think, is very good. The footwork is choppy. And that's what this comes down to. That's why I have him as a cheater first, second round grade, why he is lower. He did not test for a reason, because the testing wasn't going to be very good. I think you plug him in at right tackle. Now, taking him at 7, maybe he can play on the left side as well. He did play left guard, by the way, as well previously, which you have this guy named Peter Skoronski in Tennessee. He's just going to stay at left guard. I think that makes the most sense there. We'll do some oversetting. This just comes down to, do you trust the athletic ability, the quickness of the feet to hold up there? Player comp-wise, Marcus Cannon, maybe that's on the lower end for what you'd expect there. If you have visions of Evan Neal dancing in your head, I get it. I get it. It's a little early for me. I think they pretty clearly wanted Joe Alt, and now we'll see what ends up happening here with Tennessee and how they develop him. I will say this: if anyone's going to get the most out of J.C. Latham, isn't it Bill Callahan? Of all the players, isn't that who is going to be? Coach isn't going to maximize him and make sure the technique is good enough that if there is some slow-footed quickness, it's not going to be a big issue there. So it was a little early for me. I will never lie to you guys. The board's done in advance. I'm not going to rig it for certain teams. But I think there's a lot of things to like about the powerfulness that J.C. Latham brings. And Bengals style with Bill Callahan was powerful offensive linemen. We've got another one right here. We'll bring on Jack Sperry momentarily. Let's beat last year's chat rate record. Spam go in the comment section right now. The goal to beat is 1,359. The number last year was that figure. We got close previously. The previous chat rate high was, looking at my numbers here, 1,232. So we were ultra close. There's 9,000 people watching live right now. We should have the ability to get there all the way. So if you haven't already, if you have, even do it again. Spam go for me in the comments section. I will give some shout-outs here. Robert, Hayden, Cole, Yanada, Billy, Mike, PFF Productions, Michael, Hayden, Omar's Burner. Let's see what else we got in there. Mike Taro is in there. Hayden, Cole, Chris, Billy, Lewis, Hunting Hound. By the way, the Titans only just now announcing this pick, by the way. So we are pretty far ahead on that front. Let's bring on in then Jack Sperry. Welcome back from your Commanders solo hosting, and as we continue our simulcast here.
Yeah, I mean, Jayden Daniels the pick. I'm really excited about what he's going to be bringing to the Washington Commanders here. I have a feeling that Caleb Williams and Jayden Daniels are going to have a chance to be really good players in those respective organizations. Drake Maye is going to have a chance to develop behind Jacoby Brissett there in New England. But if I had to choose between one of those quarterbacks that's going to bust in the league, you might disagree with me. I'd probably go with Drake Maye because of the infrastructure that kind of seems to be crumbling there in New England.
All right, give me some shout-outs here for me.
All right, let's give some shout-outs here. We got James, we got Hunson, we got 12 Taco, we got Alex, we got Jay, we got James, we got Bennett, we got Summit, we got Soggy Cereal. That's one crazy name right there. We got NFL Edits, we got Alex Garcia, we got Yanton, love that name. We got Hot Rod 24, my man Hot Rod's in the chat. We got Jeff Rhodes, we got Omar's Burner. What's up, Omar? We got Melissa. We got Ghostface, we got Gio, we got Touchdowns and Takes, we got Tristan, Needles, Nolan, Jay, Nathan, and Gaming Wizard.
Get to tweet text, Sam.
Okay, so make sure you guys spam go in the chat. We got to beat this record right here, guys. We haven't done it yet. We break this record every single year. It is a tradition unlike any other here at Chat Sports where we beat the chat rate record.
The Chat Sports account.
So help us out right now. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go.
Well,
sure.
We have the pick in. And this is our first stunner. You guys ready for it?
Whoa! Ho, ho, ho.
Michael Penix
wow.
is the pick at number 8 overall. After signing Kirk Cousins to a massive contract, Michael Penix, before J.J. McCarthy, at number 8 overall.
Well, my 4 quarterbacks went off the board, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're right on that one there. He'll sit for a little bit behind Kirk Cousins. Wow.
For the record, I did not think Penix would go before McCarthy. I did have him ranked above him on my big board this year, but wow. You just signed Kirk Cousins, and now you're getting an older quarterback to sit for a couple years? You just signed Kirk to a 4-year deal.
Look, I'll be honest. I think it's a bad pick. I'm sorry. I think it's a bad pick.
Listen, I like Michael Penix Jr. I think this is a bad pick. I mean, what are we doing here? You need an edge rusher.
All right, let me start positive. How about that? And then we'll get into the many negatives I have here. The arm strength is a plus. And I don't think the motions is an issue either. What I always do is flip it. Flip it and watch it as a righty. The motion's fine. It's a little loopy. He's got long arms. It's fine. As a pure passer, he's very good. In fact, I think as a pure passer only, you can justify him as being quarterback 2 even. And even like he can drop back. He has a great arm. The deep ball stuff is awesome. He feasted on downfield throws. He doesn't turn the ball over very much. His pressure to sack rate was super low. There are some underlying concerns we'll get to there in a little bit. He's the first FBS player with 4,500 plus passing yards since this guy named Patrick Mahomes. He's a tough kid. I think he interviewed very well. I think he's intelligent. All of those things are very good. The downsides here are he didn't like throwing right very much. He absolutely benefited from an elite supporting cast on the offensive line and the receiving core. Before the championship game, they were at 60+% on their contested catches, and you drop that down. The highest was USC was at 48%.
Yep.
So that's a big difference. We're talking a handful of throws. That does change the number pretty drastically there. Sometimes I think it's kind of all gas, no brakes on the touch. And he doesn't offer any mobility. The athletic ability is there, but he never ran. And I think in the current version of the NFL, you have to be able to run and move. Like you have to be able to get out of the pocket. And when he was moved off his spot outside of the Texas game, it wasn't good.
No, it wasn't.
Now, the Texas game was great, and I think that gives you some confidence why it could be better. I think there actually is a decently high ceiling for him, even more so than the floor, because he is a really good passer. And we have to mention the medical. Clearly, it passed for Atlanta, but he had multiple knee surgeries and multiple shoulder surgeries. Someone was like, injuries happen to everybody. Yeah, but it's a concern when they do happen. So this is our first stunner, and I am blown away.
And by the way, I just thought of this. Our friends over at the Raiders Report, the 2 nightmare scenarios for our friend Mitchell Renz, J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix, those are the only 2 first-round quarterbacks available for them to take. Oh, my goodness, man. Grade the pick in the chat right now. A lot of people are giving it F, and I honestly don't blame them. I honestly don't blame them.
I'll say this. Penix was the hardest eval for me this year, at least one of them.
Yeah,
because I didn't know, is he a second? Is he a third? The grade. I'm just like, there's things to like and things to be concerned about.
The thing, for me, I was somebody that was like, I actually agree a lot with what you just said with your evaluation because it's correct. He doesn't provide any value. It doesn't really... he doesn't provide much value in terms of playmaking out of structure. He needs to be an in-structure guy, and in order for him to have success in the National Football League, he needs protection. He needs good weapons, like he had at Washington, but he proved that if he had that, the guy can sling it. He can read safeties down the field, rotations really, really well. The mental processing is there. I thought with a team like Minnesota or Las Vegas, he would have been a really good fit there. With Atlanta, it's like, what's the plan here? He's older. And it's like I don't even think he's like a super high upside guy either because he doesn't bring the playmaking element to the game either. I think he's more of like a trailer rather than a truck, so to speak, if that makes sense.
I've seen some Sam Bradford comps I like. He turns 24 in May, by the way.
Sam Bradford's a great comp, actually. All right. So right now, JPJ Edits gave this a Z-. So not even just a failing F. It was a Z-. John is giving it an F. Geneva is giving it an F. John is giving it an F. Brad says, learn from Kirk. But it's like, for how long? He's under contract for 4 years. Now, you can get rid of him after 2 years, the way the contract's set up.
And you're missing out on some of the benefits of having that rookie quarterback contract.
Yeah, and you're wasting pretty much the first 2 years of Penix's contract, the affordable contract stuff. This doesn't make sense to me, man.
We're close to setting the like record here.
Oh. All right.
Pick 8.
At pick 8. Let's break it right now. But you know what?
You owe Bean Boozled if we get there.
All right. If we get there, I'll do a Bean Boozled. Absolutely. Listen, man, every single grade in the chat right now is an F. There's like a bunch of Zs. That's how bad this pick is to me. And this is somebody in Michael Penix Jr. where I thought with the right fit. I think in Minnesota, he would have been a really good fit with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Minnesota.
Bombing it down the field. With Devontae Adams with the Raiders. But here with Atlanta, it just doesn't make sense to me. You needed an edge rusher. Like, I don't understand this pick from the Atlanta perspective. It's like, why get Kirk Cousins if you're going to take Michael Penix Jr. at 8? I don't get it. Fine, Jack. I just want to talk about how bad this pick was, but fine. Click that thumbs up icon if you hate this freaking pick, because I do. Oh my gosh, man. I didn't like the Latham pick, by the way, too, because it's like, you need a left tackle. I don't think Latham can play there. Some of these picks here in the top 10, I think, are complete wastes of picks.
4,598 is the mark to get to. That is
Let's
the record
get there right now.
from last year. We are on the verge of getting there already. It's a bean boozled for 4,500.
By the way, okay, fine. By the way, did Mr. Jace Andrews have to?
He did do.
Did he do a bad one?
Did he even do bad ones? Or did he get lucky the entire time? Pretty sure he got one bad one. He got liver and onions. That was it. I did get what we think was dead fish. And I also got one of the blue ones, too, which was awesome. So
blue ones, that one's cheating. We should just take out the blue one entirely.
That's such ridiculous.
The toothpaste one, it's kind of like the buttered popcorn one, where that one's the double bad one.
I actually don't like the buttered popcorn's terrible.
Yeah, I know, but like
so bad.
that's why I'm saying it's the opposite. Like the toothpaste one, it's like, if you get toothpaste, it's like a mint flavored jelly bean, which isn't great, but it's not terrible. With the buttered popcorn one, it's like it's either you're getting rotten egg, which is terrible, or it's buttered popcorn. Come on, let's get to 45, baby. Come on, click that thumbs up icon. Let's get there right now. We need to get this going. If you hate this Michael Penix Jr. take, make sure you get it right now. Now let's get into Rome Odunze, who is the pick for the Chicago Bears at number 9. And this makes sense. This is
awesome.
He works out with Caleb Williams in the offseason. They worked together before the draft process. They took the same flight to Detroit, all these different things. This is a match made in heaven, and now you cement arguably one of the scariest trios of wide receivers in football. What do you think, Tom? I love this pick.
He's a top 10 player for me. He's number 5 overall. This is like Nico Collins with more height, like the one we saw in Houston this year, to be clear on that front. You guys know the meme about like the Roman Empire is what dudes think about, which I don't think about? This is who he's literally named after the Roman Empire. That's what his dad named it after. So truly, the meme is come alive here. Consistent growth over the course of his collegiate career. Had some drop issues as a sophomore. Those went away this past season. Deep ball machine for an offense that loved the deep ball there. 75% contested catch rate, which is one of the highest on a 28-1 sample size, by the way.
Yep.
Which is about as high as I can recall seeing it there. Good build, great athletic ability, 4.45 40-yard dash. Competitive player. He broke a rib and punctured a lung this year, and it was never reported. He just kept playing through it because he was worried the team doctors might sideline him there. Not a dynamic after-catch guy, but he's also not bad. In many classes, this is your wide receiver 1. Bears get him at 10. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, fantastic picks here for the Chicago Bears in round 1.
Absolutely. My comp for him was DeAndre Hopkins. If you're getting that,
if you're
getting that kind of player right here, and you're adding it to Keenan Allen, what's that, Jack? Sorry. Oh, there's a trade alert.
Oh.
Okay, at number 10. So
it's the Vikings.
And the Vikings are trading up.
McCarthy.
One spot for McCarthy.
Well, I promise you they were worried about the Broncos jumping up for J.J. McCarthy.
So you know what this means? Bo Nix is going to be a Las Vegas Raider.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
I need that.
I have my doubts on that one there.
Oh, my God. If I'm the Raiders, I'm taking a player. I'm not taking Nix at 13.
So we'll get I'll read off the details here real quick. Vikings get 10 and 203. Jets get 11, 129, and 157. Remember, this is we don't want someone to jump in front of us and get our guy.
Yep.
So this is way less expensive than what anybody thought it was going to be to get J.J. McCarthy in the weeks and months leading up to this year. Minnesota, if they do get their quarterback here, as we assume, played their hand pretty well.
What if it's Nix here? What if McCarthy is the 6th quarterback
Patrick Seaman might jump out of our 21st floor story building here.
What if all the smoke on McCarthy was just literally like the biggest collective smoke screen in NFL history? Is that impossible? I think this is McCarthy. Don't get me wrong. He's a great fit for what Minnesota likes to do schematically. He's got good infrastructure around him. I think this is McCarthy, and I like this slight move up for Minnesota. You're not giving up too much.
You're not getting wild and reckless with it. You're not overpaying, and you're still getting the guy that you wanted. And you get to get out of the first-round pick still.
Yes.
Extra assets there for Minnesota.
Awesome. At Johnny Newton, if he's there, I think that he would be a perfect Minnesota Viking, man.
Johnny Newton.
So what? This is our first trade.
First trade.
Like, I mean,
It's a slight move back for the
Which
Jets to
is
make whatever guy they want still.
which is a little weird because the stuff that we were hearing coming in was that everybody was trying to trade up into the top 10.
We hear that a lot, and it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and it doesn't always happen. And this is the only trade in the top 10. You're moving up just one spot. So who do you think the Jets take at 11, though?
I had linked them to Fuaga, however we're going to pronounce it.
Yep.
We'll probably just do both at this point.
Bowers is still on the
there.
board.
Or Bowers. I would guess it's one of those two guys.
Yeah.
And then you continue that tackle run.
I wouldn't be surprised either with Fano out of Washington.
Yeah, I could play him a guard too.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Vera Tucker, where he's got
Like
that
that one.
versatility, and they obviously loved him. So, like, I could see the Washington tackle prospect getting taken there. But honestly, I think it's Brock Bowers because you can add that dynamic offensive threat there over the middle. I think that's perfect for Aaron Rodgers. With Roma Dunze off the board, I think it's going to be Brock Bowers at 11, and you pick up 2 picks in the middle
All right,
rounds.
do we want to bet on it? Loser does a Bean Boozled. You get Bowers, I get Fuaga.
Well, what if it's Fano?
Then nobody does Bean Boozled. It's a wash.
Okay.
You in? Let's do it.
All right.
Let's have some fun.
All
tonight,
right, here we
baby.
go.
Let's have some fun with this.
I feel pretty good about that. And honestly, I actually like this pick for the New York Jets here, getting 2 picks in the middle rounds back.
Yeah.
They don't have a ton of picks this year. Maybe they take a quarterback.
No, they're not going quarterback.
No, not at 11. I'm saying later in the draft.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
like try to get like maybe a project of some sort. Maybe if Michael Pratt falls a little bit, he might be a good fit. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play forever, folks, so just keep that in mind. All right, so make sure you like the video if you haven't already. We have a trade here. The Minnesota Vikings are on the board. Patrick Seatman is praying this is not Bo Nix. He is a big J.J. McCarthy fan. I have been saying for a long time, McCarthy better be praying every day that he's a Minnesota Viking, and that's what the pick is going to be here. At number 10, J.J. McCarthy is a Minnesota Viking. Mr. Tom Downey, how do you feel about this pick?
I think at 10 as opposed to going up to 5, you feel a lot better about it, don't you? You're giving up not nearly as much assets there. I think he fits really well in that Shanahan-McVay style offense, which is what the Minnesota Vikings run. I think he did a lot of really good pre-snap stuff, needs some more stuff in terms of the post-snap side of things there, which McVay asks more from the pre-snap perspective, so I think that does match up pretty well. He attacks the middle of the field, something that Kevin O'Connell likes to do. In a way, there are, as a pure passer, some similarities to Kirk Cousins with what he does. Now, I think he's a way better athlete. Coaches are going to love his mentality and his mindset and all the maturity stuff there. It's the classic debate of, okay, you didn't do this stuff. You weren't asked to do it. Is it because we just didn't ask you, or because we don't think you can? I think it's more of the former, that they just didn't ask him to do stuff. He made a bunch of plays on third down that led to really big results for Michigan. He has not lost many games. Coaches and teams care about that more than maybe I do right there. I have some player comps here for you, Sperry. A couple different ones that I kind of like. The shooting sleeve gives me Derek Carr vibes, which I don't think is actually a great comparison for him. Do you remember Aaron Brooks at all? That Saints quarterback.
Nope.
I'm going way back in the day.
No.
I kind of get some vibes there because he's skinny too, but he's a good athlete. He can throw.
Yep.
I think the peak version, who was like a fringe top 10, more of a top 15 quarterback, Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
Who could run and was pretty accurate.
I feel like the comp that people usually give is Alex Smith.
I don't hate that one.
And I don't hate that one at all. For me personally, I have Daniel Jones just because
I hate that.
I think he's very conservative as a play caller. Daniel Jones is very similar in that way. He needs to improve his downfield accuracy, in my opinion,
especially going left.
Especially going left, and now he's going to be throwing to Justin Jefferson, who's of course a deep threat. So it's going to be
a great landing spot for him.
It's a great landing spot. If he's going to succeed here in the National Football League, it's going to be here in Minnesota. So, I think it's a good fit. So here we go. We got the Super Chat menu here. 500 likes. Every 500 we get, we're doing a Bean Boozled. I've already had a barf-flavored one. I don't know how many you've taken.
Oh, you owe one. 4,500. You're up.
All right.
Let's do it. We are 10 likes away from the record as well, which is electric as far as I'm concerned. What color was it? Oh, he didn't like it. It was bad.
It's rotten egg.
Oh, the rotten egg. I love it. He's got to pound something to get rid of that taste, Doc.
Anyway, we got $10 Super Chats. We'll talk about your team. $20. You enter the Super Chat raffle. That tastes so bad, dude. $20 Super Chat raffle. We'll talk about that here in a second. $50. We got these tortillas. slaps. By the way, we still owe a slap, I think, for Kurgan's 69 a while ago.
Who do you want to do, Corrigan?
And then highest super chat to the MVP today is going to be today's MVP. And what you can win today, $20 super chat enters you into the raffle for the swag pack. You get an official draft t-shirt for your favorite team as well as a hat. You also get some little tidbits here, some additional items here from Chat Sports, a bottle opener, some sunglasses. And then today's MVP, you get a rookie jersey of your favorite team's new player. So check that out right now. Sam, you got something to say?
Making history in this year's NFL draft. For the first time ever, we got 5 QBs selected in the top 10. For the first time ever, no defensive players selected in the top 10.
That's just what this draft is,
I have one defender in my top 10. So, that's not shocking to me, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of mock drafts didn't even have a single defender.
I'm doing pretty good.
I'm doing pretty decent, too. I obviously didn't get the Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, don't worry. Nobody got that one right.
That was the bracket buster right there for all the mock drafts out there. We got some supers here, $5 from Del Cohen's. He says, I really hope the Cowboys deliver Mozzie Smith without Dan Quinn's sabotage and trade down. We need multiple picks in the second round. Tom, you got anything to say about that?
I don't think it was sabotage, but you got to get more out of Mozzie, yeah.
Yeah, Lucas Awan here, $5 super chat says, y'all, can you guys say, Mom, don't get the $30 one? Great draft guys. What does that mean?
I don't know what that refers to, and now I'm kind of scared we said something.
Lucas, maybe it's time to put the Hennessy down, my friend.
That's fine.
I mean, it's draft night. We're having fun, right? $6 super chat from Kurgan Cold, followed by a $9 super chat. Oh, no, why another 6? Spam those nices in the chat, by the way.
Followed by
another 9. Spam those nices in the chat for me.
This is my kind of guy. Tell you what. He's running away with the MVP.
Kurgan Cold is running away with the MVP. He wants that Steelers rookie jersey. I mean, what if it's Ayuk? Do we get him an Ayuk Steelers jersey?
Sure, it's fine.
Okay, $20 super chat here from Karen Terrier Mom, Corinne. Okay.
Corinne.
It says, great job as always, Marsh. I got to get in on the jersey. We're not Giants simulcasting. Simulcast. I keep getting that wrong.
We'll make sure that gets passed over to Marshall.
So we'll make sure that gets passed over to Marshall. Thank you so much, Corinne, for that $20 super chat. Yes. Blood Slinger. Man, that's a scary name right there, Blood Slinger. $5 super chat says, out of all of your mock drafts, how many times have you been right?
Like, final ones are the ones that matter. For Cowboys, I've missed the last 3 because the guy I had was gone. But that was on a run of like Van Der Esch. I got Taco Charlton right. I was hot for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it kind of called off since then.
And there's always like, if people are really expecting people to get mock drafts right, it's like, what are we really expecting? There's a bunch of different options. Nobody's going to get a mock draft all the way right.
10 player pick matches, I did pretty damn good.
Yeah, exactly.
I like the overall ones.
Yeah, me too. $5 super chat here from Jeffrey Brisen. Who says, what do you think of Elijah Jones in the later rounds? Also, Audric Estime or Jonathan Brooks. Tom, you want to just give a quick summary
Brooks
of those?
Over Estime. Jones is the Boston College corner. Have a sleeper on him, but there's some off-the-field stuff you got to figure out in the vet there. That's why he had so many visits. Like, he kind of just like left the team late in the year, which was kind of weird. That's why teams probably want to figure out what the hell's going on there. Brooks over Estime pretty easily, though, for me.
By the way, a little tidbit on Jones. #1 man coverage grade per Pro Football Focus in this class. All right, so sleeper there for Elijah Jones. $2 super chat from Ryan says, could the Cowboys pick a wide receiver or a linebacker? Tom?
If the board goes the wrong way, yes, but I'd be a bit surprised if that's the route that they end up going.
$20 super chat from my man CJ DeYoung, and he says, why are there commercials during the live stream? So those are YouTube ad breaks. It's just part of the program here.
That's how we keep the lights on.
That's how we keep the lights on here, and why we can do this free for you guys.
Help me feed my family too.
Exactly. I almost spilled all the Bean Boozles.
It's almost a party foul.
All right, we're gonna roll through these here. $2 from Marcus, backup punter for the Cowboys at 24. No. Eddie, $2 super chat. Dallas went draft a running back to the 5th round. Watch.
They really want Brooks.
Yeah, I think they want Brooks pretty early. Fernando Garcia, Falcons pick was crazy AF. I don't get it because they could use it as a bargaining chip when teams that need a quarterback. I don't get it either, man. That was pretty bad. $2 super chat from Justin. Based on this top 10, is it good or bad for Dallas, Tom?
Good enough.
Good.
Penix going on, I think helps too.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 here from Renegar, the kitty. I hope I'm saying that right. Rengar, the kitty. There we go. Cowboys sweeping Commanders this year. Nope, Jayden Daniels going to win at least one game.
Less confident than I've been in a while. How about that?
All right.
Going to sweep the Giants, though. Yep.
Yep. Mark O'Gorman coming in with a $20 super chat says, "Let's go, Jayden." Appreciate you, Mark. $10 from Mike Burner says, sent in a pear-shaped character. Thank you so much, Mike. Luke O'Gorman, so it looks like the O'Gorman family is watching, and they're sending in their 20s. I love it. Says, "Let's go, Jayden." Thank you so much to the O'Gorman family for sending in those super chats. Now, Mr. Tom Downey, let's go over the picks here that have gone down in the top 10.
Now, Caleb Williams, number 1. Jayden Daniels, 2. Drake Maye, 3. Marvin Harrison. Gonna bring in. All right, we will bring in our Steelers and Dolphins channels as well. We will launch those simulcasts. Your picks coming up here in just a little bit. So Steelers fans, Dolphins fans, welcome into the live stream here at Chat Sports. Anyway, Williams 1, Daniels 2, Maye 3, Harrison 4. No surprises there. Joe Alt 5, not a surprise, but wasn't maybe the most commonly mocked pick. Blake Neighbors was popular. J.C. Latham 7, and then Penix and 8. The shocker of the evening.
That is going to be the storyline of the night when we're done. We're going to be talking about that pick for a while.
Blown away by it. Rome Odunze at 9 to the Bears. J.J. McCarthy at number 10 to the Vikings. They move up one spot. The Jets trade down to number 11, and they have made their pick. Olu Fashanu out of Penn State, so no one does a bean boozle there. Different offensive lineman off the board there, Sperry.
So do you think... Here's the thing, man. Does he start over Tyron Smith right away at left tackle?
No, but you know that Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith aren't going to stay healthy for a year, so there's your long-term.
Yeah, that is very true. Literally everybody on that Jets offensive line has an injury history. Olu's going to find a way on the field. Fantastic pass protector. So has a little bit of work to do as a run blocker, but you know he's got the physical tools you look for. He's a great fit for this scheme from a skill set perspective. I like this pick. I thought it probably would have been Fano out of Washington because they liked Elijah Vera Tucker, but I love Fashanu here. I think he's a great player. He's my number 2 offensive tackle this year. I think it's a good fit.
Yeah, similar grades. See the player very similarly there as well, so I won't go too far in depth on this one. Comp-wise, athletically, Jets fans know this one. DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Ooh. Similar athletic testing. He's 6'6", 312 with 34-inch arms. One note, surprisingly small hands.
Yeah.
8.5-inch hands, which is like rare outlier size. You can see that brace on his left knee was a meniscus injury that he kind of battled through, which the knee injury overall was a slight red flag, but clearly not much of an issue there. And you can also see from the photo alone, those hands are low.
Yep.
And that's a coaching thing. I don't like the hands low. I like them high. It's just less movement because you're going to get into the shoulder pads. Why bring them up? You're asking to get swiped back down. He's trading under Duke Manyweather, though, the O-line guru. So, I look, he's a top 10 player for me. Love the pick for the Jets.
Yeah, I think that this works. Like you said, smaller hands, but I think that his hand placement is actually pretty decent for like having smaller hands. Plus, he's got pretty strong hands. He does have good power there in his arms. So I think that this is a fantastic pick. I agree with you. He's a top 10 prospect in this class. And I really do like the fit here with the New York Jets. I think he's going to be a good player for a long time, and we know somebody on that offensive line next year is going to get hurt. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers. This is a great pick for the New York Jets. I'm a little surprised they didn't go with Bowers, though, just because you're not going to get a Brock Bowers later in the draft.
No, but
you're not going to get Nolu Fashanu either.
You weren't going to get there were a lot of things you could have gone, and they would have been good picks.
Yeah, I mean, if I were the Jets, I probably would have thought I could maybe get a developmental tackle in the second or even the third.
I'm giving an A. Spoiler for our draft grades, it's an A for me.
I like the pick. I'll probably give it an A too, but like I probably would have thought it would have been Bowers because if I would have put them myself in their mindset here, I probably would have said I can get Brock Bowers now and then maybe get like a Patrick Paul in round 2. I don't know, but I like the pick. He's a good player.
All right, Broncos coming up next here, then the Raiders, but today's show is made possible by Game Time. Prices tend to drop as the event gets closer. So use Game Time. Don't stress out about who Denver's picking, like maybe or maybe not. Producer Sam's going on right now. Don't worry about that. Don't stress. Use Game Time. $20 off with your first purchase. When you use code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS, Chat Sports. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. You can find some cheap baseball tickets, folks. You can get them super affordable and just be able to have a nice afternoon at the ballpark. Don't worry about your stress from whatever's going on in the NFL draft. Instead, use Game Time. Links in the comments and the description. Promo code ChatSports over at GameTime.co. Sperry, the pick is in. We have
is.
taken the toasters out of Sam Brown's house as the pick. That's an inside joke. Bo Nix Sperry's the pick to the Denver Broncos.
All 6 quarterbacks of the first 12 picks of the draft.
Everyone else is like, yes, this is great.
And by the way, the Raiders, I know Mitchell Renz is over there in Studio B just
He
going
don't know.
crazy, so excited that he is not going to have to call Bo Nix games. Or at
Can
least,
we mic Sam up for a little bit here?
yeah, can we get Sam on here? Sam, I have been telling you for literally months since the start of the draft process, you are going to have
He says he's busy.
Sam, you are going to have Bo Nix, and you are going to like it. And as a Steelers fan, I cannot wait for Monday Night Football Week 1 because that's what it's going to be in Mile High Stadium. It's going to be Russell Wilson versus Bo Nix, and they're going to win 30-6. Let's go.
Look, let me start positive here. This is a 1,000-time better player than the dude we saw at Auburn. The Auburn player was bad. The Oregon player was wildly productive. He has athletic ability. I think the arm is solid. He never fumbled at Oregon after 10 fumbles at Auburn. It was kind of hilarious how he fixed that problem there. He doesn't turn the football over. It was a 1% turnover-worthy play rate, basically non-existent right there. He has a very quick time to throw. He will execute the offense as it is asked, which maybe Sean Payton was burned by Russell Wilson not doing that.
Most definitely.
This past year. The arm is solid. The mobility is there. He was good under pressure, but hardly faced it. He will attack the middle of the field. Here's why he is a 3rd-round grade. I mean, he's inside my top 90, and that's it. This was a check-down, short passing game merchant at Oregon. The average depth of target was bottom 5 in college football. Like, there was one read out, one read out, one read out. I think his eternal clock gets sped up sometimes as well, and that was a fake offense. That was a Mickey Mouse offense. Now, that's a compliment for college teams. Kind of like how when you go to Disney World, you want it to be Mickey Mouse. In the NFL, it's not going to work that way. This was RPO, screens, vertical shots. It's my NCAA 14 playbook. It works marvelously. But here's the stat to sum this up. Despite 120 more completed passes on 140 more attempts than what J.J. McCarthy did, he completed 7 total passes more on 8 more attempts beyond 10 yards. There was 900 yards on screens this year. This is a very different offense. I think Peyton can make the most out of him, get the most out of him. My player comp is Midget Mariota. As my final burn. I don't like it, Denver. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
Yeah, especially competing against Mahomes in that division. You know, it's Sean Payton is going to have to coach his ass off to compete in that division, playing him twice a year.
You don't have top 10 quarterback upside here.
Yeah, you don't.
So why'd you take him? Because you have to go beat Mahomes.
Well,
that's what I understand. I give analysis, Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, my comp for him is Kenny Pickett. He does a lot of things pretty good. Like, he's a pretty good athlete. He's got a pretty good arm. He's good with like this first read, but he's not really going to go like full field 4-read, full field progression, right? He's not going to do that. So really good decision maker within that first read, and then he's a pretty decent playmaker as well. But yeah, man, I had a round 2 grade on him for a reason. I just don't see a lot of high-end upside. I think he's probably a career backup in the league. And now
he's starting now.
You're sitting there in Denver, and you got Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, and Ben DiNucci, and that is probably the saddest quarterback room in the entire NFL right now.
Couple of notes. Make sure you guys subscribe. We have no defensive players yet.
Yeah, no defensive players in the first 12 picks, folks. That's unbelievable. The Raiders got to take one, right?
Yeah, right?
Defensive tackle, corner, because they can't take a quarterback. That's
They're
unless they go
now.
Rattler, but
They're
that's
gone.
not happening. So
I would die.
this is just crazy, man. Click that subscribe button right now. We're going to be here for every pick in the first round here, every pick for the entire NFL draft, all 3 days, all 7 rounds. We're just getting started here at Chat Sports. Make sure you click that subscribe button right now. Let's try to get to 374,000 subscribers before I have to go off for the Steelers pick here soon. That's my goal, all right? We can get there, right? Just over 200 subs, we can get there. I'm confident in that. Raiders on the clock. I feel like this has got to be where the first defensive player goes.
I think they like Terrion Arnold. Talking to Mitch, I think they also like Fuaga.
Yeah, and I've heard rumblings about Byron Murphy if he made it here,
He's available.
and if you combine him with Christian Wilkins,
Honestly,
that's disgusting.
I'm sure a lot of people here are Raiders and Saints and Colts and Seahawks and Jags fans. Make sure you guys are sub. We'll be here for all the picks for all 3 days. You got to feel pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Like you've had all these quarterbacks go off the board. If you're the Raiders, who maybe they wanted Penix, maybe they didn't, who knows? You're sitting here going, all right, all these teams, like I get the pick of any defensive player or probably a top 10 guy on offense this year. And I think you're feeling pretty good if you're one of these teams right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Quinion Mitchell out of Toledo. He's personally my number one corner.
Big fan of his game.
I really love his game. But I really like the defensive tackles here too. You've got Christian Wilkins, but like interior pass rush is very important in the National Football League. If you have a really good duo, like you can really wreak havoc. If you're going to get to Patrick Mahomes, you better get up the middle to him because he's just so good in terms of maneuvering the pocket, in terms of the edge pressure. I could see this being a Byron Murphy here, but honestly, I could see this being a trade. I could see this being a lot of things for the Las Vegas Raiders because I thought they were going to be in the market for a quarterback here, and I just don't know what to do with this pick now.
I think this gives them the possibility to just take best of play. Sam says,
Yeah, we'll give him Bo, is what he said.
Bo for 13. Yeah, there you go. If you say so. All right, take it away, Sperry.
All right, so spam your favorite team down there in the chat. I'm going to give it 25 seconds, and then I'm going to pick a random team, and we'll talk about him here. Raiders pick is in, by the way, so we should get news on that soon.
By the way, Sam is mentally unwell right now. That is Sam Brown, our Broncos
Well, he
fan.
shouldn't be.
How is Petey doing right now?
Dude, you are.
Oh!
Oh!
Announce it, Sperry.
The Raiders are selecting Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia. Very interesting pick.
Going to run 2 tight end set with Bowers and Michael Mayer.
So
Sam wants to flip that
so
so
you
bad.
just got Michael Mayer last year out of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And now you have Brock Bowers from Georgia, who's a great player, but I feel like this team needed more than another tight end.
Here in the end, and this is how they're going to spin it, this is how I would think about it too, pretend he's not even a tight end. Pretend they just drafted their number 2 wide receiver to pair with Devontae Adams. Pretend they just drafted their Hunter Renfrow replacement. Because in many ways, I've seen comps to George Kittle for Brock Bowers, and I can't quite figure out why that has been made overall. He's not George Kittle.
No, he's not.
I think supercharged Evan Ingram
Yeah.
is what this looks here.
He's unique. He really is a unique
By
prospect.
the way, is Brett out there? Can I say my line that
Brett is out there.
that we had to read? Can someone go ask if I can say the Aaron Hernandez line for Brett? Can I say that on air? Wait for yes. This is I'm doing it. This is Aaron Hernandez minus all the murders that went on. Like that's who this player is. This is an explosive and crafty receiving threat who can do a lot of stuff from the slots. In fact, in 2022, that's where he spent most of his time, was as a slot receiver. Spent 48% of his snaps there, 10% out wide, 40% in line, and 2% of the backfield. Like, there's no confirmed testing, but I don't need to see athletic testing.
I'm not worried
when
about
I saw him run away from SEC safeties. Like, he's fast. Like,
he's very fast.
He's a 3-time All-American. He had ankle surgery this year, missed 2 games. That was it. He is a after-catch nightmare. He's averaged about 8 yards per catch after the catch, which is more than like Marvin Harrison did.
Yeah.
Don't treat this as a tight end. Treat this as this is your new number 2 wide receiver, playmaker, dynamic threat, and a supercharged Evan Ingram minus the drops stuff.
So you think he's going to be like a true slot receiver, and then Mayer's going to be the true inline guy there?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Adams is going to be the other legit threat on the perimeter there.
And you'll use a lot of 2 tight end personnel.
Sure.
But you'll use Bowers as a wide receiver.
I got to say, I don't hate it. It gives
different.
you a lot of versatility on
It's
offense.
different.
It gives you a lot of possibilities on the offensive side of the ball. And when you have Gardner Minshew as you're going to be your starting quarterback, and I know Raiders fans right now are saying, hallelujah, Aiden O'Connell is going to be our starting quarterback next year.
Minshew, by the way.
It's going to be Gardner Minshew. So you got to get creative. And, you got Devontae Adams, who is a legit number 1 guy. And now Brock Bowers is going to come in. He's going to be your chess piece that you move all over the place with crazy formations and shifts. I kind of like this from Las Vegas. I'm not going to lie.
It's different, but
I like the thinking
unique.
from Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco here. That's for damn sure, man.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll pick a team right now.
Yeah, I got screwed.
Buccaneers. Okay. Buccaneers are interesting to me.
They're in the weird range.
Because
Like,
they actually have, for a playoff team, they actually have a lot of things that they could address. They could use an edge rusher. They could use a corner. They could use inside linebacker after losing Devin White. Like, they have a lot of things that they could address. I think in round 1, probably edge or corner, whoever's the highest on their board.
I think it would make the most sense.
Probably
maybe
what's going to
interior
happen.
O-line, depending on who's there.
Yeah,
Maybe.
if like Barton is there, which I highly doubt, maybe Jackson Powers Johnson. But yeah, I personally think it's probably going to be like Jared Verse if he falls, or there's a bunch of good corners in this draft. I'm sure Terrion Arnold or Nate Wiggins will be sitting there for him.
Yeah.
That's probably where I would expect the Buccaneers to go. So one more here, Tom, if you want to pick a team.
Yeah. I see Colts. Oh, say what? Okay. Colts are coming up here, by the way. There will be a corner for them. Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, and Brian Thomas Jr. I think they would have loved if Brock Bowers fell 2 more spots. They would have been very, very happy right there. But I think that, again, when you're in this range right now, the Saints pick, who they're listening for trade offers, by the way, the Saints are. Maybe Philadelphia. They were rumored to be trading up. We'll see. Saints, if a trade down or pick somebody. Colts, Seattle, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, even. Like, if you got to be feeling great right now.
Yeah, if you
if
you
you
wanted
wanted
defense, you are ecstatic.
Or O-line has not really gotten hot yet.
Yeah.
I think it's about to.
Yeah, especially if they take a player here, it's going to be a tackle because they need 2 tackles, all right? Trevor Penning stinks. And then Ryan Ramczyk, you don't know if he's going to play football again, right? So you need to take one right now for sure. I don't know which one it is. I would probably go with Fotano out of Washington is probably who I'd take, but
Gives them position flexibility, too.
yeah, but
in
there's
case
also
they do play
Talise
well.
Fuanga here,
Who
I really like as well.
slightly surprised he's there, but I don't think he's going to last that much longer.
Yeah.
Although maybe he does slide. Maybe teams don't think he can play tackle. In which case, like, that's how guys like Fuanga and Feltanu fall. They don't trust the tackle, but kind of like Graham Barton too.
Absolutely. So what's crazy is I think the New Orleans Saints are going to take a tackle here, Tom. And then it wouldn't surprise me if the guy that I kind of connected to the Colts to start today's exercise, Brian Thomas Jr., is the pick for the Colts. And we might go the first 15 picks without a defensive player, which would just be unprecedented. I don't know if I'll ever see that again in my lifetime.
Probably not.
And it's not like
Probably
there's
not.
bad defensive players. Like, I have a super high grade on Quinyon Mitchell. Okay, we got 2 super chats here. So we got Cody, who goes, okay, so producer Jack is letting me know this is Michigan Football Report legend Cody Mumford. Is that how you say it? Anthony, go blue. Thank you so much, Cody. We got more super chats here. All right, Jeff Davis here, $5 super chat, says just ready for the Cowboys to fumble the 24th pick or trade out of the first round. Thoughts, Tom?
The vibes are bad, folks.
$5 super chat from Lone Wolf, who says, for the Cowboys, W/trades, 30 Graham Barton, 35 Jordan Morgan, Trey Benson, 87 Edrin Cooper, and Justin, I don't know how to say his last name. Aboyshby. Great at funny.
I don't
really
know.
quick.
It's an A. I don't know how we're getting all those picks, but I love it.
Lone Wolf.
Barton isn't going to 30, by the way.
Probably not. $2 super chat from Rob W. Thank you so much, Rob. We got $10 from Duncan. Says, hey, Tom, with all the offensive talent falling, do we still go O-line? It seems like everyone might GT got jump at as many of these O-line as they can, and they won't be there. Might as well go D-line.
Very well might happen. And we'll know, I think, around the Dolphins pick how that's going to play out there. So I would not be surprised if that ends up happening. So we'll wait and see. But that's a real possibility. They get jumped and they take like a Darius Robinson at 24.
Saints haven't taken a pick yet, which is, I think they're definitely looking to trade down. $10 super chat from Marcus Arnold says, I don't see any good left tackles in the first. Do the Cowboys take the best left guard or wait until later, take the best linebacker with 24?
I think if there's a guard that they like, if it's like, Faltanu falls or Barton there, or maybe a center, I think they're going to take him.
Sure, yeah.
And then linebacker, the Edrin Cooper, I kind of wouldn't like it. all that much.
This is a bad year to want to need an inside linebacker, my friend. It is not good whatsoever. We have a pick here for the New Orleans Saints. Not yet? Not confirming?
Go back up to the top. It's there. We're good.
All right, there it is. We have confirmation. It's going to be Talise Fuanga out of Oregon State to the New Orleans Saints. What do you think here, Tom? You think they're going to plug him right in at right tackle and then try Penning again at left tackle if they can't get another guy?
I think that's the plan with Ramczyk's uncertainty long term. There has been some pronunciation drama. So all of the pronunciation guides
Say Fuaga.
say Fuaga, Taliesin Fuaga.
Yeah, Taliesin.
And then at a Senior Bowl interview, he's like, "No, it's Talise Fuanga," like
Yep.
how Tua Tagovailoa has the invisible
It's Samoan.
NG in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know. Well, I think for him, it's kind of like either's fine type of deal, like because he's grown up with a trickier name.
And at the very least, they need guard help too.
And
he
you
would
plug
be
in
an
there.
all-pro guard.
If Ramchek's back, you plug him in at guard. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep.
For the Saints, he actually was a top 10 player for me. I didn't think I was gonna like
Wow.
him as much as I
Okay.
did. I'm like, there were people like his arms are bad. I'm like, no, they're fine. The length gets checked off enough. It's 33-inch arms. It's long enough this day in college football. He's a powerful player. That Oregon State offense hit him a little bit in pass protection. Like it wasn't a true drop back, full heavy passing offense right there. There were concerns like how good of an athlete is he? Survey says incredible. Like 6'5", almost 6'6", 324, and a 5'1", 340, a 32-inch vert, and a 9. Incredible.
Yeah.
Never allowed a sack in college.
Yep.
Now, again, I think the offense kind of hit him. He'll do some oversetting stuff, which would be mitigated by a move to guard on the inside. But you're filling a need. You're getting a value player. Love the pick for the Saints here.
Yeah, I like it. I like it too, man. You can plug him inside if you need him to. He's going to be able to play right tackle if Ryan isn't able to go, at least to start the year. Like you said, elite physical talent. He moves really well as a run blocker too, which is something I like for a guy his size. I think he's going to be a dominant run blocker, and we know Clint Kubiak's going to want to run the football there in New Orleans. I like the pick, man. I have no complaints.
Will jump a little bit. He gets a little trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah,
the ball starts.
and that's because I don't
okay.
think his lateral quickness is like elite, so he tries to
more straight line.
overcorrect at times, and he can lose on the inside at times in
And
the drop
I think
back
it's also
passing
going to
game.
cover up some of those arm length stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So
Which happens. And
I like the player, number 14th overall player taken. I like it.
Comps here: Jamal Brown athletically, maybe not quite as good. At guard, I like some Brandon Scherf athletic ability there.
Yeah. I like both of those right there.
You have a starter on the offensive line. You did it. Good job, Saints.
Tom just gave you the thumbs up sign. You need to give us the thumbs up right now on the stream. Right now we've got almost 5,000 likes.
Shatter that mark from last year.
Shatter it
baby.
right now, all right? I will do another Bean Boozled, all right? I hate doing these things, but I'll do it for 5,000, all right? I have my price, Tom Downey,
Okay.
all right? 5,000 likes. We're less than 200 away. Am I right on that? No.
Math?
Yeah.
You're
200
just
away.
over.
Exactly 200 now, okay? So we're 200 likes away. Click that thumbs up icon. If we get to 5,000, I'll do another one of these things. I hate doing them, but I'll do it for you. It's the NFL draft. It's football Christmas. We're getting going here on Chat Sports, man. I absolutely love it. Let's run through the picks here, Tom Downey.
How about you do it?
All right, let's do it.
Give some analysis. For a second.
I'll give my thoughts.
Rapid fire.
Caleb Williams, next Patrick Mahomes.
No. We went over this. We talked about this last year. Patrick Mahomes comps are banned.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
You lost your privileges. The draft world did when they said it was Zach Wilson.
Okay,
They're banned forever.
I think that we view comps like just fundamentally differently. Is he going to win 3 Super Bowls in the same amount of times as Mahomes has? Probably not. Is he going to win 2 MVPs in the times Mahomes has? Maybe not. He could, but maybe not.
Probably not.
Okay, probably not. But the play style is the closest we have seen since Mahomes when he emerged in the second season that Kansas City offense. You just can't say any other way.
Honestly, Mahomes,
like if you have to compare his game and his play style to anyone,
Kyler Murray.
no, it is Patrick Mahomes because he's bigger than Kyler. He throws over the middle way better than Kyler does.
Not that much bigger though.
Yes, Kyler's what, 5'10"?
Yeah, but we're
3.5 inches taller.
closer.
Just a little bit taller? Are you kidding me? This guy, I think, in my opinion, he is the best quarterback prospect that's ever entered the league. Now, I wasn't around for Andrew Luck, all right? I wasn't around for Manning. Like, I've only been doing it for 7 years, okay?
Yeah.
He's the best guy that I've seen from college heading into pro. I love that pick. I think they're going to compete for a playoff spot immediately. Jayden Daniels, Washington, love that pick. Drake Maye with New England. He needs to develop. New England, don't rush him. Marvin Harrison Jr. with Arizona, love that pick. Kyler needs a dominant perimeter threat. You get that with him. Joe Alt, I'm very happy they took him instead of Latham. Alt is definitely the number 1 tackle in this class for me. Malik Neighbors, if you're going to stick with Daniel Jones, he's not going to be throwing the ball down the field. You need somebody that can win after the catch. Malik Neighbors does that for you. That's a fantastic pick for them. I don't like the J.C. Latham pick. You had guys that can play left tackle at a high level available there. You went with a guy that I think is going to be a guard in the National Football League. I don't think he has. He might play right tackle. I'm not sure if he's a left, and I don't like Dylan Radins on the left side either. Michael Penix Jr., worst pick of the draft. I don't think any pick that's going to happen is going to be worse than that. Odunze at 9. I love that for Chicago. Great chemistry with Caleb. That's a really scary wide receiver trio. JJ to Minnesota. I love that Minnesota didn't overpay for him, but he is a good fit there. Olufashino out of Penn State. Love that for New York. Somebody's going to get hurt on that O-line. Bo Nix to Denver. They needed a quarterback, but he's a round 2 guy, in my opinion, probably a career backup. I don't see him as an impact player in the league. Brock Bowers, very interesting pick. I'm interested to see how Luke Getsy uses him.
It's different.
He's not the most he wasn't the most creative offensive mind in Chicago, but things might change because if you're taking him here, you have a vision for him. And then Talise Fuanga out of Oregon State for the Saints. They needed a tackle. They got that guy. I like that pick right there. And now we have the Colts, Tom Downey, and there's still no defensive players that have gone.
That's pretty wild. Dallas Turner is kind of sliding a little bit more than I think most people thought he was going to. This might be a good Quinyon Mitchell range here. Troy Fatano's there. I'm high on Graham Barton quite a bit there. I got my guys, Amari Smims, Johnny Newton. Byron Murphy is there too. So if you want a defense, you're in pretty good shape there. Jack, take it away.
All right, today's live stream is brought to you by Mando Whole Body Deodorant. You can get $5 off a starter pack today when you use code CHAT at shopmando.com. Ditch the soap and step up to the plate with Mando Whole Body Deodorant today. Developed by a doctor, this game-changing formula is safe for your entire body and knocks out odor like a champ. Mando is made with mandelic acid, which picks off odor at the source, keeping you fresh for up to 72 hours. Mando is available in solid sticks, invisible cream, body wash, cleaning bars, and deodorant wipes for on-the-go use. Don't let foul balls ruin your game. Switch to Mando and keep your body odor in fair territory by taking advantage of their special offer for new customers of $5 off their best-selling starter pack when you go to shopmando.com and use code CHAT. Guys, I use their body wash every single day, the bourbon leather body wash. Absolutely love it. I highly recommend it to anybody. Now, I've always kept my odor in check, but man, the people here at Chat Sports, before we started partnering with Mando, it was getting a little bit rough here. I'm not going to lie, but after we started partnering with these guys and they got some Mando products, everything has changed for the better. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick of deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and 2 free products of your choice, like this mini body wash that I showed off earlier, plus free shipping. Luckily, I have a discount code to help you get hooked on my favorite smelling whole body deodorant on the market today. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. A big thank you to Mando Whole Body Deodorant for sponsoring today's live stream. All right, man, show some love to our sponsor, Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Spam Draft on their latest post. Is it on Instagram or is it on Instagram? It is on Instagram. So go to Instagram right now. Check out Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Spam Draft on their latest post. And the link is going to be in the chat. Producer Jack is putting that in there right now. Go there right now. Take care of that. And are we doing shout-outs for everybody that does, Producer Jack?
We will. We'll probably come back to it.
We'll come back to it. So if you do that, we will come back to you and we'll give you a special shout-out on the show. Really appreciate our friends at Mando for sponsoring today's show. I see Kurgan Cold with another 69. Somebody's getting slapped on the show. And I don't think it's me, Tom Downey. All right. So now let's get to the Colts pick. And it's going to be,
I know, right?
My number 1 edge coming off the board. Very nice. Tom Downey, take it away, my friend.
Look, talent-wise, ignoring the medical stuff, number 1 edge I think is a very popular refrain there. I got him at 19 overall because of the medical stuff.
Apparently they checked out.
Yeah, you never know until the draft, right? Because it's, he was medically retired at Washington due to a neck injury.
Yep.
And then had to get that all sorted out and figured out from that perspective. The production was incredible. 21.5 tackles for loss this past year with 13 sacks. 20% pressure rates the last 2 years. So every 5th play, he's impacting the throw and getting after the quarterback right there. 5 forced fumbles. He had 34 TFLs in 25 games at UCLA. He's a really good athlete. He's not as freaky as like the Jalen Phillips, which I think is a good comp with the medical concerns there. Goes in a very similar range.
Same number.
I like a Trey Hendrickson comp.
I don't hate
He's
that.
not an elite run stopper, I don't think.
Hendrickson doesn't have a cross chop.
No, he doesn't. Like, but they also like they win. They get pressures.
Yes,
despite
yes,
not being.
yes.
They're also very similar builds. He's got the Euro step, which I'm always a big fan of, which I like to see.
It's just beautiful, man.
There.
Just beautiful.
I thought Fuonga did a pretty good job against him.
Yes, he did.
That was kind of the one knock. I thought the length isn't great, but he got an impact pass rusher. A little surprised it wasn't a corner, but the first defensive player off the board finally.
Yeah, I mean, they like athletic freaks. I wouldn't say Latu is a freak athletically, but let's just face it, Kwity Paye has been fine. He's not much of an impact as a pass rusher. He's a good run defender. And then Samson Ebukam? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the other edge rusher there. He's fine.
They love getting pass rushers.
But like
you know?
Latu is like a legit number one edge rusher day one, in my opinion, if he can stay healthy. There's just not many guys that can pull off the cross chop move because it takes such balance and bend and athleticism. I think Latu's going to be a really good player if he can stay healthy, and that's kind of a big if with his history. So make sure you spam draft. A few shout-outs. Where do we see them?
I got to pull it up here. I got
Tom's
to
out.
pull it up. Let's see. We've got, let me go to the top of these so I'm not missing anybody. A. Jones, Immortal Life Trippy, Joseph CEO, Zach 2C, almost clicked on somebody, Jared, Shane Amick, Bethany, SU Pressure, bunch of those from SU Pressure. Mirko's got a bunch of them in there as well. Crystal 42, Jam Walder, Bridge Racing. I think that's Wookiees. Might be mispronouncing that one from that perspective. Let me keep scrolling down here. I don't want to get the Raiders ones in there necessarily either. Save those shout outs for those people. Think we're mostly caught up here. Let me keep scrolling. I think we're about caught up there. Psycho Modern. It keeps it loads and then it scrolls past where it's currently at, which is very frustrating. I think we're about caught up there, guys.
All right,
there's
so
a lot
let's
of Raiders in there.
let's kind of recap the picks here.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, and Drake Maye go off the board. 1, 2, 3, straight chalk. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4. Joe Alt to the Chargers at 5, not J.C. Latham like it was rumored to be. Malik Neighbors, a great fit for the New York Giants. J.C. Latham to the Titans. Michael Penix Jr., the crazy pick of the day at number 8. Roma Dunze pairing up with his buddy Caleb Williams there in Chicago. Great day for the city of Chicago, if you ask me. J.J. McCarthy, trading up for him if you're Minnesota, not giving up too much for him, getting the guy you like. Alou Fashiono from Penn State going to New York. Love that fit. Bo Nix stinks. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I blanked out there for a second. Talise Fuonga to the Saints. Really like that. And then Latu to the Colts. They needed a really good number one edge rusher. They get one here at number 15. And then coming up here, we get Seahawks. Then we get Jaguars, Bengals, and Rams. What can we expect from these next 4 picks, Tom?
Seattle's kind of a wild card, new-ish regime kind of in there. They've been linked to Faltano because they have the similar coaching staff here. Jacksonville could go. The corners are all there for Jacksonville, so that stands out. Brian Thomas is there. Bengals are going to get a good trench player. I think they feel maybe Dallas Turner now with the Trey Hendrickson trade request suddenly starts to be appealing a little bit more than because I didn't think he was going to be here.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised he's there. I thought he'd be a top 10 pick. He's my number 1 defender. Maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes, but there's only been one defender taken, so who knows?
Yeah, exactly. So next up here, we
Yeah,
had
just second through.
Yeah, so we got. We're just cycling through. So
Yep.
I don't know if we're going to see a trade up. Do you think we'll see a trade up here?
I mean, if you were a team that was
Wait, who is this? Who is this on the phone? Do we know who that
I
is?
think that's Latu.
Oh, is that? Are they just replaying it?
ESPN is only just now getting to the pick. I'm pretty sure that's Latu. Yeah.
Okay. But there's some teams we still haven't seen an Ayuk trade yet. There were some. I'm not sure if we're going to. We did hear that if the Steelers are going to trade for him, it might not happen until they're on the clock.
Yeah.
So that's still a possibility. Same thing with Jacksonville. They need a number 1 receiver. It's going to be interesting to see how these wide receivers fall to me because you got Adonai Mitchell, you got Ladd McConkey, Xavier Legette. I think is somebody that's going to sneak in here tonight.
Would be shocked.
Watch out for the Bills. They love those deep crossers, and that's what Legette. That's a specialty.
Yeah.
So I still think we're going to have a run on receivers here. We're starting to get a run on tackles.
I think it's going to continue.
And we just had our first defender, so we'll see if there's a run on defenders here in the middle part of the first round. All right, so now let's get into if you're just joining us here, we do have a couple of giveaways today. We have a raffle item and then an MVP item. So $20 super chat gets you in the raffle to win a draft swag pack. You get an official draft hat for your favorite team, official draft T-shirt for your favorite team, and a couple of miscellaneous little gifts here from Chat Sports, like a bottle opener and sunglasses and all this good stuff. Great little swag pack there for our raffle item winner. And then our MVP today, rookie jersey. So your favorite team and whoever they draft tonight, that's the jersey that you will get if you are today's MVP.
Kurgan Cold in a runaway right
Kurgan
now.
Cold is just running away with it right now. We got some super chats to run through here. Jameer CP says Penix to Atlanta. I'm still scratching my head. I don't know how to feel. Terrible pick.
Don't like it.
Plain simply. Yeah, Kirk Cousins, I mean, goodness gracious. He just signed there. I wouldn't feel good if I was him. Lone Wolf.
Jack says he hates to interrupt, but he's got something here.
Jack's hijacking the show here. What's up?
Oh,
okay, so Rossini said the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. This is hilarious to me. From what I learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but he did not believe a successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. I mean, I think everybody's stunned. Like he completely uprooted his family to go to Atlanta, sign a 4-year
contract. His family's
contract.
from there. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
But also, yes.
But still,
also,
you're
yes.
leaving a good situation in Minnesota to Atlanta, who then immediately drafts your successor, who, by the way, is an older quarterback that cannot create outside of structure. It's like, and the more I think about this pick, the more I hate it. $2 super chat from Lone Wolf here. It says, somehow Burton and Powers Johnson were there at 30. I guess we'll see. Then we got $69 super chat from my man Kurgan Cold. He says, I'm out on the Bengals fan. Keeps talking political trash. He should be blocked. I'll see y'all later.
We'll tell the team behind it to take care of it.
I haven't seen
needed.
it. Yeah.
Look,
we're talking football here. We're not looking at the chat like all that much.
We'll do our best. There are people who are going to do political stuff no matter what. So honestly, just ignore it. I know it's easier said than done.
Appreciate you, Kurgan. You're a real one. $2 super chat from Chuck Nola. And he says, that Penix pick is the worst pick of this decade. Probably it's up there.
I don't know about
Alex Leatherwood to the Raiders.
I hated Bo Nix anymore.
Cleveland Furl in the top 5 was pretty bad too. Okay, Jameer CP. Another one says, Penix nice. My sleeper QB, Las Vegas, a better fit. Yeah, I like Penix too. You know, I had him higher than J.J. McCarthy on my personal big board this year. With the right fit, I think he has a higher upside, like with better help than McCarthy does personally. But he needed that right fit, and I'm just not sure if he got there with Atlanta. All right, so we got another pick here, and it's Byron Murphy, defensive tackle out of Texas. I actually mocked Murphy to the Seattle Seahawks in my final mock, so I nailed that one here in the middle of the first round. Thoughts on Byron Murphy to the Seattle Seahawks?
He's 16 overall for me. He goes 16 overall, so, pretty right. I'm a bigger fan of Johnny Newton, but that's fine. I know I'm different than most people on that
I love him
front
too,
there.
man. I really do.
A little shorter. He's 6'1", 297. Arm length is solid, though, and 32 and 3/8 arms. Actually benefits him, gives him good leverage, allows him to play low, and low man wins, High motor, really great athletic ability, sub 4.9, 40-yard dash. Can be a little late to trigger sometimes, I think, off the snap, but once he does, he fires forward pretty well. Great production, 16.5% pressure rate, 8.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, bunch of pressures. Not the biggest guy, a little light in the pants. Did get to 306 at his pro day.
There it is.
He said he was surprised how much he weighed at the combine. I think he didn't think he was going to be that light, which, it's fine right there. Doesn't get pushed out of gaps, and he actually played a bunch of nose guard for Texas.
Yeah.
Even with Devontae
Good
Smith,
run defender.
He's a good run defender given his size. Interior pass rusher, Mike McDonald coming over from the Ravens, saw how good Justin Matabike was.
Yep.
Now he's got another one here. The easy comp for all the undersized guys is Geno Atkins. I don't mind that one here. I think Shelby Harris athletically. But the better version than what Seattle had. Like the good version.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. Byron Murphy, just crazy athlete. He's just a psycho on the field. I think this is a great fit with all the rotating disguises that they do and all the different stuff they do with their safeties and their nickel and their inside linebackers. You need to have a really solid defensive line. They needed help on the interior. I mean, this is a no-brainer to me. You need interior offensive line help if you're Seattle, and I know a lot of fans are probably clamoring for Graham Barton here, for example. You can get a good guard on day 2 for sure.
I'd agree.
All right. See you, folks. I'm going to be taking off here. Tom is going to have you. We're going to have Jace Andrews on here
Give him
in
a
just
second.
a little. Oh, give it a little second.
Yeah, got a couple times there, but Jags on the clock here at number 17 overall. If you are just now tuning in, we will recap the picks for you as we simulcast for the time being on Cowboys, on Chiefs, on Commanders. Dolphins is Dolphins just now shifted off, or is that about to be? Not quite yet. Dolphins TBD on that front. By the way, we have a trade up. Minnesota is jumping up to number 17 overall with Jacksonville, only giving up 167. I wonder if that might be a typo there from the reports. We'll see. But Minnesota is on the clock here all of a sudden. Okay, this makes more sense. It's 167, a third and a fourth next year. I have a prediction. I'm going to go Dallas Turner. They're giving up a lot of capital here. Next year's class, a third and a fifth, or a third and a fourth, plus 167 overall this year, as Minnesota is now on the clock here, trading up with Jacksonville to get that number 17 overall pick. Some top players on the board here. Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, the corners would be a good fit for what they like to do on defense with Brian Flores. Offensive linemen, Troy Fatano are there. Graham Barton is there. Marius Mims is there. Johnny Newton is my guy. I love Newton. I would love that pick. I don't think the NFL's as high on him as I am. That's fine. Terrion Arnold is there. Nate Wiggins, at least on my board, Nate Wiggins, Jackson Powers-Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Brian Thomas. So Minnesota, 2 trades up in round 1 of this year's class, a 5th this year, and their 3rd and 4th round picks next year. That tells me there is somebody that they desperately wanted that maybe they didn't think would be on the board for them. And they're jumping up 6 spots and really, really limiting next year's draft capital to make this happen. Is the only other pick that I've seen come in this year, a 3rd and a 4th next year, when they already moved on from future picks next season as well, to an extent, to make this happen. So Minnesota, ultra aggressive here in round 1. You can get those predictions in for who you think this pick will end up being. I would guess defense, Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, all available here on the board at this time, as that pick should be in very, very shortly with the trade up coming in here. There it is. The pick is in. Sperry can suck it. It is indeed Dallas Turner to the Minnesota Vikings. This was my number 1 ranked pass rusher in this year's class. He's actually much higher than J.J. McCarthy was for me on this board. Top 10 player for me in the class. He's my number 1 ranked defensive player, my top ranked edge rusher. The Vikings were in the market for more pass rush help because they had lost Daniil Hunter. They had lost Marcus Davenport. They had only added Jonathan Grenard. Now they find a way to acquire, I think, the best pass rusher in this class with the non-medical concerns that Latu Latu had suffered from. And I bet when they do their post-draft press conference stuff, they're going to go, yeah, we didn't think Dallas Turner was going to be there. We had a chance to get our highest-rated defensive player. We thought it would have been silly to not go down that path and acquire him. He plays bigger, in the same way that kind of Nolan Smith does, by the way. He plays a little bit bigger than his size. I don't think he has, at almost 6'3", 247 with really long arms. That's not someone you would think is a good run stopper. I thought he held up pretty well. The length really helps him from that perspective. Gives him some frame to grow into there as well, by the way. He can drop into coverage. I hated when Alabama did that. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Stop doing this. Why are you dropping into coverage? That's dumb. That's lame. You shouldn't be doing those types of things. The long arm and the burst he has off the snap, 4.48 40, a 40.5-inch vert, 10.07 broad, elite athletic ability. All of that allows him to convert that speed into power. And that benefits him in a pretty major way with what he's able to do as a pass rusher. He is young as well. He's 21 years old. The athletic comp here, hopefully a better football player, is Vic Beasley, who's not the biggest guy, but very athletically gifted, offers the burst. I think Nolan Smith, a better version, works well too, where he's a bigger player. So Couple future picks next year. It means next year's draft won't be as good for Minnesota when it's all said and done. But I do think this was a really good, aggressive move by the Vikings as they build out their current core. J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback, and going to have some success with Dallas Turner on defense. Quality pick there by Alabama. Hats off to Minnesota. I like being aggressive there. They'll feel it next year with lighter draft capital. But hey, adding good players isn't a bad thing at all. And you're getting they'll say he's a top 10 guy on their board just like he is for me. Just like he is for me. So Minnesota trades up to 17. They take Dallas Turner. Number 18, Cincinnati, now on the clock here as we bring on Jace Andrews. Jace, how you doing, buddy?
Welcome back. We're good. Brian, good to be back. Bengals on the clock now. Are they really about to get Brian Thomas Jr. here?
I bet they take an offensive lineman.
Think so?
I'm gonna bet Amarius Mims here.
That would be a good pick.
Well, think Jared Verse, Shawnee Newton, Quinyon Mitchell is there when I didn't think he was going to be. So that is a dark horse candidate as well.
Very much so.
I'm excited to see who they pick. A lot of good options here.
Lots of good options. We are closing in on 374,000 subscribers, getting close here and just less than 120 away. So hit that subscribe button. We got coverage of all 252 picks. Plus, I believe, Tom, you got 300 players, you said? So UDFAs we're going to cover it too.
I got to 3. Oh, there's going to be a lot of guys I didn't get to. I always be about 20, 25 guys I did not get to in the end there.
We'll get it off. All right. Well, with that being said, I believe we're getting word your time is calling for Cowboys.
In a little bit here. Yeah.
Really?
A little bit.
All right.
Stand by. We got a few minutes here.
All right. Let's go to a couple super chats here real quick.
Let's
keep going.
That's fine.
Let's
Go
keep
and
going.
go to Jace. That's fine. Go and go to Jace.
Let's keep going. Jameer CP with a super chat saying, who should the Rams pick? A couple different options for the Rams. I think, they're closing in here. I think, honestly, probably going offensive lineman with them would maybe be a very good shot. But going in here with the pick, see how that goes. Jim and Molly Bennett saying, who will Tomunism forever be taking at number 3?
Jim's here. Oh my God. Tell him to take Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison. There you go. That's who he's taking. Brian Aycock. This one's from Dolphins. I like Dolphins. Hello from Bass to all Finn family. Jim, Tom will text you tonight. There you go. Hello from Badass to all Finn family. Like the PH there a lot. That's nice. Someone from Cowboys? Okay. Dwayne Jackson, $5 super chat saying, Tom, if all the good O-line are picked, should Dallas trade out at pick number 24? I believe Tom had mentioned that he said yes, if O-line aren't there, the potential to trade out is something that we could see from the Dallas Cowboys. Random Vids with a $5 super chat saying, do you think the hip drop tackle has affected the draft this year? I'm going to go with no. I think that you're still going to take people based off their athletic ability. I don't know how in the world that would kind of maybe affect a little bit, but it's not something that I would see being a huge thing. Blood Slinger saying, F Chugs. I second that, of course. Power saying, with all the QBs and tackles getting picked, that made it so there is a ton of great players left. There's a ton of amazing players left, especially on the cornerbacks. There's Quinyon Mitchell as well. There's Kool-Aid McKinstry as well. There is a lot of different good cornerbacks, along with wide receivers are still available. Brian Thomas Jr. and A.D. Mitchell. Poff Daddy along here. Jack? Poff Daddy saying, trade back or go with D pick. Board looks big. Is this one? This one's on Cowboys, right? This one's on Cowboys. Honestly, the offensive line is still pretty. I think Amarius Mims is a great pick for the Cowboys if he's still there. I just don't see if he's going to be there, though. There you go. All right, the pick is in for the Bengals. Let's go to this next super chat real quick. We want to hit that real quick? There you go. NGA Recruiting's $2 super chat. So the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. They do not go Brian Thomas Jr. They go Amarius Mims, the 6'7", 340-pound lineman from the University of Georgia. Number 4 overall offensive tackle, the 14th ranked player. Amarius Mims is a guy that I really like seeing play, and I think he is a very good fit and a team that needed an offensive lineman. If you look at the Bengals, they've got a couple of question marks right now, with T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson both requesting trades, and Amarius Mims now going to help block Joe Burrow, who has had a bit of an injury problem since he has got in there. Now, only 800 career snaps, but when he is healthy, he is playing amazing. The question is, will he stay healthy, and will that affect, obviously, a Bengals team who has had some injury-prone players throughout their past couple of years? Let's just say that. He's very big, and I think that's why there are some concerns with that injury. I know that is something, though, that the Bengals have liked in Amarius Mims. Given the size, he is going to be able to block Joe Burrow at an effective rate, especially in a very good defensive conference there, or division, with the Steelers being in there and TJ Watt. You're going to need some very good offensive linemen. This is going to help out in a team that the offensive line very much struggled in there. So Amarius Mims, they are the round 1 pick, number 18 for the Cincinnati Bengals, an offensive lineman that, to me, kind of fell a little bit. I mean, 18 is a pretty good slot for him. I would like that pick for the Bengals. Let's kind of recap what we've seen from this 2024 NFL Draft so far. Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick. Jayden Daniels at number 2. Drake Maye at number 3. And then Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4. Pretty much following the script from picks 1 through 4. Caleb, Jayden, Drake, all the ones that we expected to see in those top 3. And then MHJ, nothing new there. Alt going at pick number 5 is probably the one that maybe started the surprise movement. Then you have Malik Neighbors, J.C. Latham at number 7. The Titans, who are really heavily linked to Joe Alt, then proceeded to then not get him, and they didn't trade back. They stuck with their gut, got an offensive tackle in J.C. Latham. And then the biggest pick of the draft up until this point, the Falcons, who just guaranteed $100 million to Kirk Cousins. They draft Michael Penix Jr., and the 24-year-old with some injury struggles lands in Atlanta, and a tight-knit quarterback competition coming up. Is that the quarterback of the future in a couple years? Lots of question marks, but ultimately that's the way the Falcons chose to go. Rome Odunze at number 9 to the Chicago Bears. You pair him with Caleb Williams, and you have an absolute stud of an offense in Chicago. You have some amazing guys around them, along with DJ Moore, and of course the signing of Keenan Allen, or rather trade for Keenan Allen. That's a very good offense in Chicago. J.J. McCarthy in the trade there goes number 10 to the Minnesota Vikings, as the Vikings move up 1 slot ahead, going to the Jets. And the Jets there take Olu Fashanu. Brock Bowers, the tight end, he falls at number 13 with the Las Vegas Raiders. That's a very good pick. I like that one a lot. And then Talisi Fuaga from Oregon State, the Hawaiian native, goes to New Orleans, playing with the Saints in the Superdome. Laitu Latu, the edge from UCLA, in round 1, pick 15. Steelers. Gotcha. Byron Murphy, the second, and then there at round 1, pick number 16. Obviously, the Jaguars then traded with the Vikings. That was Dallas Turner at 17. And then the most recent pick, Amarius Mims, at pick number 18. So there's your most recent picks. We appreciate you joining on there. Joined now by Nick Roloff.
Let's get it, NFL fans. What's going on? Welcome to be here. We've had an electric NFL draft so far. All my Dolphins fans tuning in. Let's go. We're picking in a couple picks. We'll be here to break that down live as well. But it's been a lot of stunning selections here, Jace. I got to be honest. You see Michael Penix going 8, the first 14 picks being all offense, which means, well, defensive players that are very, very talented are falling into the mid and early 20s, which will allow, our Dolphins here picking at 21 to potentially go that route or even on the offensive line. But, there's a lot of good players still out there, Jace.
Terrion Arnold's out there. Quinion Mitchell. I'm kind of surprised. We're at pick 19, and he is there. We'll see if his next pick is up. But the Rams, currently on the clock right now, have got pick number 19 overall, as we see. Looking for a defensive tackle edge, maybe a cornerback. Maybe this is where we finally see Quinion Mitchell go. They do have 11 total picks with 4 in the top 100. Rams are in an interesting situation being at 19. What do you think they go with?
I mean, it's kind of unbelievable. This is the first time they're picking in the first round since 2016 when they took quarterback Jared Goff.
An interesting guy. I wouldn't surprise me if they went corner with Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, but could they go Jerzon Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois? Because, listen, Aaron Donald retiring in the offseason. They could look for his replacement. Byron Murphy just went off the board a couple picks ago to the Seahawks. Could the Rams go for that Aaron Donald replacement and Jerzon Newton? It wouldn't shock me, but there's also Jared Verse there as well. So, I just expect them to go defense with anything.
I think this is a very clear defensive pick. It's either, I would probably agree with you to go defensive line, but given Quinyon Mitchell is there, it wouldn't surprise me if they took him, given being at 19, that's a pretty good slot for him.
I'll tell you what, I thought it was fascinating that a report from Diana Rossini is out there that they tried to trade up into the top 10 from 19 with Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia, in mind. It's a little bit of a stunner if you ask me. They stay home here at 19, and as long as there's no crazy trade back or anything like that, I'd expect them to go defense like you mentioned.
Yeah, I like Verse. I think that's a pretty good one. But again, over 2,000 days in between their last pick. That's in the first round. That's kind of wild. Like, the fact that that is just an actual thing is crazy. All right, let's try and beat our chat rate record here. We got Rolly on the stream, which means the positive vibes are here.
I'll try to bring the energy. I need the energy reciprocated from the people in the chat. Come on, spam those me's.
We're giving shout-outs to everybody who spams me, so get down there and spam it as fast as humanly possible. Hunter Man is in there. I see Swimmer of Age. I see Wesley typing me. Weston typing me. Y'all need to keep spamming it because I want to break the chat rate record from last year, which is over 1,000. I believe we can do it. Big Pop. We've got Lionheart, Paul, Saul, Hunter, Robert, Kaylee, Darth Vader, Robert, Lionheart, Kaylee, Moshi, Saul, Eric B., Scott, Marcus, Swimmer, Hunter, Big Polo, Lionheart, Kaylee, Paul, Nike, Marcus, Jay, Ralph, Kelly, Jay, Frank, 12 gauge. We got Destroying Dog. We got Mia, Kelly, Dallas, Kyle C., Frankum, Dallas Hoffman, Robert, Cowboys, Corey, Jay, Caden, Red Raider, Caden. We have Rams fan, your pick is about to be up, my guy.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't been announced yet, but I'll tell you what, I'm looking at my guys in Dolphins today. We got Dolphin City. Hey, it's Lance. Ty, man, you're everywhere, as you always are. Fins fan, Ricky, Byron, Tanner, John Boggs, Joao. Keep on spamming those me's. Get the me's in the chat. Wherever you're watching from, wherever stream you're on, type the me's. Show me how amped you are, because we're trying to break records here in the 2024 NFL Draft as we wait for the pick to be in. And it looks like it is in. Jared Verse. Listen, we know ball for a reason, Jace. We called it. Jared Verse, the defensive lineman, the edge from Florida State, heading to the Rams. That is now all three top edges are off the board now, with Verse being the final one.
Very good pick here. I actually like this pick a lot, especially for a team that did just lose Aaron Donald. Verse is not going to be Aaron Donald by any stretch, but he's a plug-and-play guy. Pick 19, you're going to put him on the defensive line. He's going to create pressure, and he's going to be very good, especially for the height and weight he has. 6'3", 254, but the kid can move. Number 2 overall edge that we had, and somebody that I really think is going to prove that you can come in here and immediately succeed, especially being around the top 20 picks. Again, very, very good kind of blend of everything. I don't think he's like a specialist at one specific thing, but I do, however, believe he is like a jack of all trades. He has the size. He has the speed. Okay. He's got the speed, got the size. And again, he can do a lot of different things he can do on the edge along with ball rushing. So Jared Verse, a very good pick there. And like Rolly said, we know ball. What can we say? All right.
We're going to sign off, Cowboys. Go ahead. We're going to go give it to Tom Downey, our guy. So go check it out over there.
Hello and welcome. We are still streaming live on Kansas City. We're still on Steelers, right? Or Steelers is off now?
Steelers is done.
Steelers is off now. Dolphin Commanders and Chiefs, welcome all in here to our live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. We do appreciate hanging out with us. Nick Roloff alongside Jace Andrews here, and we do appreciate hanging out with us. We're giving you breakdowns of every single pick from rounds 1 to round 7, from pick 1 to pick 252. We are now 19 picks in, with Jared Verse being the latest pick at number 19 to the Los Angeles Rams.
You want to know what's nuts here, as Verse went 19 to the Rams. The top cornerbacks, all of them, whatever cornerback is your flavor, whether it be Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell, whoever is your top CB in this draft class, well, they're still there. No corners, no defensive backs off the board. It's a shocker to me, and if you're a team that need to replenish your cornerback room and you're picking late in this draft, could you be any more excited? I got my eyes on the Philadelphia Eagles here coming up in a couple selections as well. Pick 22 to be exact. Bradbury up in age. You have Darius Slay getting up there as well. I mean, they're going to be able to take one of the top corners with their pick at 22.
They may get Quinion.
Unbelievable.
They might. Let's go to some super chats real quick here from Lionheart, a $2 super chat chain. Go Texans. Well, hey, Lionheart, we know you're not in the first round. We appreciate you hanging out with us. I know that obviously your first round pick was, in theory, Stephon Diggs, making all those big trades to get him. So we'll have your pick tomorrow, obviously, here on Chat Sports. You want to get on the show? You want to make us do some cool things? We got some deals for you today. 500 likes, a Bean Boozled. And Rolly, I don't know if you know the deal, but because you're new on this one, you're first. And as I look right now, we are less than 40 likes away from you doing a little bit of a Bean Boozled.
This feels like I was set up. I was framed.
You were. All right, $10. We'll talk about your team, and we will give you the latest on everything going on there. $20, you're going to get on a raffle to win some swag from your team, plus some little bit of a Chat Sports gear as well with some nice sunglasses, bottle openers, all that stuff. $50, we have the tortilla slaps. Rolly, you didn't agree to this one. Are you in on that?
Oh, they're killing me. They want me to Bean Boozled, the tortilla slaps. What did I sign up for? Come on.
And then along with our highest super Venmo today for our MVP, you're going to get a rookie jersey. So whoever team you are a fan of, we'll get you the jersey of the rookie you drafted. Pretty good deal right there. So again, $20 to get into that raffle. You're getting a draft swag pack. So pretty much a lot of stuff from your team. Going to get some gear from them along with Chat Sports stuff as well. A couple glasses.
Sounds pretty cool to me. I got my guy Chad Jones in Dolphins today. Oh. What's up, Chad? How are you doing? I also saw a $5 super chat. I don't know if I probably can't flash that, but I'll give him a shout out. Brian Aycock. Oh, we can?
You can.
This is why Jack Lotteray's the man. Shout out to Brian Aycock, $5 super chat. Hello from Badass to all Finn family. I can't believe YouTube let that slide through, but shout out to you, Brian Aycock, and shout out to everybody watching on Dolphins today. As you know, if you watched yesterday's video, new host of the channel, so I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here on Maine Chat Sports as well, hanging out with everyone as we do get into the 20s here as the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, and that pick is allegedly in, which would put Miami Dolphins on the clock. Let's see who Chris Greer and Mike McDaniels take in 2024. I would be shocked if the Steelers don't go with Grant Barton.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I mean, there's been a lot of smoke between those two guys, but they could also use a corner, and with all the top corners still on the board for Pittsburgh, it makes a lot of sense for them to go that route as well.
Would it surprise you if they go with Brian Thomas Jr.?
I don't think it would. I mean, him and Pickens would be an interesting duo. I mean, it really would, because those two guys kind of both project as outside X-type wide receivers. But they're both dynamic with the ball in their hands, big play machines. And I would be comfortable moving George Pickens around in that offense. Brian Thomas is like 6'3", 6'4". He's a big guy. But all this talk is mute because the pick is in. And they're going to go with Troy Fautanu, the guard/tackle from Washington, someone that I wanted the Dolphins to take at 21. So that's a little
well, that's off the board.
That's a little bit of a snipe job from Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers. But I am stunned by Graham Barton not being the pick for them. But, looks like they go that route.
Another offensive tackle off the board at pick number 20. Troy Fautanu, the Washington. He's the third Washington player selected, right? Not even Penix or Dunze?
Penix and Fautanu.
Yeah, third Washington. That might be the most.
Three
from one
school?
school?
Yeah, I think that is. We've only gotten
because there's only
one.
Two Georgia, tight end and Amarius Mims. Is there any other teams that have had more than three?
No, because you're right. The Georgia has two.
Georgia has two.
But I think that's it. It's a Washington with Fautanu now takes the lead with 3.
Bama's got 2.
Bama's got 2.
Yeah. Well, Troy Fautanu here, number 3 overall. And Downey, Tom, had him as the number 1 offensive guard, number 12 overall. Fautanu is honestly a really good price. I think the thing, and the reason why he's probably not as high up as Joe Alt, J.C. Latham, Olu, he's 24. He's a little bit older than those guys. I think in my mind, he's a little bit slower. And honestly, he's not the usual build of an offensive tackle. You can kind of see him there. He's not like the prototypical guy at the tackle slot. But the thing is, his arms are huge and they have great length as well. So he can get out there and protect his quarterback in any way possible. Now going to help protect in the new quarterback of Justin Fields. So Russell Wilson, yeah, that too. We'll see. I don't think Russell's that good, but oh well. I think he's a great pick, and he'll be protecting one of the two quarterbacks, whichever one wins.
Yeah, I mean, there was those little rumors that came out in the last week and a half or so that he has been medically flagged by NFL front offices on his knee, which is a main reason why he's potentially here at 20. A lot of people projected him to go inside the top 15 of this draft, but ultimately it looks like he fell with that knee injury, and Pittsburgh Steelers are never shy of making a bold move with George Pickens, Justin Fields now, and we'll see how Fatanu plays out in the Steel City, which puts Miami on the clock with pick 21. If you're a Dolphins fan, let me know who you want to draft down in the comment section. And if you're not a Dolphins fan, you can also let me know who's the best player left on the board. Pair of $20 super chats on Dolphins today from Chad Jones and Juggalotus. We'll get to those in just a minute. Don't you wait. But we're waiting for the pick to be in for Miami here at 21. Let me know who y'all want or who you think is the best player on the board. Okay. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sounds good. I see Xavier Worthy. I see Graham Barton, Kool-Aid McKinstry. McKinstry, excuse me. A lot of people saying trade back. Jackson Powers Johnson as well in the chat. Chop Robinson, Brian Thomas Jr. I tell you what, Jace, Xavier Worthy would be nuts.
If you pair Xavier Worthy with Tyreek, that gotta be wild.
I mean,
that gotta be wild.
You have Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Xavier Worthy to be the quickest wide receiver room in the entire NFL, without a doubt. Now, if you're going for team needs, you're definitely going to probably look towards a Graham Barton type, or maybe a Jerzon Newton.
Tyler Guyton?
Guyton would be interesting. That Albert Breer says Tyler Guyton's in play for Miami, Philly, or Dallas. We'll see. The Oklahoma offensive lineman. I'll be very intrigued to see where Chris Grier goes. If I was making this pick, Dolphins fans, since we didn't really get a lot of time together for you guys to really get my full opinion, I would go Jerzon Newton or Graham Barton here, as they do need to replenish that right guard position after Robert Hunt left for that $100 million bag he got by the Carolina Panthers. I'd go Barton. That's who I mocked to the Dolphins in the first video yesterday. We'll see if I nailed it. I'll tell you, how about an introduction to a channel, by the way?
Congratulations. It's draft week.
Yeah, first video I did was a final Dolphins mock draft yesterday. I mocked Graham Barton. Could I get a bangerang here one day later? That would be something. That would be something.
Just nail the pick day one. Watch this.
I mean, if you don't subscribe for that, I don't know what you could subscribe for. Yeah, Downey, go back to Cowboys. We got a new sheriff in town.
Let's run through the picks that we have already seen selected, as right now the Miami Dolphins are on the clock with pick number 21. So far, we've seen Williams, Daniels, and Maye, the top three quarterbacks. No surprise there, along with Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4. Obviously following a script there, 1 through 4. Then we start to get some crazy things. Alt goes at 5, as the Chargers, who were in play with J.C. Latham for a while, liked him, decided to take the better offensive tackle available in Joe Alt. Malik Neighbors then goes to the Giants, so no J.J. McCarthy there. And that forces the Titans to make a decision. Do they trade back? Do they stay put? They stay put, and they take J.C. Latham at number 7. And then the surprise of the draft thus far, Michael Penix Jr. to the Atlanta Falcons, a team that had just signed Kirk Cousins to $100 million guaranteed. Wild pick there.
I mean, I just don't understand. And Rossini tweeted out that Kirk Cousins was told quarterback could be in play in this draft. Just didn't expect it to happen in the first round. That is quite the move for Raheem Morris and the Falcons to do that.
Sounds good. That sounds good.
Okay.
I gotcha.
Sounds good.
Romo Dunze, pick number 9, and obvious pick there for the Bears. I think that was the smart choice. They had options to trade out, but if Rome's there, you take him. You pair him with Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, and Keenan Allen. Yeah, that offense is kind of scary, and a defense that was already pretty good last year. A team that finished off hot. I mean, it may be. Is it bad to say that the Bears may have a shot at the playoffs this year?
Well, they are going to make the playoffs if you ask
Oh,
me.
there you go.
Listen, rookie quarterbacks usually don't fare too well, but that roster is absolutely loaded. I believe they're also going to be in play to be second or first in that division. First might be aggressive because the Detroit Lions are pretty good, but the Packers could absolutely be overtaken by Chicago. Ryan Poles and Bears fans should be excited, but more NFC North news. J.J. McCarthy slipping all the way down to 10. He is a Viking, which everyone projected, but it just didn't expect it to be at pick number 10.
Yeah, I expected a bigger trade-up, especially with the Vikings having picks 10 and 23. But that was not the only trade the Vikings made. We'll get to that in a second. Olu Fashanu to the Jets at round 1, pick 11. Jets pretty easy. They're just getting an extra pick for going one pick back, knowing that the Vikings were not going to take Olu Fashanu, so smart on them. And then Bo Nix goes to the the Broncos. What a quarterback room that is. Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Bo Nix.
I mean, say nice things to Sam Brown here. Okay, he's mad, so I'm going to let it rip then. They are going to be picking in the top 3 next year. Yeah,
Top 3?
Top
They may
3.
be number 1.
I mean, I was trying to be generous, but that roster already isn't that talented.
They might be
then
number
you
1.
throw in Bo Nix as QB1 or Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham, whatever you want to say. That is pretty ugly. That is pretty ugly.
Speaking of the AFC West, Brock Bowers goes at number 13. Oh, shoot.
Oh, let's see the arm, Jace. Oh, look at this.
There we go. Talisi Fuaga at round 1, pick number 14 to the New Orleans Saints. Latu to the Indianapolis Colts, the edge from UCLA. Number 1 edge there, and the first defensive player at number 14, number 15.
I can't believe it took
That's
15
wild.
picks. Listen, that's a record.
But then we had 3 in a row.
We're also going to see a record for offensive players
Oh,
drafted
100%.
in round 1. It was previously 19. I made a bold prediction on Bears Now, that's where I was a little bit earlier, that we were going to have 25 players on the offensive side of the ball drafted in the first round. We're at 16 right now, according to Mr. Lotteray. I absolutely see 9 more going in the last 11 picks.
So they blew that up. They doubled it almost.
The Dolphins pick is in, and it's a little bit of a stunner if you ask me.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a moment here. Dallas Turner, that's another trade up here for the Minnesota Vikings. They moved from 23 to 17, giving up a couple picks next year in round 3 and 4, along with a round 5 pick this year, I believe. It was around 6, whatever it was. Amarius Mims goes there at round 1, pick 18. Jared Verse, round 1, pick 19. And then Troy Furtado at round 1, pick number 20 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The third Washington player, and as of right now, Washington, the runner-ups for the national championship, ended up having the most picks or most players selected right now through the top 20 at 3 with Furtado, Penix, which not what I expected, and then Rome Odunze. I want to know who had Michael Penix going before Rome Odunze.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card. I also I was a bigger Penix fan than J.J. McCarthy, and I might be taken off screen after saying that from Jack.
I agree. I think that's right.
But I was a big Penix guy. Don't quote that. But I do think that J.J. McCarthy would have won higher. Evidently, I was wrong. But I mean, we've had quite the first round in the NFL draft. It's only going to continue to get more and more chaotic as we round out the final 11 selections in this draft.
All right, Rolly. Yep. You're up.
All right, just give me a timer. I'll lead off the video here.
It
Jace.
is. Yep.
The Dolphins stuck at pick number 21 and went defense. They drafted Chop Robinson, the edge out of Penn State, with the 21st overall selection in the NFL draft. A lot of offense early, so I thought maybe they were going to get a better defensive player than Robinson. I don't know if that's a little bit too harsh for me right off the bat, but a very talented player, but they evidently go with a high upside pick rather than the interior and offensive line help they needed. Shout out to Jace Andrews joining me here on Dolphins Today. I am Nick Roloff. Before we dive into this player more in depth throughout this video, help us get to 56,000 subscribers. We're near 150 away from reaching that milestone. The best NFL draft coverage around the Miami Dolphins right here on Dolphins Today. So hit that sub button. All right, the pick is in, and according to our draft expert, Tom Downey, he was the 4th-ranked edge in this class. And this top 3 group of Verse, Latu and Turner were all off the board. Jerzon Newton was still there, the defensive tackle from Illinois, which was catching my eye a little bit more, but the 21-year-old out of Penn State. The reason why this is an intriguing pick is that he has a lot of upside. He's got good size. He's very, very athletic, but he's not very polished, and I would have thought they would have went with someone who could make more of an impact right now, as this Dolphins roster is in a win-now mode. Jace, I don't know your thoughts about that, but I'd be curious to hear.
So here's what I have to say about Chop, and I think this is the reason why they stuck with the gut at edge. You talk about Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips, both last year coming off season-ending injuries. I think there's a shot that we see Chop Robinson come in and immediately get playing time in the first couple of weeks. Now, that's where the questions come in, because if those first couple of weeks don't go well, and then Chubb comes back fully healthy, Phillips comes back fully healthy, does that immediately change the way you use him? Does he become a back burner? Does your first-round pick become a guy that you don't see for 1 or 2 years? That's where the question comes in, but I think for now, it's not a bad idea. But I agree with what you're saying. I think there is somebody better they could have gotten at 21 and then gotten an edge that could potentially just be like a fill-in guy for those few games, maybe in the later rounds.
Well, edge was definitely a position of need. Bradley Chubb dealing with injuries. He's getting older in age. Jalen Phillips coming off the torn Achilles from a year ago. You don't know if he's going to be ready for week 1. He said he will be, but it's very unclear if that is actually going to be true or not. So I understand the position of need. But if you're asking me, Dolphins fans, on why I think this is a little bit of a mistake by Chris Grier, it's because I think you could have traded back and taken Chop Robinson closer to the 26-27 range. Now, it obviously takes 2 to tango, and there's got to be a team calling up to try to get this pick at number 21. But I just felt like there's a more impactful player in Jerzon Newton there that really would have made this roster pop a little bit more and fortified that defensive line. Like I said, I understand where Grier is coming from and why he wants to get insurance and another edge into that room alongside Chubb and Jalen Phillips. Grade the pick for me and get me your thoughts down below. Maybe you disagree. I think early grade, B-, C+. I'll have a full grades video later on the first round for Miami, but get your initial thoughts on the pick down below, A, B, C, D, or F. And while you do that, make sure you get started with the best ticketing app on the market, and that is Game Time. Spring is here, and if you want to go see a Marlins game, which power to you if you do, but you can go to the games at Lone Depot Park and get to watching with Game Time. You get to see your vantage point whenever you want. You see exactly where you're sitting, and they give you the best last-minute tickets. It could be a last-minute thing, whether it be a concert, comedy show. There's a lot going on in Miami, and if you are in that area and decide you want to go out and do something on a Friday night, the best place to do that on the last minute is Game Time, and they are offering you a perfect deal right now. $20 off when you go download Game Time, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS. When you download the app, get started with Game Time today. Last minute tickets, $20 off, lowest price. It is the best app on the market. And if you aren't sold just yet, I'll tell you one more thing. The all-in pricing that they have is phenomenal. You're not blindsided by any fees when you go to check out. You see how much the cost of the ticket actually is when you're scrolling looking for your seat. All right, let's get back to Chop Robinson and what he can do for this Dolphins roster. We mentioned the safety net that Chris Grier and this front office know they needed to get for the Jalen Phillips injury. And to me, this might tell me more about Jalen Phillips' health long-term than anything, because there was other options out there. Sure, they could have went flashy with Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas Jr. and created the best wide receiver trio in the NFL alongside Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. But they elected to go with a guy that is in a more of a position of need. And then I hate to look in the free agency rumors already because it's the draft, but they've obviously been linked to Odell Beckham Jr. quite a bit in this offseason, and maybe they go that route to address the wide receiver 3 position. But Chop Robinson, someone who's very athletic, projects to be a high upside guy. If Chris Grier in this front office is right about him, this could be a home run pick, and I could look like a clown and be on freezing cold takes in a couple seasons, which I hope is the right case here, by the way. I just thought there was I hate to keep on going back to it. I just hate that they passed up on either Graham Barton or Jerzon Newton, because I thought they would be more impactful to this roster right away for the 2024 season. And obviously, when you look at Miami as we progress throughout this NFL draft process, they only had 6 overall picks, and 2 of them coming in the first 4 rounds. Yes, you heard that correctly. They have 1 5th-round pick, 2 6th-round picks, a 7th, and a 2nd to go alongside this first. So there isn't a ton of ammo inside the top 100 to really upgrade this roster after I'd say, disappointing 2023 NFL season, because they got off to such a hot start. We're in the fight for the AFC East Division title. You lost it to the Bills late and then go into Kansas City and get blown out in the first round of the playoffs. I just felt like you needed to really nail this pick to keep on moving forward and progress, and I'm just not so sure they did it right now. Maybe I'm a little bit of a pessimist, and if you like to be an optimist, well, tough look for me, I guess. But when we move throughout this draft, what position should the Dolphins draft next? There's a big need. There, you can go wide receiver. You can go defensive tackle. Maybe Braden Fisk out of Florida State in the 2nd round at pick 55 is someone that intrigues me. Jatavian Sanders out of Texas, the tight end, is also a good spot as well. So let me know what position the Dolphins should draft next. Get in the comment section and let me know.
There you go.
Final thoughts. I don't like the pick. I don't know if you could tell that.
Really? I couldn't tell.
I did my best to try to stay positive, but also not be overly positive. And Dolphins fans, like, I want to see what you guys are saying in the comment section right now, so I'm starting to do it. Chase says, ignoring O-line again, question mark. I think it's just a stunner. Like, I thought Graham Barton was a slam dunk pick for Miami because he is a good interior offensive lineman out of Duke. He could have played right guard very easily and just replaced Robert Hunt and been a day 1 starter. I thought that was very important for them to do. Obviously, I'm going to welcome in Chop Robinson and be someone who is going to be hopefully impactful for this Dolphins roster. I just, as I'm going to keep on going back to say, I thought there was a better player out there for Miami, and evidently they don't take the guy that I would have liked them to do.
Sweet. All right. Eagles draft pick is in.
Time? Oh, I thought we were running on the way, and that's on me.
Quinion Mitchell is a Philadelphia Eagle. The cornerback falls to 22, and in the hands of Howie Roseman and an Eagles team that could certainly use a cornerback. Quinion, the top cornerback in this draft, goes to the team who probably needed the cornerback the most. 6 foot 185, the number 1 overall quarterback in this draft, and a guy who impressed at Toledo. Now he has to impress at the NFL level. Quinion was by far, in my mind, the top cornerback in this draft. Obviously, you got names like Terrion Arnold, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, they're on there, but he is very, very speedy, and he was able to succeed in both man coverage and zone coverage. It wasn't just a one-way street. He did not play a lot in press. However, when the Senior Bowl did come around, he was able to be okay in that, and I think he'll be just fine, especially in the Philadelphia Eagles situation. The press probably won't be having to be used too much. I think the big thing with him, and Tom has this down there, he's a little stiff. I think getting off the ball can be tough sometimes for him. When that snaps, it's going to be a key thing for him to make sure that his first movement is the correct one, because if it's not, we've seen him get kind of lost a little bit in coverage. That being said, he is able to mostly hold those back, so we have seen that.
Yeah, you know, Quinion Mitchell, I think, is going to be very impactful for Eagles in a very big position of need. I think that something that is coming a little bit clear here is that we overvalued how this wide receiver draft class was perceived, and the media might have got it wrong, because I think if you would have told a lot of people that there was only 3 wide receivers off the board when we're here still picking at 23, I think people wouldn't believe you. And Brian Thomas Jr. is still there. Worthy's still there. Leggett, A.D. Mitchell. Some of these guys on, and there's a lot of teams in the back half of this first round, including with the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are currently picking on the clock at 23. This is someone who could use a wide receiver big time. So maybe we see another run at wide receiver here. But Mitchell, at least to the Eagles, is a good pick, and I do like that fit as they need a cornerback badly.
We are less than 50, or a little bit over, 51 subscribers away from 374,000 here on the Chat Sports main channel. So if you are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button right now. We need 51 more. And I hate to break it to you, Rolly. Not only are we 51 away from 374,000, we did hit 5,000 likes. So,
What do I got to do?
here's a couple of Bean Boozled.
This is horse shit. Sorry for cussing.
Sorry for cussing.
Oh. What's the red one? Anyone got it?
It should be over there. Tom took it.
Oh, God. Is there a garbage can around here? There is.
Yeah,
All
right there.
This is why you subscribe to the channel, folks.
Oh,
I don't even
very
know.
nice.
I don't even know what the good part would it be. Would it be strawberry, cherry? I don't even like cherry. If it's cherry, I'm screwed on either way. All right, whatever. Pop it, baby. Oh, that's not good. I actually don't know what the taste is.
do you have a guess of what it is? Because Sam's going to find out what it could be.
I have
Okay,
no clue what that
Any
is.
guess? Because Sam's going to come back and tell us here.
I actually have no clue still.
Strawberry, pomegranate, or Old Bandage?
That might have been Old Bandage, honestly.
There you go.
I'll tell you what. If it was supposed to be pomegranate,
That's
that
a
is
bad
the
pomegranate.
worst tasting pomegranate item of all time.
There you go.
That is not pomegranate.
We are now 45 subscribers away from 374,000. So hit that subscribe button. Nearly 4,000 people watching. I know there are 45 of you that are not subscribed. What are you doing? I mean, you're putting out coverage all weekend long. We have draft analysis for every single pick. Come on, guys. Come on.
I'm sorry if you see my facial expression
Say,
go
what are you looking
weird.
at?
Joel Embiid's playing a mild case of Bell's palsy. Palsy?
What is that?
That's that explains the twitchiness in the eye. How is he playing through that? That's incredible.
Did they win?
I know
today?
this is the NFL. They did.
They did. Damn it.
Yeah, he
You're
went
joking.
nuts.
What the fudge?
Oh, I mean, if we believe Pretty Ricky, Brian Thomas Jr. could be the pick. It is Brian Thomas Jr. to Jacksonville at 23. But let's keep on getting those subscriber numbers up. I need to get to 374 ASAP. Hit the sub button.
Want to hit those supers real quick, Jack?
I still think that's Old Bandage, by the way. I've changed my tone. That's Old Bandage.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Trey here on our main channel saying NFL might as well have had taken our first rounders this draft. Yeah. I mean, we kind of Falcons there did not exactly go with the right pick in Michael Penix Jr. That was not exactly what we were expecting. I think all Falcons fans would have rather Dallas Turner. That's just my mind.
Yeah.
Chad Jones, Rolly.
Chad Jones. Who? Chad Jones. Who? Thank you, Lotta Ray. Someone knows it around here. Yeah, shout out to Chad Jones. Dolphins, what's up, Nick? Good to see you again. Old memories, Willie Lowe. Yeah, Chad, I mean, listen, we had a lot of fun. Me, you, and Will as a three-man trio back in the 2022 NFL season. Hopefully we create a lot of fun memories going forward, Chad. But I hit up Will the other day when it was official that I was taking over. He gave me his blessing. It was like a marriage almost. I had to get his approval. I got it, and hopefully, Chad. Yeah, I had to get the approval from the father, Chad. So we're going to have a lot of fun in the offseason. And when the season rolls around in September and preseason in August, well, you know it's going to get litty around here, Chad Jones. Juggalotus with a 20. Congrats, Rolly. Stopped in to honor your kid. Well done, Juggalotus. You are the man, someone who has always shown me a lot of love, whether it be on the Heat Report, whether it be on Bears Now, and obviously Dolphins Today. You're a real one, my man, and hopefully we can create some more laughs as well in the future. Dolphins fans, I know a lot of people are wondering about the pick. We'll have more in depth as we go out throughout this rest of this draft and throughout the night. Chop Robinson, very interesting pick. Brian Thomas Jr., the most recent selection, though, in this draft. Jacksonville Jaguars move back from 17. They trade with the Minnesota Vikings, who went up and got Dallas Turner. And ultimately, I think the Jaguars came out like thieves here because they get a big-time replacement for Calvin Ridley, who left in the offseason to a division rival. Thomas Jr. was viewed as the wide receiver 4, pretty much, I would say unanimously. Got some Xavier Worthy buzz late, but I always had Thomas Jr. as that 4th guy. He's an incredible deep threat on the boundary. He's just an excellent X receiver. He can be a deep threat that you really have to tailor a defense to stop. He can blow by you. He can beat you in contested catch as well. He is really, really good. And as you see here, Downey's 24th overall prospect. He goes 23, so shout out to Downey for nailing this puppy. But as you see, I mean, like, he was dominant at LSU as the wide receiver too, because the wide receiver one, Malik Neighbors, went 6th overall. This is a great pick for Jacksonville to get Trevor Lawrence some more weapons after Ridley left.
Led the FBS in touchdowns at 17. And like you said, he is a big play merchant. Dude flies down the field, and of those 17 touchdowns, like 13 of them were deep balls, 40-plus yards, 25-plus yards. I mean, he was absolutely exceptional when it came to the deep ball. And guess what? They can do that with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence. And I think for Trevor Lawrence, it's got to be a bounce back here. I mean, you have Gabe Davis now. You have Brian Thomas Jr. Obviously, you lose Calvin Ridley, but still got a pretty good wide receiver core intact after losing him, and an offense that should be powered to go in a division that's going to be competitive. Brian Thomas Jr. will step right into the fire and be a day one guy for them right away. Let's go to Diana Rossini talking about the Texans, saying they don't have a first-round pick, although they have been working the phones tonight trying to get into the first round. So,
you know, this doesn't shock me with the cornerbacks falling. One of the biggest needs for this team is that corner spot. And our own Jeremy Chuggs, who hosts Texans Today, was talking about how they're going to find a stud. He particularly mentioned TJ Tampa for Iowa State at that corner spot. But I'm telling you what, if they can move back into this first round and grab a Terrion Arnold, that would be spectacular if you're asking me. And you could see quite the offseason for Nick Caserio and the Texans in this draft with a good free agency as well.
Today's show is sponsored by Mando. Now spring into the season with a deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances, Mando stops odor at the source, stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Created by a doctor, Mando whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to put Mando in all those tough crevices and easy places that, you know, pretty nice to keep smelling nice. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. And luckily, I have a discount code to help you get hooked on my favorite smelling whole body deodorant on the market. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to over 40% of your starter pack. Use code CHAT to shopmando.com. Once again, chat for shopmando.com. I'm telling you, we got it all right here. It's the easiest thing to apply. They've got creams, and they've got great smelling ways. No artificial, all that. Heck, bourbon leather right here for the body wash. Pretty nice one right there. Smells amazing. And again, you can get that starter pack literally $5 off, 40% off basically your starter pack by using code CHAT. By going to shopmando.com. We have that link in the chat, as you can see right now. Click there, use code CHAT. I promise you will not be disappointed. Okay, Rolly.
I tell you what,
Cowboys.
I'm glad you got some Mando because now it doesn't smell as bad in here. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to throw the man under the bus.
I see.
I just had to do it.
Listen, the hot lights are here. Draft night.
Yeah. Good thing we're both rocking it, so we got a nice little smelling studio here. Shout out Brian Aycock in the Dolphins chat, $20 super chat. We'll get that on screen pretty quickly. Shout out to you, man. You're bringing the juice today. But yeah, Brian. Listen, I still got to get acclimated. Jack's saying when Brian's here, he brings the juice. I got to get acclimated to the Dolphins today, crew. Badass Brian's his nickname. I mean, I'm still getting acclimated to the Dolphins Today chat, and the people I'm looking forward to getting to know are you guys more. I know Chad Jones is from 2 years ago. Shout out to Brian, though. Finn, you're a Dolphins and Penn State fan, and you're still not sure if Chop was the pick. All right, then I feel very vindicated.
Oh, boy.
I feel very vindicated on hating the pick then, because if you like both programs over there and decide not to like the pick, then we're good there. But get in the comment section and shout out your favorite team. This is more tailored to the Chat Sports main chat. But comment your favorite team down below. Give it 30 seconds, and then we'll point down to the chat. The first team we'll see, we'll talk about them, what they did in today's draft, what they can do if they haven't made a selection yet or didn't have a first-round pick. So get the comment section flowing with your number one squad, and then if we pick you, we'll talk about you.
How about we play the game? I'll count to 10, and the first one you see.
Okay, I don't hate that.
All right, so give me a second. Keep spamming those down in the comment section. I'll go down from 5 here, okay? So spam it right now, all your favorite teams. Once I see it starting to get rolling, we're going to pick a team. We're going to talk about them, and may the odds be in your favor because Rolly's the one who's picking it right now. So, all right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rolly, who do you see?
I see Ghostface asking for the Cleveland Browns. Matthew Peterson getting in the action over here. Browns is an intriguing one, and it really is the first one that I saw is because, well, they don't actually pick today. And they do only have 5 total picks in this entire draft, with 2 of them being in the top 100. Third straight year without a first-round pick. Obviously, they swung big for Deshaun Watson a couple off seasons ago, and they're still kind of being held back by that, at least in the draft roots labor portion of it. So, listen, they have a lot of needs. You could go to the defensive line. You can go to the linebacker crew. You can find a wide receiver as well to be paired up with Elijah Moore, Amari Cooper. It's going to be intriguing to see what Andrew Berry does. He is not afraid to make a splash. We do know that for sure. Could they trade up into the first round? Maybe. Could we go see them go after and just stay put? Who knows? What do you think, Jace?
Giving Jerry Jeudy that contract, I think they'll just stay put for now. They'll have their pick later on here. Third year in a row, though, not having a first-round pick is kind of wild. Obviously, the big swinging thing, and it's something. But that's interesting.
You see teams do this all the time. I guess it's a new age thing. The Browns doing it. The Rams haven't picked since 2016. That changed today with their selection of Jared Verse. And oh boy. Wow, we have a trade here. Oh, look at this. The Detroit Lions are moving up, and the Cowboys, as they always like to do, they trade back. The Lions get the 24th overall pick, and it is going to be Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama. Many thought he was potentially the number one corner in this class. He ultimately falls all the way down to 24, where the Lions scoop up and pick him. That's a good addition for Detroit, man. They had a great draft last year, and it looks like they're going to have another good one this year. If you would have told Lions fans they walked away with this first round and it's Terrion Arnold, they probably would have thought you were smoking some crack.
Yeah, now this is a very solid pick for a secondary that could use some help. Terrion Arnold is what the doctor ordered perfectly. Just under 6 foot 189, the number 2 cornerback behind Quinion Mitchell, and a guy who fits the bill perfectly for what the Lions want to do. So this fits perfectly for them. Obviously, he is the number 2 cornerback, and his impressive ability to do a bunch of different things in that position is what makes him a perfect fit for the Detroit Lions. I think, honestly, this makes the Lions the clear favorite, although there is very much a competition going to be in the NFC North Division. The Lions saw the Vikings making moves. The Lions saw the Bears making moves, and they said, well, shoot, I know we won it last year, but we got to do it again here. And they do it by going Terrion Arnold and trying to make sure they do it. So a little trade-up action here. Now, the full details of the trade are officially in, so we can bring those through to you as the Lions did move up to 24, giving away their 29th overall pick and their 3rd round pick. So the Cowboys still in the first round. Now they're 5 picks away at 29. Cowboys also getting the number 73 overall pick in the 3rd round. I like the trade.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see what Dallas ends up doing with that 29th pick. There's a lot of rumors around them looking for an interior offensive lineman. Graham Barton and Jackson Powers-Johnson both on the board still. And if they feel comfortable that one of those 2 guys is going to be there when they pick at 29 now, it wouldn't shock me that that's the route they go. And if they're able to pick up an extra 3rd-round pick and still get one of their guys they were targeting in that interior offensive line group, well, then that would be pretty terrific. If you're asking me, Cowboys masterclass, some are saying. Just some. Not everyone, just some.
All right, Rolly. Well, why don't you take over from here on out? I got to go head out. Chiefs fans, if you're watching, we're about to be live fully on Chiefs. We'll talk fully into that. But for now, take it over, Rolly.
All right, appreciate Jay. Says the Lions also got a 2025 7th. Ah, yes, the 2025 7th that really needed to get this deal done. If you guys really think, this is what I'm saying. Like, you really think when they're talking about the negotiations of this deal, Detroit's like, listen, we're not making this deal unless we get that 2025 7th. Simply not doing it. We will not make the deal unless we get the 2025 7th. Jack said for that reason I'm out. I'll tell you what, I'll leave this stream right now and we will be hostless for however long if we don't get to 374,000 subscribers right now. 5 away from the big milestone here at Chat Sports. I appreciate all the real ones who have joined the channel already throughout the live stream, but we just need 5 more people to hit that magical red button to get over the hump here. So help us out. We are the best place on the market. We're going to be live for every pick in the NFL draft. Day 2, day 3. Oh, look at this. The real ones came through. Shout out to all of you guys. We also put 2 videos out on a daily basis. NBA, NFL, don't matter. Join the channel and continue to subscribe. All right, we'll be joined shortly, I think, by someone else. I don't know. Maybe it's just Rolly Solo for the rest of the way. I'm taking it. Pass me the rock and get out the way. Either way, Matthew Peterson is going to join us here in just a second. We'll recap the picks. Caleb Williams, Daniels, and Drake Maye go 1, 2, and 3. It was kind of the most expected outcome in the NFL draft when people were coming in. Marvin Harrison Jr. going 4 as nobody elected to trade up to try to draft J.J. McCarthy because, well, he fell to 10, which we'll get to in just a second. Chargers go Joe Alt at 5. Malik Neighbors at pick 6 with New York. J.C. Latham going to the Titans with pick number 7. And the stunner of the draft thus far, Michael Penix Jr., the lefty from Washington, going to Atlanta. Yeah, if you're wondering, didn't they sign Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal? Yeah, that would be correct. I guess it doesn't matter for Terry Fontenot over the ATL. Roma Dunze going to the Bears at 9, and then J.J. Slide officially ends with Minnesota at pick 10. They moved up from 11 to 10 just to ensure their guy. Olu Fashanu goes to the Jets at pick number 11. Bo Nix, I don't know what the Broncos are doing, but they're doing something over there in Denver. At least they have a good basketball team. Bo Nix at 12. Brock Bowers at 13. He's the pick for the Raiders. They got a nice 1-2 punch with him and Michael Mayer. Fuaga, Oregon State, going to the Saints at 14. Latu at 15 for the Colts, the first defensive player taken after 14 offensive guys started this draft. Byron Murphy, the Texas defensive tackle, went to the Seahawks. Dallas Turner, some thought first guy going off the board defensively, goes 17th. Vikings trade up to get their guy, probably replacing Danielle Hunter. Amarius Mims going to the Bengals. He'll start? I don't know, honestly. Trent Brown's there. You still got Orlando Brown as well. Who knows what the Bengals are up to over in Cincy. Jared Verse, 19th to the Rams. First time they picked since 2016. They get their guy on the defensive side of the ball. Troy Fautanu out of Washington, slid because of a little bit of a knee injury, but he goes 20th to the Steelers. And then the last 4 selections. Chop Robinson, a little bit of a shocker as well, going to the Dolphins at 21. Quinion Mitchell, the first cornerback off the board, out of Toledo, heading to the Eagles. Brian Thomas Jr., which arguably might be the best pick in this draft if you're just talking in terms of value and fit, if you're asking me, going to the Jags at 23. Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama, who many thought could be in the top 15 of this draft, going to Detroit at 24. And then the most recent pick in the draft, Jordan Morgan, an offensive lineman from Arizona, heading over to Green Bay. I'm a little bit shocked at the slippage that we're seeing from Graham Barton, but Morgan, someone who can play inside, someone that can play outside. He's got the size to do both. And the Packers, who are probably looking for a Bakhtiari, or I just botched that name, Bakhtiari, whatever. Bakhtiari, nailed it, close enough. Looking for a replacement for him. Jordan Morgan could slide in to be that guy. Listen, the Packers front office rarely makes mistakes, so I'm going to be inclined to say this is a good selection. And listen, you see it from there. Downey's number 2 offensive guard, 39th overall, but can play offensive tackle if need be. He's a good pass protector. It'll be interesting to see. He had a lot of zone reps at Arizona. Thought a good fit for him would have been San Francisco because they have that zone scheme where they like to run with McCaffrey and get Brock Purdy and play action on the move, but evidently doesn't fall to pick 31 he's going to go to Green Bay, where I thought the Packers were really going to go with a Cooper DeJean or a corner because they need some secondary help, but evidently they go offensive line to try to find their next left tackle, and that is Jordan Morgan. We're seeing a slippage on A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, the two Texas wide receivers. There's only 6 picks to go in the first round. We'll see where they end up going to, but Jordan Morgan is the pick for Green Bay, and we'll see how that turns out for all of them. All right. Continue to hit that thumbs up button. Continue to comment what your thoughts down below. What are your thoughts on this pick? Give me your thoughts in the comment section on Chat Sports between this Packers pick. I think it's a good one. I think, listen, it's hard for me to ever look at a Packers pick and say that's not going to work out. The one that was always the stunner was Jordan Love, and here we are 4 or 5 years later, and he looks like a good pick if you're asking me. So, listen, can't really knock anything Green Bay is doing. But Jordan Morgan, the offensive lineman from Arizona, number 2 ranked guard according to our Chat Sports draft expert of Tom Downey, going to the Green Bay Packers. Grade it for me down in the comment section. Seeing Go Pack Go from Montreal. Kool-Aid McKinstry is still on the board too. I mean, corners just sliding unbelievably. Thought that could have been a pick for them. Someone says Xavier Worthy of the Chiefs. That feels like a cheat code. That feels like this is scripted, and the Chiefs are going 3-peat. That feels cheating. But the Bucs are on the clock now. Be intrigued to see where they go. Johnny Newton, the D-tackle from Illinois, is still there. There's still a lot of good offensive linemen as well. Wide receivers still on the board. Continue to let me know what your thoughts on this Jordan Morgan pick is. And we're going to welcome in the man, the myth, the legend, the man who runs Chat Sports, Matthew Peterson. Welcome aboard the NFL Draft Polo and all. You think this guy doesn't live for this day? Are you shitting me? Welcome in.
What a spark of energy, Rolly. I don't know if I can match that level at all, but yeah, I did find a really cool NFL draft polo online like 2 weeks ago, but it's been a whirlwind of a first round, a lot of offense, and I think that's just a reflection of 2 things. One, the way this draft was built, it was always going to have better offensive players than defensive players, and then 2, just the direction teams want to go right now. They want to score points, and offense is going to do that better than any defensive player you could get. So a lot of exciting picks so far. We're going to run through some of the picks recently made, along with Jordan Morgan, who's going to do his best to probably start off on the interior offensive line, then get kicked out to left tackle to replace David Bakhtiari in a season or 2. But I know Green Bay likes their currently penciled in left tackle, who they got in day 3 of the draft last year. But Rolly, and your initial thoughts? I mean, as I kind of join the loop here on the 2024 NFL Draft, we knew it would be exciting. Didn't think it would be so much offensive-minded.
Yeah, so I'll say this. I expect a lot of offense. And by the way, get the comment section with your least favorite team. My least favorite team, in case you're wondering, Buffalo Bills. F the Bills. They're picking a couple picks. I hate them.
Who do you want them to take then?
I don't want them to take Xavier Worthy or A.D. Mitchell.
That's what they're getting. I have bad news. They're getting one of those 2 guys.
They're getting one of those 2 guys.
Yeah, in my mock draft, I had them getting Xavier Worthy, which, by the way, it's kind of like brackets. No one gives a shit about my bracket or my fantasy team. But if you did, I have correctly mocked 11 players to the correct team.
11?
So yes.
That is.
Now,
Hey,
not
Brett,
all of
you
them,
hearing this? Get
not
Downey
all-
out of here.
Not all of them were in the same exact spot because of trades and whatnot.
You just mocked player to team?
Well, I had, for example, Brian Thomas to the Jags,
Okay.
but I had that at 17. And then they
I think
traded
that's
back.
fair. No,
that's what I'm saying.
That's a win.
I had the Vikings getting J.J. McCarthy, but not the exact trade-up package.
Yeah.
But I've correctly put 11 guys to the correct team.
I think I'm at 7. I'm
I'm a little proud of
right
myself.
Now. 7's a good number.
I did not get this one correct, but I did get the right position here. As the Bucs went offensive line, they went with center Graham Barton, which, by the way, in my mock draft, I had them going with a different center, Jackson Powers Johnson. So half credit, a little quarter credit.
You knew the
I'll
position.
take half
You knew
credit.
the position of need. I'm gonna
Got the
count.
possession.
You know
got the position right.
that is a toilet bowl bucket in the NBA.
Like I had, for example, Lions going cornerback, just didn't have him getting Arnold because I thought he'd be gone by then.
I mean, most
but
people would
Graham
think that.
Barton, some people think he's like the best center in this draft. He's got a lot of versatility and experience to his game. He's played all over the offensive line, but I had the Bucs going center in my mock because their center, Ryan Jensen, retired. To me, it just seemed like too much of a no-brainer to go give Baker Mayfield a brand new starting center. So I think he'll slot in and be their immediate starter on the offensive line. It's a safe pick for the Bucs. It's not the sexy one, but they've made a lot of really safe picks the last few years in the draft, and they've actually turned out pretty well. Like Vita Vea isn't a butts and seats kind of pick, but he's got a big ass, and he's definitely done a lot of great things for the Tampa Bay. Bonk. But the Cardinals, next up on the clock here.
This feels like a BPA pick, which, I
Yeah,
mean, you can't
perfectly
be mad
fine.
at it. Like, they needed to ensure that interior offensive line. Like, he's listed as a center, but I think he was more well-suited to be a guard in this draft. Like, he can really do either. He's very versatile. I think that was the number one thing that Tom Downey told me, Harrison Graham told me when we were talking about prospects is people legitimately see Barton as someone who can play all 5 spots on the offensive line.
I agree.
He could come in and play left guard, right guard, center. He can wait a couple years and transition to tackle. Like, this is just a guy that will be good and can play a lot of different ways. And listen, I got to be honest, I'm a versatility type of guy. If you can do a lot of different things and do it well, I'm going to be very fond of you. So I was a big fan of Barton coming into this process, which is why if you're watching on Dolphins today, I was hoping Barton was going to be the pick for Miami at 21, but evidently they didn't go with
Yeah,
my guy.
not to be a rain cloud for Dolphins fans. Don't like the Chop Robinson pick at all.
I mean,
And that's because I don't like Robinson as a prospect.
can we be honest here? Like, that was the worst pick of the first round.
Yeah.
Well, second.
We'll talk about the first in just a
Yeah.
moment. We are going to say goodbye to all of our Chiefs viewers here. We're having a simulcast, so we're going to sign off on our Chiefs report in just a few seconds here. But appreciate you guys hanging out with us here at NFL Daily.
I was professional as hell right there.
Dude, that was good timing.
I mean,
got
that
the
was-
countdown and everything
I mean,
here.
it's almost like we do this for a living.
So, yeah, toothpicks I don't like. Chop Robinson. The reason why I don't like Chop Robinson is that I have a little bit of like a personal,
Vendetta.
not vendetta, theory.
Okay.
That some positions in college football, if you don't have production, that's okay in the NFL. Like wide receiver, if you don't have a good quarterback in college, I can see how people misread you and you slip through the cracks. In college football, if you're an edge rusher and you can't get sacks, I don't see how you're going to wake up in the NFL and start to figure that out.
Yeah.
And he never had that at Penn State. He's an athletic traits guy. I don't think he's going to figure out how to play football in the NFL. I think he's a track star more than a football player.
Well, it's kind of like a couple years ago when the Jaguars took Trayvon Walker first overall. Like, everyone knew Aiden Hutchinson was the better defensive lineman and the better edge, but they were just like, holy shit, this guy's really athletic, and if he does figure it out, he can be a Myles Garrett type player. Well, evidently, here we are 2-3 years later.
He's
and it's just
solid.
like, why were you so stupid, and why did you take Aiden Hutchinson?
But Hutchinson's better.
Yeah,
So
like-
that's why I'm not super high on Robinson. I had a round 2 grade on Chop. The other pick, of course, is the Atlanta Falcons going with Michael Penix, which, by the way, has created incredible content for the internet in 2 different forms. One being Terry Fontenot, the Atlanta Falcons GM, telling the owner, Arthur Blank, about the pick live on camera. The captions, my favorite one so far is me telling my mom how a skunk got in my room. That one has sent me
Was
into...
Blank like stunned?
Yes. Oh, you
Really?
haven't seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, he didn't know.
I think
You
I
got to go look.
I gotta react
Arthur
to this
Blake's
live.
like, what are we doing?
I gotta react.
And
to this
Terry's
live.
like, listen, Art, trust me on this one. He's going to get to here eventually. He's here right now, but he'll get up to here.
oh my God, here, hold on, here's
Yeah.
the video.
Awful pick. And here's why. I like Penix a lot as a prospect. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. I don't see why you spend $180 million, really $100 million in guaranteed, though, so we'll call it $100, on a quarterback when you have a top 10 pick, hopefully for the last time in a long time, and you use that pick for the 2026 Falcons. Shouldn't you support the 2024 Falcons, which you just spent $100 million guaranteed on, with a defensive end, your biggest need, or a wide receiver, or literally any other position than the one that cannot step on the field for the next 2 years when Kirk Cousins is going nowhere with the guaranteed money for 2024 and 2025. There's still guaranteed money in 2023, but if we just make it simple, you just said F it to the next 2 years of the Atlanta Falcons when you've got a top 10 pick to support that team to try and win playoff games.
By the way, I just saw the video.
It's hysterical.
He looked so like he was so stunned. It was that visual meme time. Visual meme. My boy is frozen. He hasn't moved. That was Arthur Blank almost.
Yeah.
He was told, he was just like, really? Like, what'd we do? Like, we just paid $180 million of
I
my
paid.
money
Yeah.
for a quarterback, but we're drafting one at 8? That doesn't make any sense.
And I think Terry Fontenot in that moment, it's kind of like trying to explain to someone that you are conning that you're not conning them. And that's your boss. So that's created some great content for the internet. Brian with the $5 super chat. Jets suck.
Dolphins today, baby. Right. What I've learned very quickly, Brian Aycock and Chad Jones are D-Wade and LeBron if we're going to NBA terms. Just throwing lobs
Verbal
to each
meme.
other.
D-Wade lobbing it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over me. It's like, I don't know who's D-Wade and who's LeBron. Probably, well, D-Wade's the GOAT of the Heat, so we're going with Chad Jones there. Aycock's the one slamming it down right now. He hates the Jets, which I can respect that. Continue to let us know who you hate the most. I see a lot of Cowgirls. That's clever. We see some Steelers, Commanders. All right.
We got to pick. We got to pick. Darius Robinson, the defensive end from Mizzou, is an Arizona Cardinal. If you went and looked at the Cardinals depth chart and took a shot every time you didn't know a starter, you would not remember anything of the 2024 NFL Draft. So this is a really nice pick for the Cardinals defense. I personally had a bit of a round 2 grade on him. I think that's reflected with Tom Downey's overall ranking of number 38. But he's got a huge frame. You can put him across the defensive line. I think he's going to be a traditional defensive end in a 4-3 front. I don't think he's built to be an outside linebacker in a 3-4. You could probably even kick him in a little bit if you want to get an extra pass rusher on the field. There's a lot to like about Darius Robinson from a physical trait standpoint, in addition to production, plus leader, captain, heart and soul of the Mizzou defense in a lot of ways. For Arizona at 27 here, they go Marvin Harrison in the top 5. Now they balance things out with their second first-round pick on the defensive line. Most of the top edge rushers are gone, right? You've seen 4 go already.
I think he was one of the last people that was actually in the green room at the NFL draft still there, so at least we don't have a moment where...
When he walked in, I thought, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd go. So I'm happy for him.
At least he was able to get in the first round. And listen, the Cardinals, you were wondering if they were going to trade back from 4 and really try to capitalize on getting more prospects and more draft capital, but I'm fine with these 2 picks. Listen, they have a lot of work to do on this roster. You get the stud blue chip wide receiver who many thought was just the best prospect in this actual class, regardless of position. Then you get an impactful defensive lineman here in the later portion of the first round, 8.5 sacks. Unlike Chop Robinson, probably the actually opposite, more of a productive player at college rather than a traitsy guy.
Right. He's bigger than Chop. Chop's an outside linebacker. He's a defensive end. He's got 25, maybe even 30 pounds on Chop Robinson. So he's got the production standpoint. He's got a big frame that it's just one of those things that I think fans sometimes lose perspective of. When you're in the room with some of these NFL players, it's hard not to be like, now that's a guy that can go kill a quarterback when you're that big and that strong and that fast. So we'll take you. Quick plug here on our Super Chat menu. Every 500 likes, we're doing Bean Boozled. We are across 5,000 likes.
Yeah, I had to take that one. Which,
we,
by the way,
did you lose?
I did lose, and I wasn't sure if it was pomegranate or...
No more pomegranate.
Or if it was, what was it called? Bandage or something? Worn bandage?
Pomegranate's a horrible window.
It wasn't pomegranate because it was bandage, and I'm telling you, I felt disgust after a minute of eating it. Like, it didn't hurt off the rip, but the aftertaste was absolutely abysmal.
$10 Super Chat. We'll talk about your team. You may not like it if we don't think your team made a good pick. Wink, wink, the Atlanta Falcons, but we'll still talk about it. $20, you get entered into our Super Chat raffle. What is the raffle for today, Rolly?
That's a good question. I have no clue.
Yeah, well, I just joined. I'm trying to get the visual effects here. Producer Jack will toss that on screen. Day 1 draft swag pack. I'm sold. I'll tell you that. You put swag on there, Michael Scott. Stuff we all get. Okay.
Oh, I like that.
I like that. Ooh,
Did they hear you just say that or no? Okay.
Oh, no, unmute yourself. You delivered so
eloquently.
Come on,
Jack.
Okay.
Yeah,
Everyone spam Jack in the chat. Let's
go!
Jack, what do the good people get?
Thank you for that. You will be getting a draft hat and a shirt of your favorite team, plus a few little chat sports goodies as well.
Love that.
I love it.
I
Can
mean,
win?
I know the chat sports goodies is sunglasses.
What was shut the fuck up?
Was I supposed to tell?
I think it's a better secret.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a few more things.
There's other things other
I
than
like the
sunglasses.
surprise element.
There's other thing other than sunglasses.
Smoke screens.
Maybe there isn't sunglasses.
Child application.
I mean,
Host the Dolphins today.
yeah, I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Day 1 MVP, rookie jersey. Okay,
Of your
so
choice, yeah.
let's talk about
Who is the MVP so far?
rookies.
Anyone know? Curvin Cold. That's a cold name.
Based on the picks, if you're to get a jersey, like remove your own personal fandom.
Yeah.
Who got picked today that you think that'd be a great jersey? Like I think Marvin Harrison Cardinals jersey would be sick.
That's good. That's gonna be tough. I'll tell you right now, I do not like this team. Malik Neighbors' New York Giants jersey will sell. That will sell.
That's hotcakes.
Like crack in the 80s.
Yeah. I'm very happy that Caleb Williams is wearing 18 for the
Bad
Bears.
number. He's a bust.
No, he's Peyton Manning.
No.
13's a witch. It's a witch.
No,
witch number.
18 is a terrible number.
No, great. I would take an 18 Peyton Manning and Caleb Williams. Ian Rappaport, we got some news. We'll see if we get a trade, but there was a lot of action in the late 20s from teams trying to come up.
And I think we do have a trade because
we have a trade.
sources are saying the Chiefs just traded with the Bills.
Impossible.
Why would the Bills
Impossible.
do this?
Why would either side do this? Someone's losing this trade.
No, well,
And that's pretty risky.
it sounds like the Chiefs are moving up for a wide receiver, but why would the Bills openly give the Chiefs a wide receiver?
Oh, this is kind of like the Bills giving your wife's boyfriend a condom. Like, it's a little bit
Am
of
I
a
allowed
beta
to
move.
say? Am I allowed to say cuck on the? Because this feels like a cuck.
They're getting cucked here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is embarrassing if you're Buffalo. That's the one team you can't trade with.
I mean, Dolphins fans, City Boys, we up. This is such a bad move from Buffalo. They are a disaster of an organization.
I would have thought by now Buffalo blocked Kansas City's number.
How could
I just
you
don't
let
think
this
those
happen?
are two organizations that ever want to work together.
How could this happen? Now, the Bills, I would assume they still are going to be picking 32, and they have a pick in this first round.
32 and probably take on, I don't know, the Chiefs' third round pick.
You think there's a premium in this trade because it is technically like two teams competing?
Oh, the pick is in. The Kansas City Chiefs, after trading up with their rival Buffalo Bill counterparts, are going with a Texas wide receiver, but maybe not the one you thought. It's Xavier Worthy, the pick. And if you're the Bills, maybe you're okay that they went with him instead of A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah, Worthy obviously set the record for the combine 40-yard
So did John
dash.
Ross.
Henry Ruggs. Streets are talking. That's
It's
all I'm
football,
gonna
not
say.
track.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I will say, though, if this ends up working out for Kansas City, my goodness, could you just – I see what Kansas City's trying to do here. It's very obvious that they're looking to just find another Tyreek Hill, which I think he caught lightning in a bottle with Hill.
Yeah.
I think trying to chase that high is a mistake. But Worthy is someone very capable. If he fills out and reaches his projection, he could be as dynamic as it comes, man.
He's got to add some weight. I hate to sound like a dietitian. He can come hang out with me if he wants to get that done. But he's at 165 pounds. He's got some issues with drops, but of course he ran a 4.2 140. So you get the ball to him in open space, and it's going to be tough to bring him down. But he's a straight line receiver. I don't think he has an extensive route tree, and that's perfectly fine. Because if there's a team that can draw up good plays for their strengths, it's the Kansas City Chiefs.
And to me here, Petey, remember that trade they made for a certain former wide receiver from the Giants? His name was Kadarius Toney, but he still kind of stinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that role that they projected for him, or when they made that trade, I think is the role that they're going to give Xavier Worthy. He's got lightning quick speed. He's a very fascinating player when he gets the ball in his hands, and he can either run by you. I can see that play that they love to run with the jet sweeps and the fake pitch, come back this way, little toss. Like, they're going to try to get everything, or try to do everything in their power to get Xavier Worthy the ball in space and on the move. This could be as dynamic as a pick as we have in this draft. And when we look back in 2 to 3 years, we could be like, how did the NFL let this happen?
A little bit. I would have preferred if I was Kansas City A.D. Mitchell, but I think it's fair to say the Chiefs are 20 times smarter than I am. So if they want to go Xavier Worthy, what do I know? Go Xavier Worthy.
They just win 2 Super Bowls in a row?
Yeah.
They probably know more than
They
us.
found Rashee Rice in round 2 last year. He was impactful.
probably a little bit too fast. But this is definitely a little bit of like a replacement for two guys. You like that one?
Yeah,
Rice
that was
is gonna
good.
miss
That
some-
was good.
I try to play it off.
I don't know how we didn't get a laugh from these three over here.
We have two people in the studio that don't even know we're talking. Yeah. Okay. Rashee Rice is likely going to get suspended, and I wonder if you see some phone calls coming to Kansas City for Kadarius Toney, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean,
They traded a third for him, and you know what? They traded a third to win the Super Bowl because he returned a punt for a touchdown.
I mean,
and that was good enough.
They did get their ROI there.
Yeah. That was big. That was big terminology.
I went to college. If you didn't know before that, you do now. Well, folks, we are coming to a close on today's 2024 NFL Draft. We only have picks 29, pick 30, 31, and 32. So we have a limited amount of time to set our record of 1,359 chat rate. That's what we achieved in the 2023 NFL Draft just a year ago. We need to beat it. We need to get better year after year. So if you're one of the 3,000 people still watching, spam me. Let's go. We're giving shout outs.
Mike Dibble.
One last chance to get the victory. Spam the me's down below.
I've got Dill and I've got Cole. You want to play a game? You say a name, I say a name.
Okay.
No repeating.
Go.
Justin.
Nitro.
Jonathan.
J-Dub.
Buke.
Eric.
Jonathan.
Alec.
Harley.
Saul.
Damn it.
Harley.
Mine.
Oh, I thought you won.
Oh, Ghostface.
Me.
Finn.
Levi.
Marshall.
Xavier McKinney.
Caden Wood.
Splashy.
David McKinney's here? Touchdowns and tokes.
FinFan.
Kaylee.
Tez. I already said that.
I lost 20 minutes ago. Dylan's here. I appreciate everyone for spamming me. Keep spamming me. Don't stop. Oh, okay. Keep going, guys. Come on. Okay. This is for our boss James. So if you want to spare Rolly and I from a 5 a.m. meeting tomorrow, spam me until your fingers bleed. Jacob, Jason, Brad, J-Dub, Mike Dibble, a longtime chat sports legend, might I add too. David's here. Evan, Brad, Jacob, Splashy Soup. Splashy Soup. That kind of worked out pretty well.
I like that name.
Paul
Splashy
V.
Soup.
No, two different people. He's the GOAT. Okay, we're the only one that has not beaten our chat record from last year at 1359. So
Come
go
on,
ahead and
you know what?
spam me.
I'm helping us out here. I'm gonna start spamming too. Come on, join me. Spam those bees. Angelo Santos, Devon Jennings, Tank, Marcus, David French. Continue. If you want a shout out, we gotta beat the record, folks. We only have 4 picks left in the first round. We're gonna be live for the next 2 days, but if we don't beat the record, we might have to scratch that. Roy, Marcus, Kyle, Luis, Paul, Splashy, Jason, Angelo, Kaylee, Cole, Roy, Brad, Luis, Chris, Dylan, Cole, J-Dub, Marcus, Evan, Dibble, Book, Fist, Junior, Jimmy Garoppolo? No, it's Jimmy Galindo. Just, Derek, Marshall, Paul V, Alec, Angelo, Dylan, it's flying in. Soup, J-Dub, Evan, Jason, Luis, Roy, Sam, Marcus, Cowboys for life. Oh, I can't say that name. Mike Dibble, Junior Estrada, Bob, Cole Bridges, Cody, Billy Waldron, Jacob Riley, Chris Williams, David French, Cody DeShronlu. Botch that. No Good Nick, Sam, Eric B, Joshua Durr, Council, Bob, Kaylee, Roy Daniels, Benjamin, Paul V, Fins Fan, Benjamin.
We got a pick. Pick number 29 from the Dallas Cowboys is in, and it's the exact pick you thought they would make. They went offensive line. It is Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma. He is traveling south. Yet another offensive lineman just from the state of Oklahoma. Tyler Smith from Tulsa not too many years ago, 2 years ago. And now we have Tyler Guyton coming down from Norman. So a short drive for him, but this seemed like the most Dallas Cowboys move ever. They traded back, and they probably got the same guy they were going to take at their initial spot. And they picked up an extra day 2, day 3 pick in the process.
You know, I thought they would have thought about going Jackson Powers Johnson here, but maybe that injury history of concussions and the head injuries.
They lose Tyler Biadasz in free agency.
Yeah, I thought that was a perfect fit for Dallas, but evidently I think teams are getting scared off by that JPJ injury history. But Tyler Guyton is someone who has the potential to be an elite offensive tackle inside the National Football League. He's got elite traits. As you see in our scouting report, he began as a defensive lineman. The traits are there. The physicality is there. It's all about if he could put the footwork and the technique into the form to be matching that athleticism, because if he's able to do that, well, then we're going to have a really elite left tackle or right tackle on our hands. It was going to be interesting to see if Guyton slipped into the second round, but evidently Dallas scoops him up here at number 29. I actually do like the pick for Dallas.
Yeah, he started off at TCU. He transfers to Oklahoma. He was primarily a right tackle for the Sooners, so we know that Dallas tends to get creative with their offensive linemen. They like versatility, so we'll see if they end up moving him to guard. I thought if they didn't go with a clear and obvious guard, then they would kick Tyler Smith to left tackle to replace Tyron Smith. But ultimately, I don't know if they actually check their new left tackle box with this Tyler Guyton selection. Remains to be seen if they want to move him to tackle or what they want to do with, want to put Steele at left tackle. There's a lot of different options they have, so we'll see. But for now, I think it's a very good and safe pick, like most Dallas Cowboys late first-round picks are.
Yeah. We got some picks to get through to round out this first round, but we are sponsored by Game Time, the #1 ticketing app on the market. And if you want the best seats with the lowest price guaranteed in the springtime, this is the place to go, whether it be to concerts, comedy shows, baseball games as MLB is underway, NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs. If you're wanting to go to an event last minute, this is the app that you absolutely need to download. It is the best ticketing app for last minute tickets. They show your vantage point, as you see on screen right here. They won't lie to you. They're going to show you exactly where you're sitting, whether it be in an NHL game, a concert. They do it all, and they have all-in pricing as well that allows you to see how much it will actually cost you. Because how many times have you gone to checkout and got blindsided by fees that make it double the price? Game Time won't let you do that. There's also flash deals and zone deals where they're trying to put your butt in a seat. So if there's some spots left at that venue, they're going to give you a deal to potentially go. So get started today. It's the best place to find last-minute seats. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply, but again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
I just want to share this quick tweet from Jordan Schultz on the Chiefs drafting Xavier Worthy. Text from an AFC GM. Fuck me. Really makes you wonder, is there going to be a moment next January when Xavier Worthy has a walk-off touchdown to beat the Bills and Buffalo fans are like, and we enabled this? I just don't understand. Like, sure, you may get a better trade. Like, you may won that trade based on like the picks going back and forth. But if you could stand in the way of stopping your biggest rival from accomplishing what they want to do, don't you think it's worth it to pass on a really good offer to make sure Kansas City doesn't get the guy they want?
I mean, that's why there's a premium when you trade within division and you see so little amount of trades between two teams playing in division because they play 2 times a year and you know you don't want to play them, but I mean, it's bold move from Buffalo, man.
Yeah.
It certainly is.
My only guess is I guess Buffalo knew who Kansas City was going to take and knew
we're fine with that.
And knew that no one between them and the Chiefs would take him. So if they were going to get the guy anyway, you might as well take a third-round pick from them.
Yeah,
because I don't think the Cowboys were going to do it. I don't think the 49ers were looking at a wide receiver. So they may have felt like,
well,
I'll tell you what,
the 49ers are about to be on the clock, and if they take a wide receiver, that to me is signaling Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk will not be on this roster by the end of the weekend.
But A.D. Mitchell slipped to round 2. We're just going to cycle through the draft picks made so far, so just read at your leisure as we have Brock Bowers continuing the run at 13 for offensive players, followed by Talisi Fuaga, and then the first defensive player off the board, Leatu Latu to the Indianapolis Colts, followed by Byron Murphy, who I mocked, no big deal, no one cares. Dallas Turner to the Minnesota Vikings. I like this right here. We got Amarius Mims to the Bengals and Troy Fatanu to the Steelers. Man, it really makes you wonder. I wonder who those teams are getting tackles to stop in their own division.
Oh.
Might be a certain guy in Northeast Ohio that they are
I wonder who you could be
tired
talking
of
about.
their quarterback taking hits from. Oh, yeah, Myles Garrett. The Rams welcome back. Round 1. I thought they would at least trade up or down just so they could
tried.
either, if they traded up, it would be to get rid of picks so that they had less work to do this weekend. That seems like a very Rams thing to do of like, there's a wine tasting in Napa Valley. Can we trade out of rounds 5 through 7? Like, let's get on the PJ. Or trade out of round 1 altogether because they forgot about Thursday night NFL draft.
They're not used to doing this.
This is
but
a whole
I do
new-
like the pick of verse, by the way.
I actually do.
That's a good pick for them.
Don't like the next one, though, on screen. Chop Robinson.
We're just going to continue to bully the Dolphins.
I'm
because-
sorry, Chop. And here's the thing about the draft. If you're critical of a pick, you're the biggest, like, POS because this is their day, and who am
Right.
I to stand here
And you just
and
hate
be
it.
like, you're not fast enough? I'm like, I'm not fast. But I just got to be like, honest and say, like, I don't like the Robinson pick much. I like the next 3 picks a lot,
The next 3 picks are fantastic. I think
Yeah.
Brian Thomas Jr. might be the best pick in this draft in terms of value and fit. They needed a wide receiver on that X position to replace Calvin Ridley, and they get it in Brian Thomas Jr. And then the 2 top corners going 22 and 24. Fantastic there. The next 4 picks are interesting. Morgan is a solid offensive guard, tackle hybrid out of Arizona. Barton was just a BPA pick from Tampa, which seems like they just do that every time they're on the clock nowadays. They don't care what position you play, but if you're the best player on the board, we're taking you. And then the most fascinating one here, Xavier Worthy. The Chiefs trade up with the Buffalo Bills to draft the speedy wide receiver out of Texas. That could be a pick we look back on and are like, ooh, boy.
Yes, indeed. And what's funny is in my mock draft, I had the Chiefs trading up 1 spot ahead of the Bills
Take A.D. Mitchell.
to take A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah.
So missed the note on that part. And then most recently, Nate Wiggins, the cornerback out of Clemson,
Good
is
pick.
the Baltimore Ravens selection. There's a lot to like about Wiggins. He's the fastest corner essentially in this draft. He's got really good length as well. So from a physical traits, when you evaluate corners, you really want to see the speed because they got to run faster than guys who know where they're going, and the length so you don't get mossed. The issue with him is he's a little bit on the smaller size, and I think that's going to lead to a history or a career of on and off injuries. I mean, unfortunately, he fell victim to an injury during the NFL Combine, and I think that may be a sign of more to come. But for the Baltimore Ravens, it's never a bad idea to invest in cornerstone pieces when you have to go face Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Listen, he's got speed, and this Ravens team, they just find ways to utilize guys. I don't care where you're coming from. I don't care what position you play.
They draft better than anyone else mostly.
They will find a way to get you on a football field and be impactful for them. And you get someone with the athletic profile that Nate Wiggins possesses. Like Dane Brugler was talking a bit about him potentially being someone that goes in the top 15 very early in the draft process. I think this is a good steal by Baltimore, who likes to play in a lot of different variations on defense. Like they won't give you a lot of looks in back-to-back like Kyle Hamilton, and then you bring in the speed of Nate Wiggins now. Like, this is a good pick, man.
It is. Quick plug here. Our Super Chat menu, if you're enjoying the content we're providing and you want to support the channel, Super Chats are a great way to do so. Every 500 likes, we're doing Bean Boozled. We got a little bit of ways to go on that front, a little over 400 likes. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20, we got an awesome raffle going on. You can get entered for a Day 1 draft swag pack. And then the Day 1 MVP will get the rookie jersey of their choice. Cool rookie jerseys, I think Marvin Harrison. We talked about Caleb
Neighbors.
Williams. Malik Neighbors is a great
Brock
one.
Bowers' Vegas jersey is kind of tough.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Brock Bowers Vegas, there's a great cam saw in his living room, and his dad was like, uh-oh. It was like the face of a man who's banned from Las Vegas, and his son just got drafted to the Raiders. So that was great.
I'll also say this. We are $74 away from 1,000 on our main chat sports
We got
channel.
to get there.
We
Damn
need
all.
to get there. If we get to 74, beer bong race, you win? Close out the night? No?
I've gone a long time without drinking alcohol.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
I
where
know.
we were going with that.
And no. I'm not in rehab or anything.
Okay,
But
yeah, I
just
thought
took a
you were
little
in
hi- I
rehab
took
for
a little
a second.
hiatus. And so
I don't want to. You know what?
I don't wanna-
He's
yeah.
sober. He's 7 years sober, so we'll leave him over there.
It's like 3.5
I will
weeks.
do a beer bong if we get to $1,000 in super chats. Come on. We are so close. You never like to be this close to finishing, and you're not allowed to finish. Let's get there. Let's get to
Time,
1,000
man.
right now. Come on.
We got Charlie. We got Superb. We got Knowledge Untamed. Mike Dibble. Mike Dibble, what are the trade details of Bills and Chiefs? Let me read out the trade details to you. We got them. I don't need to read it. You can read. You have eyes. I've made that joke before and it hasn't always landed. Chiefs, Bills swapping first rounders. And in exchange for Buffalo falling back from 28 to 32, they go from round 4 up to the end of round 3, and they move up in round 7. So they basically do pick swaps in 3 rounds. Round 1, which benefits the Chiefs, and then rounds 3 to 4, and then 7 and 7, which benefits Buffalo. My suspicion is the Bills had a feeling that no one between them and Kansas City was going to go wide receiver, so they may as well try and bleed Kansas City of a third-round pick before they get the guy they want the whole time anyway. But then again, if you're the Chiefs, why not just stay at 32?
I mean,
Maybe they thought the Ravens could take him.
but if you're Buffalo, like say you wanted A.D. Mitchell, well, as long as the 49ers don't take him here at 31, you can still get your guy, or maybe go Xavier Legette, Ladd McConkey, another 2 really solid wide receivers that are still on the board. There's a lot of good picks in this draft, and I mean these 2 guys. I'll tell you what, if the Bills come away with A.D. Mitchell, that could be the best pick in the entire draft, if we're going to be honest. But I want to know who you think the best pick from round 1 is. Let me know in the comment section who you think the best pick was. We're giving shout-outs in the chat for when you give your answer right now. Let me know down below. Oh! Jack Lotteray is doing a beer bong race with me if we get to a K. How about that? We're 74 away. Who's going to step up and get the job done?
We've also got pick 31 in from the San Francisco 49ers. I thought they'd go offensive line, but I think this is a combo pick of best player available, and we want to take down Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl next time. So a good way to do that is get a corner.
I was hoping they were going to draft wide receiver so I could see them going, oh, wait a minute. We don't have this confirmed anymore.
No?
I mean, I don't see anyone else other than Dov and Draft Diamonds, and Draft Diamond says I
We
lied.
got cut?
So this might not be the pick. But either way, I see
Internet lied.
Roma Dunze, J.J. McCarthy, Drake Maye, Xavier Worthy, Brock Bowers as some of the best picks in the first round. Time Man really is, J.J.
Ooh, the 49ers go wide receiver?
Really? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's electric.
They're going to go with Florida's Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, my God. Brandon Ayuk is getting dealt, or Deebo Samuel.
One Arizona State wide receiver is going to leave for another Arizona State legend, Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall is a very good player. Shocked to see him go above A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, and a couple of those guys. He's very smooth, a great route runner, big body. I'm a big fan of this pick.
Top 3 hands, I would say, in this draft. Like when you really think about what a wide receiver needs to do, catch the football, Marvin Harrison, Roma Dunze, and Ricky Pearsall are probably in the top tier.
Quick question for Jack and Sam. Who is the MVP and how much money is the MVP? MVP is, hold on,
please.
Kurgan Cold, $358. So Dibble, you heard it right there, $358.
Oh.
Dibble's at 100, so a 160 bomb, I know it's a very odd number, would technically get you that MVP.
Dibble just won MVP. I'm just gonna forecast that right now.
You think so?
You just challenged Mike Dibble. It's 260.
I hoped.
It's 260.
I thought you said 358.
And Dibble's at 100?
I thought he was. Oh, you know what? I'm bad at math.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
Mr. I have a college degree, ROI.
ROI.
Yeah.
Listen,
You
you
were a
just go around
communications
telling
major if I've ever seen
You
one.
just go around telling people the Bills are trading back again.
Bills are trading back to get A.D. Mitchell. I know it. I
In
know
a
it.
second, we're gonna get a trade back to get get him though.
At 32. Oh, they're 32.
As I say, they're at 32.
I thought they were trading back into round 1. Okay.
All right, either way, Ricky Pearsall is the pick here for the 49ers at 31. The 9th-ranked wide receiver from Tom Downey, but I got to be honest, he rose for me personally up my wide receiver rankings. He cracked my top 10. I think he was at my 9 as well. He is very versatile where he can play on the outside as an X wide receiver. He can play inside. He can move all the way around, and he is really good out of his breaks, man. Like he can. I think Downey might be wrong on this one. I'm calling Tom out. I think he's very good at getting out of his breaks over the middle of the field running routes. Downey doesn't think so. This is a great pick for San Francisco. And if they view this as a Brandon Ayuk replacement because they can't get a deal done and he's getting dealt over the weekend.
His price went up after A.J. Brown's contract. The thing with Ricky Pearsall is for the 49ers, like you mentioned with Debo and Ayuk, that's definitely some question marks. We talked earlier about how production can be misleading based on your position.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall played 1 year with Anthony Richardson, 1 year with Graham Mertz. Which year do you think he had the better year in? Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I'd probably.
You give him an
that.
NFL quarterback, and he's going to put up some pretty good numbers for you.
Yeah. We also have a trade to round out the night. Look at this.
The Panthers, they are moving up one spot.
Xavier Legette.
I think it's A.D. Mitchell.
I think it's Legette.
You think? I think they would feel confident that Legette would be
Bean Boozle
there.
on the line here?
Have you seen on Twitter?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Okay, deal. Oh, I'm so excited. You better not have like a source in Carolina.
I don't. Well, Legette did say the other day that if he was on the board at 33, Carolina said they were going to take him. So I'm just going off that. If that counts as insider source.
That's the most ballers thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
He said it publicly a couple days ago. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so here are the trade details. They swapped 33 and 32, and in exchange, the Bills acquire pick 200. The Panthers acquire pick 141. Oh, all the way around. The Bills acquire pick 141, and the Panthers acquire pick 200.
Possible?
What do you mean?
Is he wrong in that? Bills get 141.
Carolina's trading 33 and 141 for 32 and 200.
Okay, that makes sense. I think
Yeah.
they had it wrong on there. Nailed it. You own a Beat Boozled. Xavier got it 32. Hey! Albert Breer nails it, and that's how we round out tonight. Take your poison, kid. Take your poison.
Main Bean Studio. I'm going to take the one that is my favorite flavor so that if I'm right, it's... What did I tell you? What did I tell you? There was never a doubt. Never a doubt.
Holy shit!
I did not get Bean Beazled.
The GOAT's in the building, baby! Mike Dibble!
The
He's
Michael
always
Jordan
here.
of YouTube, Mike Dibble, a $400 US super chat.
He's a big-time player who makes big-time plays. Shout out to Mike Dibble, baby. Let's go.
I want the ball in one man's hand in the fourth quarter. Mike Dibble, Michael Dibble.
Martians pointing the beam of death down to the building. I get one shot. Give me Dibble, baby.
This will get us over 1,000. You could say that. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Petey, I'm hoping this is a Cooper jersey, but either way, this is for two of my favorite chat sports announcers. Petey, you're amazing, and Nick, I will see you at the NBA draft. Love everyone here. Can't wait for night 2. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Woof, woof. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Woof, woof. Dibble, 2 clap. 1, 2.
Oh, that was crisp.
God, that felt good.
Oh, that was crisp.
Now, Dibble, you say this is for an Amari. I think you mean Amari Cooper. Is there another Cooper DeJean?
That's the only.
Well,
it was like the.
It was a
MVP
rookie jersey.
Was rookie jersey, but if you if he just wants an Amari Cooper
I don't see
jersey,
why it's a big deal if it's Amari Cooper. Yeah, I know. If you want Amari Cooper, we can do that. If you want, we can wait till whoever the Browns pick tomorrow. It's your call, dude. It's your call.
Yeah, well, it's your world. We're just living in it.
I'll go to China and put the jersey together myself if I have to, Dibble. Thank you.
Wow. Shocker.
Dibble. I knew the moment you said, or Dibble asked what he has to do, he would answer the call.
Dibble's just the man, and that means we owe 2 beer bong skis. Okay. Holy shit! Oh shit! We just got a first-time $100 super chat on Dolphins.
Oh.
Dolphin City! This is for the GOAT Rolly! Oh, what did I do to deserve this? I don't know what I did, Dolphin City!
Scared the crap out of me.
Oh my goodness! I mean, this is unbelievable. This came out of absolutely nowhere. Dolphin City, first time $100 super chat. Bang! Let's go!
Let's go!
I don't know what I did to deserve that comment from Dolphin City, but I appreciate you. First time 100 bomb. That is greatly appreciated, and we're going to get to work on Dolphins today. I tell you what.
Let's do it.
We're going to get to work on that puppy.
Bingo.
We're whipping it back into shape over there.
Oh, Dibble, Edrin Cooper putting it into existence. That's the Browns' 54th overall pick. Dibble, we'll come back to this tomorrow, and you can solidify whatever you want, but I am so proud that you are trying to super chat this into existence. Edrin Cooper, you are a Cleveland Brown.
I can't believe Dolphin City Bangarang. We also have a couple super chats that we have to get to as well. But first, we'll close out this NFL first-round draft with Xavier Legette, the South Carolina wide receiver, who, as I mentioned to PD just a little bit ago, was told by Carolina, allegedly, as he told a podcast, that if he was there at 33, they would take him. Well, he was there at 32, and they elected to move up to get him to close out the first round to make sure they get that fifth-year option for the South Carolina wide receiver. He's very physical. He's very good after the catch. A lot of people have compared him to a Deebo Samuel type, an A.J. Brown guy who's just a big-bodied wide receiver that if you get the ball into his hands can make a lot of good things happen. He's got burners. I'm a big fan of Legette. There's a couple teams that opening up this second round tomorrow evening that were probably hoping he was going to fall. Buffalo, it evidently wasn't in on Legette. They'll be opening up at the second round after the trade back, likely eyeing A.D. Mitchell, to be honest, or maybe they swing big for Brandon Ayuk. But a couple wide receiver needy teams aren't going to be able to draft a guy that a lot of people had on high on their board with Xavier Legette.
Yeah, so the thing with Legette is he spent 5 years at South Carolina, only started his final season. In fact, his first few seasons, he went through a lot of ups and downs, whether it was coaching changes or things off the field. And it's great to see Legette continue to work hard and find himself being drafted in the first round. I think this is going to be a little bit of a project pick. He only has 1 year of starting experience. He's one of the best physical athletes in this draft. He's one of those freaky athletes that just does not come around in every single year's draft. But I think a wide receiver coach is going to have his work cut out for him because he's got to turn a guy who really only has 1 year of wide receiver experience into a consistent threat for and target for Bryce Young. So ceiling super high. The floor is low because of that lack of experience. All right, next up.
I think it's beer bong time.
Beer bong time.
I mean, I'm glad that we're doing a beer bong. This is for Dolphin City. This is for Mike Dibble. This is for all the real ones, specifically Dibble. Marty K saying Rolly ... I don't know what that means, Marty K. I know you're a Bears guy. Are they upset at me for not returning to Bears now? To be honest, I didn't expect to be on here this long, but sorry, Bears fans. I don't know what to tell you.
Beer bong race is coming up between Jackson Lauderay and Nicholas Roloff. Who do you got?
For the Shield, baby. For the Shield. Let's go.
Goodell or Nick?
Guys.
No, Rob Lowe.
I don't want to flame these two people to my right and to my left. Which one is more corny? The NFL hat or the NFL draft polo? Let me know down below which one's worse.
Beautiful.
Let me know which one's worse. As I'm over here rocking.
I'll be
nothing.
honest, I've been stopped by every single person in this office today commenting and complimenting my polo.
Are you sure they're compliments?
They are.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah. I've gotten more attention on this today than my birthday. Everyone has said it. People in the elevator, strangers.
Lies.
Me? Yes.
Lies.
On the way up, he's like, "You work for the draft?" I was like, "No, I'm in Dallas."
All right, let's get it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Never doubt.
49ers are likely to move Ayuk to trade Deebo Samuel over Brandon Ayuk, according to Mike Silver.
Doesn't shock me. It felt like one of them was gone, though, right?
Where does Deebo Samuel go?
Um,
I would think they'd want to trade him to the AFC.
I would agree. Here's a quick thing. Here's the thing, though, about Deebo. I'm kind of out on Deebo. He's getting paid a lot of money now, and I don't think he's the best route runner. I think he's very good in that San Francisco 49ers scheme. But if you ask him to be just a flat-out wide receiver one, beat guys downfield, run routes, I'm not in on him. I'm really not.
I don't blame you for that take because ever since he's gotten paid, the production has dipped. There's no denying it.
Say this last part on Debo, I don't think he's going to go for that much. I think it would be end of day 2, early day.
I think it'd be a fourth.
I think it'd be like a third, fourth round pick.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
I don't think
a team taking on a contract and a guy that a little bit like the Cam Newton of wide receivers. As the
like
hits
that.
pile up,
Yeah,
you kind of know what you're going to get towards the end of his career.
like that.
Quick shout out to our friends over at Mando. So if you guys are looking for the best whole body deodorant in the game, get started with Mando today because they've got an awesome deal for our viewers where you can get $5 off their starter pack by just using code CHAT. Mando's starter pack, by the way, is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, plus free shipping. Luckily for all of our wonderful viewers right now, I've got that discount code to help you guys out because with warmer weather here, if you're walking to work, walking to school, you don't want to be the smelly guy in the office or in your class. And with Mando, that will not be an issue. So get started today. Use code CHAT when you go to shopmando.com. And new customers with that $5 discount, it will get up to over 40% off. So go to shopmando.com and use code CHAT to get $5 off their starter pack.
All right, before we get into some more coverage on our main chat sports channel, we are going to sign off on our Miami Dolphins simulcast as well as our Washington Commanders simulcast. We appreciate all of them and all of you guys for coming in and hanging out with us, but we're going to sign off on both of those streams for the rest of the night. Shout out Dolphin City for the first time $100 super chat. Brian Aycock, Chad Jones, that Dolphins fan, and everyone who sent in some donations on Dolphins today. Appreciated you guys for coming around for our first live stream. I know it wasn't just me, but we're going to have a lot of those going forward, so appreciate you guys. And for all the Commanders fans as well, have fun with Jayden Daniels, and we'll see what they do on day 2 of the NFL Draft. See you guys tomorrow on both of those streams. Peace out.
Should we recap round 1?
I think
So we're going to run through all 32 picks that were made, included a lot of trades, included a lot of offensive players, included 6 quarterbacks going in the top 12. This was a draft that I think people are going to remember for a long time, and I think this is going to be a very monumental draft for some franchises.
Now, I'll ask you this, PD, just quickly before we get into it. There was 23 offensive guys taken. That's a record.
Yep.
You think this is going to be a trend that continues, or you think it was just this happened to be such an offensive-loaded draft?
I think maybe we see next year it goes from 23 down to like 18.
Okay.
But I think offense from here on out will always have at least 17.
Yeah,
I think they'll always have the House majority.
Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. Offense is the name of the game now, and I think the biggest like offense is here moment is the Falcons taking Michael Penix.
Yeah.
Because it really does make no sense.
We'll expand on that. Quick reminder, by the way, Dibble, I know you've been in the chat. Don't worry, I see your comments. We're going to do a raffle in a little bit. We're going to run through the first round picks, though. But if you would like to, somehow challenge Mike Dibble at, I don't even know, 600 USD, give or take a dollar or two.
So he
for
was
the.
so I think he's exactly at 500.
Was he at 100 to start?
Yeah, so
okay.
he's
I thought 100
he's capped
change.
out at the YouTube max because they
Okay.
only allow you to send 500.
He's at 500 then. You just tell Dibble right now.
Hey, Dibble, just letting you know, we're about to do a cut where we recap all the picks that happened tonight, and then after that, we will do the raffle.
Yeah, so raffle will be like maybe 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, in like 20-ish, 15, 20 minutes. Don't worry, not going to take too long. We'll do it in a minute.
Mm-hmm. So Super Chat menu, though, if you want to join the show and get on screen, Super Chats are always greatly appreciated. If you're unable to, though, no problem at all. Liking the video is an excellent way. Plus, we get Bean Boozle, which, by the way, I did avoid disaster in my first Bean Boozle attempt.
I don't know what's going on.
I went with butter popcorn. That's my
You
favorite
won?
one. And I won, yeah. Tastes like I was in a movie theaters.
That's crap.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
stupid.
But we're going to run through all of the first 32 picks of the 2024 NFL Draft. Rolly and I will bounce off one another, giving our opinion and our analysis on each selection made, as there was a lot of fun picks and a lot of expected picks and a lot of unexpected picks. A good balance.
Yeah, great balance. And before we get into this, you want to do game time or do you want me to do it?
I can do it.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we
Yeah.
clarified that before we
That's
get into it.
communication real time.
Yeah, I mean, you just see how
We'll do it live.
you just see how the cookie was made, folks.
Mhm.
And right, this is pick cuts. Like this isn't grades, right?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep. We're just going to recap all 32 first-round picks. So whenever we get the green light from the powers that be, all right, I'll bring us in. Let's
All you,
do
my
it.
friend.
Let's recap round 1 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Round 1 of the 2024 NFL Draft is in the books. Matthew Peterson here with Nick Roloff at Chat Sports, recapping all 32 picks made here on Thursday night. We'll give you our opinions and analysis throughout the picks as we get through them. But Rolly, fun draft, as they always are, but this one felt like it had an extra punch to it, doesn't it?
I mean, we had a lot of offensive players taken. The first 14 picks were all offense, fireworks with a couple trades. Shocking pick at number 8 overall with Michael Penix Jr., which we'll talk about more in just a second. And we had some interesting trade backs as well in the late first round, which might signal a Brandon Ayuk trade or Deebo Samuel for San Francisco, which we'll touch on in just a bit. But the story of today is clearly Caleb Williams. We knew he was going to be the first overall pick, but it was just made official. He will be wearing number 18, by the way, bust number if you're asking me, in Chicago. But the USC quarterback is going to look to change the fortune of that franchise in the Windy City. Petey, I know it was expected, but it's always nice to see that number 1 pick if you're a Bears fan.
It sure is. And everyone knew what the Bears were doing at 1. It was 9 that created a little bit more sweat in the Windy City, and that's where they got Rome Odunze, which we'll get to next. But Jayden Daniels, he followed suit like we all expected him to for the weeks leading up to the draft. He is a Washington Commander. Then at number 3, Rolly, Drake Maye to New England.
Yeah, and obviously the buzz around that team was if they were going to trade out of 3. The reports is that the Vikings and Giants both tried to go all in for Drake Maye. It seemed like he was both of those two respective teams' top guy, but new GM, actually not even considered a GM, at least as of right now, Elliott Wolf stays put and takes the North Carolina quarterback who many compare to Josh Allen in terms of his body size, his playmaking, his arm strength. It'll be interesting to see how he fits in that New England Patriots offense. Quarterbacks went 1, 2, and 3, but let me know who you think the best pick in round 1 was. Was it one of the top 3 quarterbacks, or was it someone later that we have not got to just yet? I know a good pick coming up here at number 4, Petey.
Marvin Harrison Jr., a lot of people had him as the number 1 overall player in the draft. Cardinals maybe could have entertained a trade here, but I think just staying put and taking your next Larry Fitzgerald is a very good move. I like this pick a lot for the Cardinals. What's not to like? Afterwards, Harbaugh maybe have a little bit of temptation with like a Malik Neighbors, but how did he win at Michigan? Was it with Roman Wilson or with his offensive line?
I believe they ran the ball quite a bit, Petey.
Yep, they go get Joe Alt. They're going to kick him to right tackle, play opposite of Slater. Justin Herbert is thrilled. Malik Neighbors to the Giants. They have their next Odell Beckham.
I mean, he is explosive. He is smooth. Many people believed he could actually be the number 1 player in this draft class, let alone the number 1 wide receiver over MHJ. I was a Marvin Harrison Jr. guy personally, but I was a big fan of Neighbors, and the Giants get a weapon for Daniel Jones. You saw quarterbacks go early and often in this draft, so evidently Joe Schoen in New York is going to build around Daniel Jones, and they do that by selecting Malik Neighbors, the fluid wide receiver from LSU. Then the Titans go with J.C. Latham at number 8. He was a late riser. There was a lot of buzz between him and the Los Angeles Chargers potentially at 5, or if they traded down. They went with Alt, which had Latham at 7. The reports are out of Tennessee that Brian Callahan, the new head coach, had him as his favorite player in this draft class. So Latham going there to protect Will Levis. And then the stunner, Petey, at number 8.
Michael Penix, a pick that I don't know how many people in Atlanta really knew was the pick. It didn't even look like Arthur Blank was told about this selection. I like Penix as a player. Let me open up with that. What I don't like is paying a quarterback $180 million just to draft not even a really young quarterback, but I don't think it's very important what his age is once he begins to take over, or if he ever takes over from Kirk Cousins. For me, it really just boils down to you're going to spend $180 million on Kirk Cousins, pick top 10, and not use it to support your efforts of being successful in 2024 and 2025, because Kirk Cousins has guaranteed money for 2024, 2025, and 2026. To me, the runway for Penix is just not long enough to warrant a replacement pick, which, by the way, Cousins was even told right before the pick was being made that Penix was the selection for Atlanta. So what a great start to that relationship. Sign me to a contract with 3 years of guaranteed money and take my replacement 6 weeks later. I mean, this seems like it's going to be a great start.
It's not going to hate on a Michael Penix as a prospect because I like him as much as
Me
you
too.
do, but it just feels like a weird fit with Atlanta after signing Kirk Cousins to that massive bag. What is not a weird fit? Rome Odunze, who the Bears just with a masterclass with Ryan Poles. They get that deal done a year ago with Carolina and ultimately nets them both Odunze and Caleb Williams, and they have a very elite wide receiver trio, which I would at least to this point, PD, say that's the best wide receiver trio in the entire NFL with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and then the rookie from Washington. You get Caleb Williams to pair up with Odunze. That offense is going to be high-flying in Chicago, which that fan base is not used to hearing those words when they're talking about their offense. And then we had a trade where the Vikings move up from 11 to 10 to secure that top 10 selection, which is the Michigan quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. It felt like he was always going to find his way into Minnesota. It just was a little bit later than we expected.
Yeah, this had Viking written all over it. It really just was, when would it get done? Ultimately, they get it done at pick number 10. I guess they were a little concerned that the Broncos could leapfrog the Vikings at 11 and go all the way to 10, so they take no chances and they get their guy. Now, we're going to look at the remaining picks of round 1 in just a second, but I first want to shout out our sponsor today, Game Time. If you are looking to catch a playoff basketball game, hockey game, baseball game, or any other sporting event in your local area, concert, whatever it may be, Game Time is the place to visit first, because they're going to give you all $20 off your first purchase with the code CHATSPORTS. Now, a great way I like to look at that as is Game Time's going to cover your parking. They're going to cover your first concession run with that $20 discount. So download Game Time today and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. I put all that information for you all in the comments and description of today's video, but it's the best place to find last-minute tickets at the lowest price guaranteed. So once again, download Game Time, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. If spelling's not your thing, CHAT Sports. I put all that information, like I said, in the comments and description. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. At pick 11, the Jets addressed this in free agency, but now they address it long-term with Penn State's left tackle, Olu Fashanu.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see where he slots in because they added a couple guys with Moses and Smith in free agency for that offensive tackle group. Are they going to slot in one of them at guard? Is Fashanu going to play as a redshirt almost? He's very talented and can be that starting left tackle for any franchise, and it was a position of need. I was shocked they didn't go with a Brock Bowers type, but you can't deny the talent that Fashanu has, and he is going to be fitting in really nicely in New York.
At number 12, the Broncos take the sixth and final quarterback in round number 1, Bo Nix. I kind of wondered if the Penix pick made them panic a little bit because there was a big drop-off in the quarterback class after those top guys. Ultimately, the wins coming out of Denver were Bo Nix was always one of their top 3, top 4 quarterbacks, and they felt like after meeting with him in person, watching him throw, that he was someone that could really master and accomplish what Sean Payton wants to do offensively. So Denver takes a quarterback, one of the earliest picks in franchise history. Jay Cutler went number 11 to the team off the top of my head. So Bo Nix at number 12, right behind him. But Broncos country has been searching for a quarterback since the sheriff retired, and hopefully this is the end of their search.
Brock Bowers going at 13 to Las Vegas. They kept the offensive train rolling. A lot of people thought they might go corner in this spot, but they took best player available. Bowers and Michael Maye, the second-year tight end out of Notre Dame, are going to be one heck of a 1-2 punch. Both can run routes over the middle of the field at an elite level as well as a run block. Expect to see a lot of 2 tight end sets in Las Vegas. I'm a big fan of this pick because when you just simply take the best player on the board, it's usually always going to work out for you.
I don't see how this pick fails. Next up is the Saints at 14. They went to Talisi Fuaga. There were 2 teams that you knew what position they were going to take. Denver at quarterback and Saints at offensive tackle. For New Orleans, they just hoped that the number 1 guy or towards the number 1 of their big board would still be there. And Fuaga, number 9 on Tom Downey's rankings, was there at 14. Then at 15, you had the Colts take the first defensive player, Laiatu Latu, edge rusher out of UCLA. Some say he's the best pure pass rusher in this draft class, and the production from last year at UCLA would back that claim up. There are some slight medical concerns, Rolly. He missed 2 years at Washington with the neck injury, but if he got through the combine with flying colors, I think the Colts are just happy to add to a cornerstone position like pass rusher.
Listen, he's going to be productive. I'm just kind of stunned he ended up being the first defensive player taken because I don't know if his ceiling is as high as some of these other guys in the NFL draft. And when you think about his injury history, there really isn't a guarantee he's going to play more than 5 or 6 seasons in the National Football League. Is that worth the 15th pick? Is that the top defensive guy? I like Latu as a prospect, but the injury history kind of scares me off. Byron Murphy was also in the category for first defensive player taken. He ends up going number 2, the defensive tackle out of Texas. I think this is a great pick from Seattle. I thought they were going to go interior offensive line, but they go on the interior defensive side of the football. Byron Murphy can be disruptive both in the pass rushing department as well as run stuffing. And what quarterbacks, what do they always say? Hardest pressure to face is coming up the middle. Byron Murphy can provide that.
This next trade, I think, is a win-win for both sides. I think Jacksonville, who we'll get to at 23, gets the same guy they were taking at 17. And Minnesota, giving up some day 3, late day 2 draft picks, is able to secure one of the best pass rushers in this draft. He was number 1 on my edge rusher ranking, along with Tom Downey, Dallas Turner. 6'2", 247. He ran a sub-250 40-yard dash. He's an outside linebacker who's faster than the other team's wide receiver. You don't find guys like that in every single draft. Now, there are some polishing to be done here, but he still had 10 sacks last year for the Crimson Tide. I think the Vikings were shocked he was still on the board, and that is what motivated a trade up.
Yeah, great replacement for Danielle Hunter, who left them in free agency for the Houston Texans. Round 1, pick 18, Amarius Mims. This one's a little puzzling. You knew they were going to have to address their offensive line long term, but with the Browns at left tackle and right tackle, Trent Brown and Orlando Brown respectively, you would think they would have went more interior. Like, I don't know what their plan is. I don't think one of Orlando or Trent can play inside. I also don't really know if Amarius Mims is going to be able to play inside. 6'7", almost 6'8". Like, is that too big for an offensive guard? Also, not that experienced. I only think he played 8 games at college.
I think he's going to sit for the first year. I think that's the plan because he needs some practice in the NFL, and then he'll take over from one of the Browns.
I get it, and the ceiling's high for Mims, but this was a head-scratcher for me because a Bengals team that is in the win-now mode, they've yet to pay Jamar Chase. T. Higgins is still on the roster, but he's not paid. Like, they need to capitalize by getting players to help them win now. I'm not sure if Amarius Mims gets that for them. I would have preferred them going with like a Graham Barton to shore up their interior offensive line.
Yeah, I can see that. Now, before we get to the rest of our picks, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We've just wrapped up day 1 of the NFL draft, but the best is still to come. We have days 2 and 3, rounds 2 through 7. So make sure to subscribe for constant wall-to-wall NFL draft coverage. At pick 19, the Rams, who make their first, I don't know if you guys have heard this before, first-round selection since Jared Goff. They go Jared Verse. I really like this selection for LA. I think Verse is probably the most well-rounded pass rusher. He's really good at stopping the run. He had back-to-back 9-sack seasons for the Seminoles. For Florida State, for the Rams, I think this was definitely a wait-and-see mode, and they go get a really good defensive end.
Well, you saw the rumors out there before the draft that they were going to try to trade up in the top 10, and they had a tight end out of Georgia, Brock Bowers, in mind. They evidently stay at 19. A lot of people thought, including myself, they could go Jerzon Newton, the D tackle out of Illinois, to replace Aaron Donald, who retired. Newton doesn't even go in round 1, which is quite the stunner if we're going to be honest, and it's probably amongst most people top prospect for day 2 of the NFL draft. But Verse is going to bring a lot of versatility and pass rushing ability for that Rams defense.
Then at pick number 20, the Pittsburgh Steelers follow suit from the Cincinnati Bengals. They go offensive line. They have to face this guy named Myles Garrett twice a year, and I think they're trying to stop the bleeding when they go up against him. The Steelers had a need for offensive line, so whether it's Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, quarterback in that team for 2024, they're going to have a better offensive line in front of them. At pick 21, Rolly, Chop Robinson.
Yeah, not a fan of this one, Petey. I know you agree with me. The Dolphins need a lot of help on the interior defensive line, interior offensive line. Evidently, they go with an edge, Chop Robinson, to help with Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, who are coming off injuries and are really question marks heading into the season. Robinson is a traitsy player. His ceiling is very high, but his floor is also very, very low. It's an intriguing pick. For a team like I just talked about with the Bengals, the Dolphins are kind of in win-now mode too, not having to pay out a massive deal for Tua Tagovailoa. So it's interesting to see them go with a guy that is a little bit of a project.
At pick 22, the Eagles were trying to trade up, but ultimately, I think they're happy to keep their picks and get the guy they were probably going to try and trade up for. That's Toledo's DB, Quinyon Mitchell. Some have him as the number 1 cornerback in this draft class. He was the first corner to go. The Eagles needed help in their secondary. James Bradbury showed a lot of signs of slowing down last year. Plus, Mitchell can play inside or outside. And as we just saw tonight, teams are going offense, which means you're going to see a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, which means you don't need 2 starting cornerbacks anymore. You need 3. Eagles have that. Slay, Bradbury, Mitchell.
Yeah, I thought this was one of the better value picks, and then you go to this one right here with Brian Thomas Jr., I think it just topped it. You talked about it earlier with that trade. The Jaguars were likely to taking Brian Thomas Jr. with pick 17.
That's what I mocked.
Yeah, they moved back. Subtle flex.
My bad.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Moved back from 17 to 23, and they still get a guy that most people believe they were going to target, the Calvin Ridley replacement, that ex-wide receiver who is big-bodied, can run by you and beat you over the top. Brian Thomas Jr., I'm a big fan of selection for Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence.
So after the Jags went wide receiver at 23, we have the Detroit Lions, who made a trade up, Rolly. The Lions were aggressive in the draft last year to go and get like Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. This time, they see a player that they think has no business being available, and that was the cornerback out of Alabama, Terrion Arnold. I'm in agreement with Detroit. I thought Arnold would be a top 20 pick lock. Ultimately, the Lions needed help in their secondary. They addressed it with the Carlton Davis trade, but now they really double down.
I tell you what, the Lions have just had 2 fantastic first rounds in back-to-back NFL drafts. People were skeptical of the Jahmyr Gibbs pick and then the Jack Campbell pick, the linebacker from Iowa, but they both hit. And then you get Terrion Arnold, who is most likely a steal here, as most people projected him inside the top 20. I actually had him going much earlier in my mock draft, so you got a flex. I got, I guess, a little knock on myself because I thought he was going in the top 15. Packers go Jordan Morgan here at 25. An offensive tackle guard hybrid. Downey, our draft expert, thinks he could be that guard type, but I think he could play tackle in a zone scheme. We'll see if this is the replacement for David Bakhtiari, who is battling injuries and near the end of his career.
Then at 26, the Bucs try and replace their recently retired starting center by getting Duke's Graham Barton. I think Baker Mayfield was ecstatic about this pick.
Yeah, I think Barton is a fantastic player, and I would agree with Downey. I expected him to go in the top 20. There was a lot of smoke between him and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Evidently falls all the way down to 26. The Buccaneers are just in the business of getting good players, and they got a good one here with Graham Barton.
At 27, the Cardinals, with their second first-round selection, they use it on defense. They go with Darius Robinson. Look at that size for a moment. 6'5", 285, but he runs like he's 6'2", 250. Like, he's got a really good size and speed combination. The production was there, 8+ sacks last year for the Missouri Tigers. So for the Cardinals, with a defense full of just no-namers, no offense, outside of like Budda Baker, they go and get a pretty good defensive end for them.
Yeah, we had a shocker of a trade that Buffalo. What are you doing? They make a deal with the Chiefs.
Kansas City, that's the devil for them.
Kansas City moves up from 32 to 28. They exchange some late day 2 and day 3 picks, and the Chiefs get their guy, Xavier Worthy. You don't know what the legal situation is going to be for the second-year wide receiver, Rashee Rice, out of SMU, and the Chiefs get some, I guess, stability in their wide receiver room with Worthy, who ran the fastest 40-yard dash in NFL history. And I think they're going to look to try to replicate the Tyreek Hill model that worked so successfully over the past 8 years in Kansas City and Miami. If Worthy hits, man, this could be like, how did we let Worthy go to the Chiefs?
How did the Bills let him go to the Chiefs? He's going to score a touchdown against Buffalo in the playoffs, guaranteed. At 29, after trading back with the Lions, I think Dallas got the same guy they were going to get at 24. That is Oklahoma's Tyler Guyton. He was the right tackle for the Sooners. Now, the Cowboys lost their left tackle and their center in free agency. Some wondered if they went guard, if that would kick Tyler Smith to left tackle to replace Tyron Smith. Ultimately, they go with a tackle instead. Remains to be seen where they want to put Guyton at left or right tackle, but nevertheless, Dallas, as always, goes offensive line.
Yeah, it feels like they do it every single year. A pick that I'm really fond of here, Petey, number 30, the Ravens, who just fly underneath the radar every single draft year, and they just make good picks. Nate Wiggins, who a lot of people thought, including Dane Brugler of The Athletic, could be the number 1 corner taken in this draft. He is freakishly athletic, has blazing speed. The only question is he going to be able to stay healthy and keep away from injuries, as he is a little bit of a light frame, and that could be susceptible to injuries. But the Ravens seem to always know what they're doing, and if they can add this athletic of a defensive back to that room with Kyle Hamilton and others, I'm going to believe it's going to work for Baltimore.
With pick 31, the 49ers essentially traded Deebo Samuel.
Or Brandon Ayuk.
I think Deebo goes first, but yes, they went with Florida's wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall. I think he's top 3 in this draft when it comes to surefire hands. And ultimately, that's the most important trait you look for in a wide receiver. He did not have the best quarterback play last year with Graham Mertz, but there was a lot of tape that people liked in 2022 when he had Anthony Richardson throwing him the rock. And then another trade for the Buffalo Bills, who move out of round 1 altogether. The Panthers move up and Rolly, like you said. They get the guy they were targeting, but now they get an extra 5th-year tacked on with Xavier Legette.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways you can look at this, right? You get that 5th year, but 5th-year options are very expensive nowadays. But Legette was told allegedly by the Panthers, and he relayed this message to a podcast a week before the draft, that if he was there at 33, the Panthers were going to take him. Well, he was there at 32, and Carolina moved up from pick 33 to 32 to grab their guy, Xavier Legette, someone who's comped to Deebo Samuel, A.J. Brown, big, physical, 6'1", 220, great with the ball in his hands. Listen, they needed weapons for Bryce Young, and I do like this move. I'm very curious to see why A.D. Mitchell fell. It feels like it might be an off-the-field issue. That's going to be someone that we have our eyes out for on day 2 of the NFL draft. But we just went through 32 selections in the first round. I need you guys to shout out your favorite team in the comment section and grade their first-round pick, because if you just throw out a letter, well, we're not going to know what you're grading. So let me know the team and the grade, A, B, C, D, or F. If you're the Bears, well, it might be an A+. If it's the Dolphins, it might be a C-. Let them know down in the comment section.
All right, shout out to then Dibble. Don't worry, we've got the raffle right around the corner. Cool guy, good to see you, dude. DC X Viper, Bears, a solid A+. When you pick twice in the top 10, you should get an A+. Like, you shouldn't botch that.
I mean, especially number 1, the no doubt quarterback, and then I really do believe that if Odunze was off the board at 9. I think the Bears would have seriously considered trading back if there was an offer on the table. Mm-hmm. But they just had a star from the heavens fall into their laps in Rome Odunze, and they jumped all over it. I mean,
Ray Jennings was there. They couldn't pass on it.
By the way, you mentioned draft day. Like, I saw someone.
I get 2 days to do this.
I saw someone do a fake mock draft earlier today. I was like, this would be a draft day, and it was like the Dolphins trading up to 1, taking Edgerrin Cooper out of Texas A&M, and then trading also up to 7 to take Trey Benson from Florida State. Just absolutely ridiculous stuff. Bucks A- from Gaming Wizard. Giants A+ for Malik Neighbors from Dark Firemaster. Sula says Broncos C. Falcons G, so it doesn't even grade the pick. They Call Me G says Commanders A-. Bears A+. CGZ Zone says Can't really grade them. They didn't pick. So I don't know if that's a Bills fan. I don't know if that's a Browns fan. I don't know who else didn't pick in the first round, but
Yeah. Panthers did. Browns and Texans were the only ones that did not.
Browns, Texans, Bills.
I guess you're right. Bills straight out of it.
Browns, Texans, Bills.
Are we ready for the duck race?
My favorite part of the job is calling these duck races.
Oh, please.
I hate to step on your toes.
No.
But these are my favorite things because I have
One shining moment. This is it.
I have a vice of betting horses, and this is as close as I get to doing that in Texas.
Well, the honor is yours. It is post time.
This is for the swag pack,
The swag pack.
which may or may not contain sunglasses.
Stuff we all
May
get.
or may not. All right, get ready. Start your engines, ducks, go!
And they're off.
And they're off to their. And Zipple's out in front early, but that's a bad thing. You never want to be out in front early because you usually fall back in these races. I really like where Kurgan Coldy's at, but not the duck at the bottom of your screen at number 1, the one in the middle, right above another Mike Dibble. The unicorn Dibble out to an early lead after 15 seconds, but here comes Santa Claus, Coldy Dildo.
Colby, what?
Yeah, clip that, folks.
Yeah.
35 seconds to go. Kurgan Coldy, who has quite a bit of ducks here. He holds the lead with 2 at the bottom. Mike Dibble, a purple little line duck at the top of your screen trying to make a move. It feels like 70% of these ducks are Mike Dibble or Kurgan Coldy. This is unbelievable. Actually, there might be a chance where they're all Kurgan
Look at
Coldy.
the young.
No,
Look at
Dylan
the
Mack.
young.
Oh, CJ DeYoung looking for the up.
Can he hold on?
10 seconds to go.
1 furlong left.
Purple circle. Duck wants it. Oh,
Whoa.
and here comes Summit is D1. The dinosaur duck to the victory. 17 right in the middle. Summit is D1 with the win. One entry. I think,
Wow.
I don't know, how many entries did we have? Do we have an exact number?
Hundreds.
No, because if there was 30, 25 of them were made up from Dibble and Kurgan.
Yeah.
So the 5 were able to get the win. Dinosaur duck. Is that a dinosaur? That's a dinosaur. 31 entries. I'm telling you right now, 25 of them were from Dibble and Kurgan. Is Summit in the chat? Summit? Bueller?
Summit.
Bueller?
Summit is D1.
Okay.
What's the procedure? Wait.
I don't know. Did you see what that guy was just saying in the chat, though? That was wild.
Dibble's quick to go. I think they went to
I
bed.
booted that dude out of here. Oh my God, the Nuggets are shit pumping. The Lakers are cooked.
Ooh, Corbin. Corbin's in the wrong chat.
I know, I deleted that.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. Wrong chat.
I like how Dibble's like, they went to bed. I can tell you. I talked to Summit, actually. He told me he was going to sign off earlier. He said if he won, just to pass it on.
Summit. What do we want to do here, guys?
Want to run it back?
I mean,
I feel like Summit's going to be here tomorrow, so I feel a little bad for Summit.
I hate to ruin Summit. I think we give him 24 hours.
I don't hate that. How about this? Dibble finished second.
Did he?
Yeah, Dibble finished second. I promise
We
you
have
that.
the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Then
If
give
Sum-
Summit through tomorrow.
yeah,
And if Summit no-shows tomorrow, then it's Dibble.
it's Dibble. Yeah,
That's fair.
fair.
Handshake?
Handshake?
Oh! That was kind of weird.
Sir, I'd like to shake your hand.
Yeah. Oh, shake your hand. Will you shake your hand? Dibble's a good sport. Hopefully he
yeah,
joins
Dibble's
day
good
2.
time.
Dibble's like lying through his teeth. He's like, I'm going to go take that guy.
I want those goddamn
I'm going to
sunglasses.
destroy his router right now. You don't know who's getting picked tomorrow. Summit. All right. We will sign off. This has been an incredible 6 hours. I can't.
6 and a half.
6.5. And here's the best part. We're doing it all again tomorrow.
And
the day
tomorrow's
after that.
longer, right?
Tomorrow starts
right?
an hour earlier, the draft. Draft begins at 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
And it'll go for an extra 30 minutes.
So it ends around 11.
Yeah, it's about an extra 90 minutes longer. Less time between
yeah.
picks, but it does take a little bit longer than round 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Day 3, lock it in.
I can't wait to get here at 7 a.m. on Saturday, but also have to do Heat Celtics game 3 and bring the energy.
Oh,
down there.
boy. Yeah. John Lynch, 49ers GM, asked about Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk texted him, say, fire pick, not going to lie.
That's kind of electric.
That's something. Okay, one last thing about draft day. Is there a single player that calls the GM and strong arms him into picking him like Vontae Mack did?
Yeah,
Can you imagine if like Roma Dunze called Ryan Poles like, listen up, don't be a fucking
Well,
idiot.
maybe that's how the Falcons ended up with Michael Penix.
That's not a bad thing.
Penix called Terry Fontenot and said, Mr. Weaver, you got to text me. You got to take me. I need that money, sir.
Okay, we will let you guys get some sleep and come back tomorrow with that same energy. Round 1 of the 2024 NFL Draft is in the books. Matthew, 32 picks made here on Thursday night. We'll give you our opinions and analysis throughout the picks as we get through them. But Rolly, fun draft, as they always are. But this one felt like it had an extra punch to it, doesn't it?
I mean, we had a lot of offensive players taken. The first 14 picks were all offense, fireworks with a couple trades. Shocking pick at number 8 overall with Michael Penix Jr., which we'll talk about more in just a second. And we had some interesting trade backs as well in the late first round, which might signal a Brandon Ayuk trade or Deebo Samuel for San Francisco, which we'll touch on in just a bit. But the story of today is clearly Caleb Williams. We knew he was going to be the first overall pick, but it was just made official. He will be wearing number 18, by the way, bust number if you're asking me, in Chicago. But the USC quarterback is going to look to change the fortune of that franchise in the Windy City. Petey, I know it was expected, but it's always nice to see that number 1 pick if you're a Bears fan.
It sure is. And everyone knew what the Bears were doing at 1. It was 9 that created a little bit more sweat in the Windy City, and that's where they got Roma Dunze, which we'll get to next. But Jayden Daniels, he followed suit like we all expected him to for the weeks leading up to the draft. He is a Washington Commander. Then at number 3, Rolly, Drake Maye to New England.
Yeah, and obviously the buzz around that team was if they were going to trade out of 3. The reports is that the Vikings and Giants both tried to go all in for Drake Maye. It seemed like he was both of those two respective teams' top guy, but new GM, actually not even considered a GM, at least as of right now, Elliott Wolf stays put and takes the North Carolina quarterback who many compare to Josh Allen in terms of his body size, his playmaking, his arm strength. It'll be interesting to see how he fits in that New England Patriots offense. Quarterbacks went 1, 2, and 3, but let me know who you think the best pick in round 1 was. Was it one of the top 3 quarterbacks, or was it someone later that we have not got to just yet? I know a good pick coming up here at number 4, Petey.
Marvin Harrison Jr., a lot of people had him as the number 1 overall player in the draft. Cardinals maybe could have entertained a trade here, but I think just staying put and taking your next Larry Fitzgerald is a very good move. I like this pick a lot for the Cardinals. What's not to like? Afterwards, Harbaugh maybe have a little bit of temptation with like a Malik Neighbors, but how did he win at Michigan? Was it with Roman Wilson or with his offensive line?
I believe they ran the ball quite a bit, Petey.
Yep, they go get Joe Alt. They're going to kick him to right tackle, play opposite of Slater. Justin Herbert is thrilled. Malik Neighbors to the Giants. They have their next Odell Beckham.
I mean, he is explosive. He is smooth. Many people believed he could actually be the number 1 player in this draft class, let alone the number 1 wide receiver over MHJ. I was a Marvin Harrison Jr. guy personally, but I was a big fan of Neighbors, and the Giants get a weapon for Daniel Jones. You saw quarterbacks go early and often in this draft, so evidently Joe Shane in New York is going to build around Daniel Jones, and they do that by selecting Malik Neighbors, the fluid wide receiver from LSU. Then the Titans go with J.C. Latham at number 8. He was a late riser. There was a lot of buzz between him and the Los Angeles Chargers potentially at 5, or if they traded down. They went with Alt, which had Latham at 7. The reports are out of Tennessee that Brian Callahan, the new head coach, had him as his favorite player in this draft class. So Latham going there to protect Will Levis. And then the stunner, Petey, at number 8.
Michael Penix, a pick that I don't know how many people in Atlanta really knew was the pick. It didn't even look like Arthur Blank was told about this selection. I like Penix as a player. Let me open up with that. What I don't like is paying a quarterback $180 million just to draft not even a really young quarterback, but I don't think it's very important what his age is once he begins to take over, or if he ever takes over from Kirk Cousins. For me, it really just boils down to you're going to spend $180 million on Kirk Cousins, pick top 10, and not use it to support your efforts of being successful in 2024 and 2025? Because Kirk Cousins has guaranteed money for 2024, 2025, and 2026. To me, the runway for Penix is just not long enough to warrant a replacement pick, which, by the way, Cousins was even told right before the pick was being made that Penix was the selection for Atlanta. So what a great start to that relationship. Sign me to a contract with 3 years of guaranteed money and take my replacement 6 weeks later.
I mean,
This seems like it's going to be a great start.
It's not going to hate on a Michael Penix as a prospect because I like him as much as
Me
you
too.
do, but it just feels like a weird fit with Atlanta after signing Kirk Cousins to that massive bag. What is not a weird fit? Rome Odunze, who the Bears just with a masterclass with Ryan Poles. They get that deal done a year ago with Carolina and ultimately nets them both Odunze and Caleb Williams. And they have a very elite wide receiver trio, which I would at least to this point, PD, say that's the best wide receiver trio in the entire NFL with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and then the rookie from Washington. You get Caleb Williams to pair up with Odunze. That offense is going to be high-flying in Chicago, which that fan base is not used to hearing those words when they're talking about their offense. And then we had a trade where the Vikings move up from 11 to 10 to secure that top 10 selection, which is the Michigan quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. It felt like he was always going to find his way into Minnesota. It just was a little bit later than we expected.
Yeah, this had Viking written all over it. It really just was, when would it get done? Ultimately, they get it done at pick number 10. I guess they were a little concerned that the Broncos could leapfrog the Vikings at 11 and go all the way to 10, so they take no chances and they get their guy. Now, we're going to look at the remaining picks of round 1 in just a second, but I first want to shout out our sponsor today, Game Time. If you are looking to catch a playoff basketball game, hockey game, baseball game, or any other sporting event in your local area, concert, whatever it may be, Game Time is the place to visit first because they're going to give you all $20 off your first purchase with the code CHATSPORTS. Now, a great way I like to look at that as is Game Time's going to cover your parking. They're going to cover your first concession run with that $20 discount. So download Game Time today and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. I put all that information for you all in the comments and description of today's video, but it's the best place to find last-minute tickets at the lowest price guaranteed. So once again, download Game Time, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. If spelling's not your thing, CHAT Sports. I put all that information, like I said, in the comments and description. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. At pick 11, the Jets addressed this in free agency, but now they address it long-term with Penn State's left tackle, Olu Fashanu.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see where he slots in because they added a couple guys with Moses and Smith in free agency for that offensive tackle group. Are they going to slot in one of them at guard? Is Fashanu going to play as a redshirt almost? He's very talented and can be that starting left tackle for any franchise. And it was a position of need. I was shocked they didn't go with a Brock Bowers type, but you can't deny the talent that Fashanu has, and he is going to be fitting in really nicely in New York.
At number 12, the Broncos take the 6th and final quarterback in round number 1, Bo Nix. I kind of wondered if the Penix pick made them panic a little bit because there was a big drop-off in the quarterback class after those top guys. Ultimately, the wins coming out of Denver were Bo Nix was always one of their top 3, top 4 quarterbacks, and they felt like after meeting with him in person, watching him throw, that he was someone that could really master and accomplish what Sean Payton wants to do offensively. So Denver takes a quarterback, one of the earliest picks in franchise history. Jay Cutler went number 11 to the team off the top of my head. So Bo Nix at number 12 right behind him. But Broncos country has been searching for a quarterback since the sheriff retired, and hopefully this is the end of their search.
Brock Bowers going at 13 to Las Vegas. They kept the offensive train rolling. A lot of people thought they might go corner in this spot, but they took best player available. Bowers and Michael Maye, the second-year tight end out of Notre Dame, are going to be one heck of a 1-2 punch. Both can run routes over the middle of the field at an elite level as well as a run block. Expect to see a lot of 2 tight end sets in Las Vegas. I'm a big fan of this pick because when you just simply take the best player on the board, it's usually always going to work out for you.
I don't see how this pick fails. Next up is the Saints at 14. They went to Talisi Fuaga. There were 2 teams that you knew what position they were going to take. Denver at quarterback and Saints at offensive tackle. For New Orleans, they just hoped that the number 1 guy or towards the number 1 of their big board would still be there. And Fuaga, number 9 on Tom Downey's rankings, was there at 14. Then at 15, you had the Colts take the first defensive player, Laiatu Latu, edge rusher out of UCLA. Some say he's the best pure pass rusher in this draft class, and the production from last year at UCLA would back that claim up. There are some slight medical concerns, Rolly. He missed 2 years at Washington with the neck injury, but if he got through the combine with flying colors, I think the Colts are just happy to add to a cornerstone position like pass rusher.
Listen, he's going to be productive. I'm just kind of stunned he ended up being the first defensive player taken because I don't know if his ceiling is as high as some of these other guys in the NFL draft. And when you think about his injury history, there really isn't a guarantee he's going to play more than 5 or 6 seasons in the National Football League. Is that worth the 15th pick? Is that the top defensive guy? I like Latu as a prospect, but the injury history kind of scares me off. Byron Murphy was also in the category for first defensive player taken. He ends up going number 2, the defensive tackle out of Texas. I think this is a great pick from Seattle. I thought they were going to go interior offensive line, but they go on the interior defensive side of the football. Byron Murphy can be disruptive both in the pass rushing department as well as run stuffing. And what quarterbacks, what do they always say? Hardest pressure to face is coming up the middle. Byron Murphy can provide that.
This next trade, I think, is a win-win for both sides. I think Jacksonville, who we'll get to at 23, gets the same guy they were taking at 17. And Minnesota, giving up some day 3, late day 2 draft picks, is able to secure one of the best pass rushers in this draft. He was number 1 on my edge rusher ranking, along with Tom Downey, Dallas Turner. 6'2", 247. He ran a sub-250 40-yard dash. He's an outside linebacker who's faster than the other team's wide receiver. You don't find guys like that in every single draft. Now, there are some polishing to be done here, but he still had 10 sacks last year for the Crimson Tide. I think the Vikings were shocked he was still on the board, and that is what motivated a trade up.
Yeah, great replacement for Danielle Hunter, who left them in free agency for the Houston Texans. Round 1, pick 18, Amarius Mims. This one's a little puzzling. You knew they were going to have to address their offensive line long term, but with the Browns at left tackle and right tackle, Trent Brown and Orlando Brown respectively, you would think they would have went more interior. Like, I don't know what their plan is. I don't think one of Orlando or Trent can play inside. I also don't really know if Amarius Mims is going to be able to play inside. 6'7", almost 6'8". Like, is that too big for an offensive guard? Also, not that experienced. I only think he played 8 games at college.
I think he's going to sit for the first year. I think that's the plan because he needs some practice in the NFL, and then he'll take over from one of the Browns.
I get it, and the ceiling's high for Mims, but this was a head-scratcher for me because a Bengals team that is in the win-now mode, they've yet to pay Jamar Chase. T. Higgins is still on the roster, but he's not paid. Like, they need to capitalize by getting players to help them win now. I'm not sure if Amarius Mims gets that for them. I would have preferred them going with like a Graham Barton to shore up their interior offensive line.
Yeah, I can see that. Now, before we get to the rest of our picks, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We've just wrapped up day 1 of the NFL draft, but the best is still to come. We have days 2 and 3, rounds 2 through 7. So make sure to subscribe for constant wall-to-wall NFL draft coverage. At pick 19, the Rams, who make their first, I don't know if you guys have heard this before, first-round selection since Jared Goff. They go Jared Verse. I really like this selection for LA. I think Verse is probably the most well-rounded pass rusher. He's really good at stopping the run. He had back-to-back 9-sack seasons for the Seminoles. For Florida State, for the Rams, I think this was definitely a wait-and-see mode, and they go get a really good defensive end.
Well, you saw the rumors out there before the draft that they were going to try to trade up in the top 10, and they had a tight end out of Georgia, Brock Bowers, in mind. They evidently stay at 19. A lot of people thought, including myself, they could go Jerzon Newton, the D tackle out of Illinois, to replace Aaron Donald, who retired. Newton doesn't even go in round 1, which is quite the stunner if we're going to be honest, and it's probably amongst most people top prospect for day 2 of the NFL draft. But Verse is going to bring a lot of versatility and pass rushing ability for that Rams defense.
Then at pick number 20, the Pittsburgh Steelers follow suit from the Cincinnati Bengals. They go offensive line. They have to face this guy named Myles Garrett twice a year, and I think they're trying to stop the bleeding when they go up against him. The Steelers had a need for offensive line, so whether it's Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, quarterback in that team for 2024, they're going to have a better offensive line in front of them. At pick 21, Rolly, Chop Robinson.
Yeah, not a fan of this one, Petey. I know you agree with me. The Dolphins need a lot of help on the interior defensive line, interior offensive line. Evidently, they go with an edge, Chop Robinson, to help with Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, who are coming off injuries and are really question marks heading into the season. Robinson is a traitsy player. His ceiling is very high, but his floor is also very, very low. It's an intriguing pick. For a team like I just talked about with the Bengals, the Dolphins are kind of in win-now mode too, not having to pay out a massive deal for Tua Tagovailoa. So it's interesting to see them go with a guy that is a little bit of a project.
At pick 22, the Eagles were trying to trade up, but ultimately, I think they're happy to keep their picks and get the guy they were probably going to try and trade up for. That's Toledo's DB, Quinyon Mitchell. Some have him as the number 1 cornerback in this draft class. He was the first corner to go. The Eagles needed help in their secondary. James Bradbury showed a lot of signs of slowing down last year. Plus, Mitchell can play inside or outside. And as we just saw tonight, teams are going offense, which means you're going to see a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, which means you don't need 2 starting cornerbacks anymore. You need 3. Eagles have that. Slay, Bradbury, Mitchell.
Yeah, I thought this was one of the better value picks, and then you go to this one right here with Brian Thomas Jr., I think it just topped it. You talked about it earlier with that trade. The Jaguars were likely to taking Brian Thomas Jr. with pick 17.
That's what I mocked.
Yeah, they moved back. Subtle flex.
My bad.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Moved back from 17 to 23, and they still get a guy that most people believe they were going to target, the Calvin Ridley replacement, that ex-wide receiver who is big-bodied, can run by you and beat you over the top. Brian Thomas Jr., I'm a big fan of selection for Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence.
So after the Jags went wide receiver at 23, we have the Detroit Lions, who made a trade up, Rolly. The Lions were aggressive in the draft last year to go and get like Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. This time, they see a player that they think has no business being available, and that was the cornerback out of Alabama, Terrion Arnold. I'm in agreement with Detroit. I thought Arnold would be a top 20 pick lock. Ultimately, the Lions needed help in their secondary. They addressed it with the Carlton Davis trade, but now they really double down.
I tell you what, the Lions have just had 2 fantastic first rounds in back-to-back NFL drafts. People were skeptical of the Jahmyr Gibbs pick and then the Jack Campbell pick, the linebacker from Iowa, but they both hit. And then you get Terrion Arnold, who is most likely a steal here, as most people projected him inside the top 20. I actually had him going much earlier in my mock draft, so you got a flex. I got, I guess, a little knock on myself because I thought he was going in the top 15. Packers go Jordan Morgan here at 25. An offensive tackle guard hybrid. Downey, our draft expert, thinks he could be that guard type, but I think he could play tackle in a zone scheme. We'll see if this is the replacement for David Bakhtiari, who is battling injuries and near the end of his career.
Then at 26, the Bucs try and replace their recently retired starting center by getting Duke's Graham Barton. I think Baker Mayfield was ecstatic about this pick.
Yeah, I think Barton is a fantastic player, and I would agree with Downey. I expected him to go in the top 20. There was a lot of smoke between him and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Evidently falls all the way down to 26. The Buccaneers are just in the business of getting good players, and they got a good one here with Graham Barton.
At 27, the Cardinals, with their second first-round selection, they use it on defense. They go with Darius Robinson. Look at that size for a moment. 6'5", 285, but he runs like he's 6'2", 250. Like, he's got a really good size and speed combination. The production was there, 8+ sacks last year for the Missouri Tigers. So for the Cardinals, with a defense full of just no-namers, no offense, outside of like Budda Baker, they go and get a pretty good defensive end for them.
Yeah, we had a shocker of a trade that Buffalo. What are you doing? They make a deal with the Chiefs.
Kansas City, that's the devil for them.
Kansas City moves up from 32 to 28. They exchange some late day 2 and day 3 picks, and the Chiefs get their guy, Xavier Worthy. You don't know what the legal situation is going to be for the second-year wide receiver, Rashee Rice, out of SMU, and the Chiefs get some, I guess, stability in their wide receiver room with Worthy, who ran the fastest 40-yard dash in NFL history. And I think they're going to look to try to replicate the Tyreek Hill model that worked so successfully over the past 8 years in Kansas City and Miami. If Worthy hits, man, this could be like, how did we let Worthy go to the Chiefs?
How did the Bills let him go to the Chiefs? He's going to score a touchdown against Buffalo in the playoffs, guaranteed. At 29, after trading back with the Lions, I think Dallas got the same guy they were going to get at 24. That is Oklahoma's Tyler Guyton. He was the right tackle for the Sooners. Now, the Cowboys lost their left tackle and their center in free agency. Some wondered if they went guard, if that would kick Tyler Smith to left tackle to replace Tyron Smith. Ultimately, they go with a tackle instead. Remains to be seen where they want to put Guyton at left or right tackle, but nevertheless, Dallas, as always, goes offensive line.
Yeah, it feels like they do it every single year. A pick that I'm really fond of here, Petey, number 30, the Ravens, who just fly underneath the radar every single draft year, and they just make good picks. Nate Wiggins, who a lot of people thought, including Dane Brugler of The Athletic, could be the number 1 corner taken in this draft. He is freakishly athletic, has blazing speed. The only question is he going to be able to stay healthy and keep away from injuries, as he is a little bit of a light frame, and that could be susceptible to injuries. But the Ravens seem to always know what they're doing, and if they can add this athletic of a defensive back to that room with Kyle Hamilton and others, I'm going to believe it's going to work for Baltimore.
With pick 31, the 49ers essentially traded Deebo Samuel.
Or Brandon Ayuk.
I think Deebo goes first, but yes, they went with Florida's wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall. I think he's top 3 in this draft when it comes to surefire hands. And ultimately, that's the most important trait you look for in a wide receiver. He did not have the best quarterback play last year with Graham Mertz, but there was a lot of tape that people liked in 2022 when he had Anthony Richardson throwing him the rock. And then another trade for the Buffalo Bills, who move out of round 1 altogether. The Panthers move up and Rolly, like you said. They get the guy they were targeting, but now they get an extra 5th-year tacked on with Xavier Legette.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways you can look at this, right? You get that 5th year, but 5th-year options are very expensive nowadays. But Legette was told allegedly by the Panthers, and he relayed this message to a podcast a week before the draft, that if he was there at 33, the Panthers were going to take him. Well, he was there at 32, and Carolina moved up from pick 33 to 32 to grab their guy, Xavier Legette, someone who's comped to Deebo Samuel, A.J. Brown, big, physical, 6'1", 220, great with the ball in his hands. Listen, they needed weapons for Bryce Young, and I do like this move. I'm very curious to see why A.D. Mitchell fell. It feels like it might be an off-the-field issue. That's going to be someone that we have our eyes out for on day 2 of the NFL draft. But we just went through 32 selections in the first round. I need you guys to shout out your favorite team in the comment section and grade their first-round pick, because if you just throw out a letter, well, we're not going to know what you're grading. So let me know the team and the grade, A, B, C, D, or F. If you're the Bears, well, it might be an A+. If it's the Dolphins, it might be a C-. Let them know down in the comments.